Cold spots?
Yeah, like you felt a chill or you felt cold.
That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Are you comfortable with relaying your experience?
Um, I would rather not, to be honest.
Okay. Hmm. Overlapping areas does Freya and Hell have together that makes you not understand if it's which one is calling to
Hell has, at least in the lore, has a very specific domain that she's in charge of. And I guess Freya kind of does too, but my issue in that particular regard is like trying to distinguish each one from each other.
you. So, and and you've talked to people in the hold about this experience,
Yeah.
and they are on the fence about it as well.
Uh, yeah, I'd say so.
Uh,
Did you run out of questions, Sammy?
I I have questions, but it's formulating them in the right way that's eluding me at the moment.
Does it matter if what you believe is true or not, Miriam?
Yes. Yes.
Why?
Um, because I believe that having true beliefs and formulating my belief systems on top of that that stem from truth will lead into better outcomes.
Do you feel that your beliefs contain assumptions that you cannot verify?
Yes.
Why would you hold to beliefs that you cannot verify?
So I cannot verify.
Yeah, that was the question.
Yeah. I'm holding these beliefs tentatively because they were such strong experiences that I cannot get them out of my mind. And
the experiences are unquestionable. Are the experiences unquestionable?
No.
Can you verify that they indicate some kind of supernatural connection without reasonable explanation?
What do you mean by a reasonable explanation?
Non-supernatural, non-deity explanation. Something mundane.
So I cannot differentiate those two. No.
What do you mean you can't differentiate them?
Based on the definition that you gave and the definition that I'm using, I can't differentiate them. Lead to very similar propositions.
I'm definitely going to have a question about that in just a moment, but I do need to make sure that I thank Saints Dakota 96 for the previous gold before I lose that list.
Mhm.
Do you don't see a distinction between magical and non-magical explanations, between explanations using a god and those using science and observation?
No, I see the distinction. Yes.
Do you leave room for the possibility that the experiences you believe to be theistic in any way have mundane explanations, scientific or natural?
Yeah, it's definitely possible that I'm wrong.
How could you verify?
Um, I mean, I believe I've already tried verifying, like through therapists, through psychologists, through medicine, through my own exploration of like theism and stuff like that, and I just have not come to that conclusion yet. It's possible. It's totally possible that I'm wrong.
When you, what is the first way that comes to mind in which you might be wrong?
um, yeah. Through my therapist and psychiatrist, if if it were shown that I was like hallucinating for sure, if it was shown that I was like I guess for lack of a better word, insane in some way, like that would be the first proof for me.
Do you think a therapist or psychologist is going to tell you that you definitely hallucinated or had delusional psychosis or some kind of, give you some kind of diagnoses if you were to tell them about the experiences?
I would hope so.
Why?
Because that's what I pay them for.
To tell you that you're crazy if you tell them about this experience?
So than that, but yeah. I think psychiatrists and therapists are not necessarily going to tell you something like that, right? But it would be one of the steps that I take to like make sure that I'm not like hallucinating in some way.
And you're saying that you did that you
Yes.
shared the experience with psychologists. They didn't say you were crazy, so therefore must have been supernatural.
I'm not saying that it must have been supernatural. I'm just like not ruling it out, I guess, is the best way I could say it.
Did, hmm, do you think that you must have some kind of illness for you to have had a momentary hallucination or delusion?
Sorry, can you ask again?
Do you think that you would have to have some kind of long-term mental illness or diagnosable um, uh, mental state for you to have had a momentary delusion or illusionary experience?
No.
Do you think that it is possible that you had such an experience, and a psychologist would not necessarily state it as such, not tell you that's what it was, but instead ask questions to get you to think about it.
Yes, that's very possible.
So then how have
It the truthful answer is that it's not entirely ruled out.
then why would you gloss over the unexplained with an explanation of gods or deities?
It's it's a bit complicated right now. I believe that gods are the most reasonable explanation that I've been able to come to.
What does the word reasonable mean to you?
Reasonable to me means to come to a conclusion that is reasonably expected from the given evidence.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. It sounded like you used the word reasonable in the explanation or definition.
I might have. Uh, being reasonable by conclusion based on the given evidence.
And what was the evidence that justifies your conclusion that gods exist?
For me, personal experience.
A personal experience that you admit could be manufactured by your mind.
It could be, yeah.
Or could simply be as yet unexplained. Then how is that justification or reasonable for you to conclude that it's a god or specifically even these gods?
It's reasonable to me because this is the information that I have to go on, and I have to live my life in some way that that like follows from the conclusions of everything that I believe. And I think everybody does this. So
Do you think you might be using confirmation bias?
I really try to eliminate that as much as possible. Like I was an atheist for 30 years of my life. So
How are you eliminating confirmation bias?
by by joining chats like this, by doing research almost every day to try to not not just like confront like what I believe, but try to disprove what I believe.
What do you think would disprove what you believe?
That's a good question. I think that I would have to believe that either through my therapist or psychiatrist that these things just didn't happen, or that these things are just not possible. And I don't think I've come across that evidence yet.
I think Raph had something to say.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So So you said the thing that would disprove it to you is if a therapist were to tell you that what you claimed to experience was not possible.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ways. Yeah.
How would they know that something that you claim you experienced was not possible?
I honestly don't know how they would do that. Like a therapist is someone who like evaluates like your mental state and stuff. Um, but they don't have access to your actual mind, right? So same with a psychiatrist. So I evaluate like what I've seen, what I've experienced outside of like what I've expressed to them. So
What's another way they could uh, show you that your position could be wrong?
mm, good question. I guess the only thing I can think of is I would have to be convinced that my experiences weren't real.
Is that not the same as the first answer?
The difference is this time she leaves it open that not a therapist or psychologist, but something else could possibly convince her. What might convince you, Miriam?
I honestly don't know. Like I guess some scientific evidence that are 100% like natural and literally cannot come from anything outside of like uh but that's not even true to what I believe anyway. I honestly don't know.
Thrayle,
Mm-hmm.
I, and this is no slight at you, Miriam, but I honestly don't know without actually knowing the experience how we could possibly go down this route any further.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Do you question the details of your experience? The way you remember it? The veracity of your memory?
Mm. Yeah, I do. Like every day.
Why grant explanation to something that you still question? Why give it the reason or why give it an answer of God if you
Yeah.
don't know?
Yeah. So maybe this is just like a flaw in my own my own reasoning, but like from my experience, like it was so strong that that I can't let go of it. Like it feels to me that something has to have come from this experience for a reason. And maybe I'm wrong in that and there's no reason at all. But yeah, I honestly don't know how to go further into this
Mhm. I
without
think
that.
we might. Yeah, I think we might have hit the wall, Miriam. Maybe another time we can ask more questions. Maybe you'll have different
Okay.
answers. But I
Yeah.
hope you keep asking questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miriam.
Yeah.
Take care. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen and sharing the live. We broke 100K during that conversation. Thank you guys. Y'all are fucking amazing.
Y'all are insane, and I love it.
We have a couple of people in queue. I do not know which was first. Renee, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 50.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Kind of.
What do you mean by kind of?
You don't remember me, do you?
No, I have a lot of these conversations.
Yeah. I'm the one who was talking to you in the past about me being an energist. So I don't really believe in anything.
Energist. What does that mean, energist?
Are you a human being?
Okay, Renee, I don't know how asking me if I'm a human being is going to help you answer what an energist is.
Okay, well, if you're a human being and then your neighbor is, and the tree is, and a bug is, and they all have, they breathe and it gives life. That's what energy is, and that's what I believe in. As far as higher power, I think it's all of us, and I think it's whether it's good or it's bad. So kind of like Star Wars in a way, you know, the Force and the Jedi's, you know, whatever. So yeah, but I do have some scary thoughts, some scary feelings about all of that.
So you believe in something like Star Wars, you said?
Well,
Like Force?
yeah, okay,
The
yeah.
Metachlorians.
What?
Well, he said midichlorians. He's making a joke about Star Wars.
No, I don't know.
Do you have? So do you believe there's a force thing that goes through everything?
Yes, there you go. Yes, an energy, a force. It's an energy. It's a force thing that makes all of everything that's living be here.
A force that makes everything living be here. Why do you believe there is a force that makes everything living be here?
Because if there wasn't, then we wouldn't be here.
Renee, that sounds like you're presupposing your own conclusion.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's just life. I mean, it's
Are you saying all life is one
energy.
force?
Yes.
You're saying all life is energy.
Yes, all life is energy. Yes.
Well, energy, again, what is that?
Somebody just gave you something exciting because I get these
They
big
sure
bangs of fireworks. I love that. Okay.
Yep, that means we hit the gift goal of 96, and Danny Grax are amazing for doing that.
Oh, those are awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Scared me for a second. No, Yeah,
What
because
is energy?
life force.
Life force.
Yes.
And how did you
Fact that we can
determine?
breathe.
How
Can
did
you
you
breathe?
determine? How did you determine that life force is energy that goes through everything? Is it in everything or just living things? Is it in
Living
rocks?
things. Oh, that's interesting. You just said that. Somebody else just asked me that.
Is it in
Uh,
rocks?
if there's beings inside of the rocks, then hell yeah. Doubtful for the actual rock part, but if there's a living thing inside of the
Living
ground,
thing inside of a rock, then yes. So if there's no living thing inside of a rock,
well,
if
then
it's
it's
just
just
a
a
rock,
rock. Right.
and there's no life force energy in the rock.
No.
Okay. Is
Maybe
this
not unless
life
I.
is this life force energy all one, like mind like entity, or is it just something else?
Say that one more time. I didn't understand what you were saying.
Is the energy, this life force, is it a singular mind like entity?
Oh, well, that just depends on who you are.
I'm
I
asking you,
believe. Well,
who are you?
I believe it's all of us. All of us.
It's all of us. What does that
All of
mean?
us.
I'm asking if
Every
I'm asking if you believe the all of us, the
is
energy.
everybody.
Do you
Yes,
think it
we
is?
all have it.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay, I'm
Do
sorry.
you
I'm
think it
sorry.
is one mind-like entity combined?
Mind like is a tricky word,
Okay.
tricky thing.
So
But
is it
yes, we
one
do.
entity?
I believe that the energy goes through all of us.
So one
Absolutely.
energy goes through all us, just
All
humans, or
energy,
is it just humans, or is it anything living?
natural, everything, trees,
Everything
bugs,
natural.
birds, yeah,
Are
whatever.
rocks not natural?
It's well, a rock can be inanimate, like every things can be inanimate. But if there's something living inside the rock, move or has atoms and neurons and that kind of thing, and there's an
Do
energy there.
atoms, do rocks not have atoms? It's about neurons. Is that what it is? Neurons make life
Oh,
force.
who cares? Who cares about all that those details? Why
I'm
do you get
asking.
so specific that way?
I'm
What
asking
it
about what you
is,
believe, Renee.
I believe that you have an energy, I have an energy, the person next to you has an energy, we all have energy, and that's what it is. But I do have another question besides all this stuff.
Could you?
Everybody keeps asking me about
Yeah,
this.
Renee.
Blows me away.
Do you see the big screen there? What does it say next to my name?
I've read it many times.
What's it say?
Question my beliefs. You want me to question my belief?
That's what we're doing.
Believe.
Renee, whether I believe what you believe or not doesn't help you to question your beliefs, does it?
Of course not. Why do you believe?
Can you question your beliefs, Renee?
Not my belief with that, no.
Why?
Pretty much what it is.
How have you decided that? How have you determined that there is a life force energy that is the same through all of us?
Because it's a feeling.
And does that seem like a solid foundation for an understanding of what is?
For me, yes.
How is a feeling able to verify a conclusion about reality?
Because I have energy. And I know what it is an energy. It's actually very easy because we all have that. Even you, everybody does. You know the feeling.
Saying you know the feeling doesn't actually tell me how you know the feeling. Why it is that you conclude that your feeling is fact.
Okay. Feeling in fact, that's different things because
I'm
you
asking how
can't do facts.
I'm asking how you've concluded that your feeling is what is, without question.
Okay, because I feel it. I know it. I know it because of my feelings when I have the energy stuff go through me and I see it through
Why is
everyone
this
else.
something that you can't question?
What do you mean? Oh, not question. Oh, I get it. No, because it's basically it comes down to an all-knowing thing. When you look
So are
down
you
inside, we all are.
Really quick, I'm going to thank Dakota and Philly Red before I ask the obvious question. Do you know everything?
So do you.
I'm asking, your answer there is yes, you think you know everything.
Inside of our souls, inside of our energy and our beings and everything else, yes, we do know all. Most likely, all of our lifetimes on this earth.
Why do you think that we know all? What makes you so certain of that, Renee?
Because there would be nothing else. As far as the dark side, yeah, there isn't. It's an all-knowing thing.
How do you know?
Because we all know.
You say because we all know. Why do you feel so certain that we all know?
Because if we didn't, we would be questioning it.
Please let me finish the question.
I'm sorry.
You're shouting at me. I'd like to finish the question.
I didn't mean to.
So, how is it that you have some knowledge that we all know something? Why do you hold that assumption?
I don't think it's an assumption.
What special knowledge do you think you have? What grants you that?
The God force that I believe in, which is the energy that moves through all of us, and that we all have the ability to know everything. We all know that.
If I were to ask you, no, we don't all know that, and you saying that in such a declarative way sounds actually quite condescending.
Okay, I'm sorry. I meant the ability to know it. That's what I meant.
The ability to know that. We have the ability to know.
Yes.
Do we have the ability to assume what you assume?
I don't like the word assume. We all have the ability to know everything.
If I were to ask you some piece of esoteric knowledge to tell me something that you might not normally know, do you think you would just be able to access it and know it?
I would probably have to ask you the same exact question to look inside yourself, and you would have to be able to answer that for yourself. It's an individual thing.
Think you know everything, Renee.
Everybody knows everything.
Could you tell me how tall I am?
No, I could tell you how tall I think you are, but I couldn't tell you exactly.
I thought you said everybody knows everything.
You know inside. Everybody knows everything within themselves.
Sorry, if you can't Tell me
Everybody
exactly
knows everything
what.
within themselves.
What do
Everybody
you
knows the
everything?
answers to them for themselves.
You know the answers for yourself.
Yes, everybody
So
knows
you
that. You can
would
ask
you
yourself a
stop
question.
stop shouting? Would you
I
know?
didn't. I
Would
don't
you
think I was
know?
shouting.
What you keep talking over everybody and you get louder to do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone thing. I don't know how to. Do I keep my phone away from me or bring it close to me? That's why.
The best thing to do is just wait for us to finish the questions instead of shouting a response at us. We're trying to talk over.
Okay,
That
I'm
would
sorry.
help.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So so if you know everything, if you have access to know everything, wouldn't that include something like how tall I am?
No, for yourself. I'm saying I know all the answers to everything inside myself. So does
To
everybody
everything.
inside themselves. What? Let me just explain this to you. If one person, an individual person, ask themselves a question, if they look deep inside themselves, they know the correct answer.
So
They
if I
know
ask you
what they
how
need to
tall I
know.
am, if I ask you how tall I am, you would be able to look deep inside yourself
No,
and
not
tell
about
me.
you, but about me.
Oh,
I could. No, if you look inside yourself and ask that same question, you would know.
oh, I would have to look inside myself, and
Yeah,
I
to
could.
know. That's why we all know the answers to everything.
So
If we
stop,
look inside ourselves
stop,
about
Renee,
ourselves.
Renee. So if Philly looks inside herself and sees that she's 7 feet tall, does that mean
Um,
she is 7 feet tall?
I don't. Oh, Philly Red. Okay. Um,
Hi.
Hi, hon. Yeah, if she has a question about herself or has a soul searching question that she can't figure out, then she can look deep inside of herself, ask the question, and she will know the answer, what is right and wrong, and what to do. Absolutely. It doesn't matter about physical stuff, how tall you are. That's stupid. Ask.
Why
My
is it
questions are
stupid?
stupid now. You know
Well,
everything,
no,
but
not how tall you are. I'm
I
just
see.
saying.
So then you're saying that if you just need an answer pertaining to yourself, something about yourself, then you'll look inside yourself and get the answer about yourself for
And
yourself.
for
Is that
anything else that's going on in the world and what's right and wrong
what's right and what's wrong?
and what to believe and what not to believe. You know your own answers.
I
That if you
believe I'm
know,
7 feet tall.
Wait, who is?
I believe that I'm 7 feet tall.
You look inside yourself and that's the truth?
Yeah.
Well, you should be playing basketball then.
I looked inside myself, and it's also
Well,
Is this how it works?
what part works? What it works? Okay, now I feel like you guys are just all just making fun of me and mocking me about
it's
something
not
that
to
is
make fun of
very
you.
real.
You're
Very
saying it's
real.
very real, but you're
Yeah,
not communicating it very clearly. So far, what you've
apparently.
told us, Renee, is that if you look inside yourself, you can know everything except personal or even really just physical things about other people.
I did not say
But
that.
well, so you can know those things, or is
You
it other
look
things?
inside. Okay, you look inside yourself,
Okay,
and you can have all the answers that you need to know.
I could look inside myself and have all the answers I need
That
to know,
you need to know.
that I need to know.
so
Want to know
How?
and know.
so.
Oh, so want to know,
Need to know
and
and
know.
know.
So
So
I wonder. Go ahead, Phil. Or sorry, Hammy.
yeah, I was just curious. Let's say that I'm out in the woods, and I went with someone out there, and an accident happens. Are you saying that I can look within inside myself
And know what to
and
do.
know how to perform, say, a tracheotomy to save their life?
Well, that's a medical procedure, so most likely not. but your innate
But he might need to
survival
know it.
instinct would know what to do at that time. You're gonna fight or just fight or flight. That's instinct. That's innate animalistic things. Okay, so it depends on what kind of friend you're there with. Is it your child? You know what? If it was my child, I would fucking kill to the death. If it was a bear or a wolf or a vampire or a zombie or another cryptid that we all know that may or may not exist, whatever. If it was my child, I'd fight to the death. If it was just a random stranger I picked up on the road there, I might just run. But yeah, I mean, it's your inside innate animalistic survival instinct will kick in and take over and make that decision for you at that moment in time. Yeah,
So
you'll know. It's
So-
inside.
So would I, which would be more useful? Just looking inside myself and know what to do from that, or learning the skills to actually survive?
Okay, well, first of all, you don't go out in the woods without knowing what to do to survive. I mean, that would be stupid.
But
Then-
wouldn't you just know if you needed it? I mean,
well-
you're saying,
well, if
Renee, the way you've expressed it so far is that if you just go out into the woods and you need to survive, well, look inside yourself and you'll know what you need to know. That's the way you've described it so far. And now you're saying that's stupid.
No, I did not say that. That's what you said. I did not say that. I was just just given a scenario if
sorry.
I was out in the woods.
I'm sorry, you're saying now that you didn't say that if you look inside yourself, you'll know what you need to know.
Always for just normal day-to-day things, that's what I'm talking about.
Just
But if
normal
you're-
day-to-day things. If I look
Yeah.
inside myself, I'll know if I want waffles or eggs for breakfast. If I look inside myself, I'll know if I want to make a phone call to accomplish something or take a nap. Is that what you mean?
That's basically the idea, but kind of stupid. But yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm really trying to understand because Renee, we've tried to clarify that when you said, if you look inside yourself, you'll know everything.
You'll know your own answers. And you'll
Well,
know
it
the
was
answers.
originally about anything. It's not anything about everything. It's just you'll know a few things that you like and understand what you prefer better. Is that right?
Okay, let me ask you something. If you look down
I
deep
just wanted to
inside
make
yourself,
sure I understood. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Did I say that clearly, or did I misstate what you've said?
again, you're distorting the concept of what I'm talking about. You are seriously oh gosh. Okay, so let me tell you one thing. If you have a serious dilemma in your life, I mean,
And I
let's
look inside myself.
and
I'll
you
know
would
what to do with
truly
it.
know the answer. Just think about the abused woman, okay? The wife that's being abused by her husband.
That doesn't
She
s-
knows to look down inside of herself and know what's the answer is. Whether she's going to act on it and do the right thing, well, that's another thing.
Right thing.
But
Right
she
thing.
would, the right thing to do. Whatever it may be.
Fine.
Whatever it may be. But she'll know what she
Renee?
needs to do. But whether she does it or not,
This is a really
that's a whole
randomly
completely different
kind
thing.
Yeah,
of
Renee.
off-topic example,
Yes.
but I'd like Philly to be able to say
Yeah,
what she
yes.
wanted to say.
Okay. Hello.
What I said was this is a dangerous line of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What part? My
To
example.
say, yes, the example.
I'm sorry.
can quickly and easily lead to victim blaming.
I understand that. I totally understand that. I respect you for that. But there's a point there. A person knows what to do if they look deep inside. They know the right answer. Whether they act on it is another thing.
I can't believe somebody would say that.
Say what?
What you just said.
That somebody knows what they should do?
That
Or
someone
what they feel?
always knows what they should do, whether they do it or not. They know the right thing to do in a situation like abuse.
Inside, you know what is right or wrong. Whether they act on it to do the right or wrong thing is abuse. I know.
I have
been there.
also. I
Okay.
know also.
And you knew.
It is leading to victim abuse, victim blaming.
No. I've been there. I'm allowed to express my story and my thoughts about this.
You can say it about yourself, but to make a sweeping statement to say about all abused women know the right thing to do, whether they do it or not.
Okay, I was not going there, and you did that, not me. I was just saying inside
Renee,
a
you
person
said-
knows. I was
you said
using
that
that as an
people know.
example. Okay, should I use a
That's
different
the
Would you
one?
like to?
shouting.
Would
That's
you
the
like to
shouting
back
I
it
was
down?
talking about,
Would you
Renee.
like to back it down and say,
Yes.
Renee, that you knew for yourself inside, without making the sweeping statement that all people would know?
Okay, I was using that as just a little bit of an example of the fact that our host was trying to sit there and tell me that people do not know inside what is real. Okay, everybody does
didn't
know
try to
the
tell
real
you.
answers.
Renee, you just
Don't
missed
say
what I
everybody
said.
does know. Don't say everybody
Okay,
does know.
everybody has the ability.
We forgot that
all
word.
capable
Sorry,
of
Thrayle. I don't know if I
understanding.
can engage in a Socratic way here.
I don't think she's actually capable of questioning the belief. I think we've established that this is an
What belief?
unquestionable belief that everybody knows. You already know, Renee, what belief we're talking about. If you look inside yourself, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think you're capable of questioning your belief. I think you want to shout it at us when we don't seem to get it, but it doesn't matter if we get it or not. We are reflecting back exactly what you are saying, trying to understand it, see if you actually understand it, and it doesn't sound like you do. It sounds like you have a way of saying it that sounds glitzy and magical to you, but I think it requires some deep questioning to see if you actually understand it. And at the moment, I don't think any of us have the desire to keep being interrupted and shouted answers at and just repeated the same unquestioning line of thought. But maybe another time she might be more open to the questions. Moo had been waiting a long time. I guess they gave up.
Probably got mad because I muted them.
She will not be her thing, and I was like, I remember her, and I don't remember why, but I remember it being bad. I don't think she's gonna be more open to it. Philly got the mom voice out.
I heard that.
You did! Yeah, the mom voice. You know, it's like a thing that moms do. It's like a mom voice. When you're in trouble or when you need to be scolded, it's like a mom voice.
Hmm.
Sometimes my friends that are moms that are like, a decent bit older than me, like sometimes I need a mom voice, so I go tell them about something I did that I need to be mom voiced for, and they give me the mom voice.
You come to me for the mom voice, I guess, Kat, and I'll do my best to help.
Oh yeah, definitely just got added to the mom voice list.
Good end to that conversation, but I didn't feel like we were getting anywhere but frustration. But that doesn't have to be the end of the live. As a matter of fact, we're barely halfway through. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you can question it. Well, hello, Paradise. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
60.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. It shifts a bit, but I think it's leaning a little Gnostic right now. Um, I really love your show. I love what you guys do, and I hope I don't tank here.
They're a cosmologist?
Cosmogonist.
Cosmogonist?
Yeah, it's cellular cosmogony. It's a by it's a book a guy named Cyrus T. Um, talks about a cellular Earth.
Is it just me or is he cutting out?
It's
Cutting out.
Okay.
it might be. Hang on. Let me get out of this space here. Let me see if this is going to be better. Is that any better?
Quite a bit.
Oh,
So
sorry.
you were saying you're a cellular cosmogonist, but you also said that you're leaning Gnostic. What is
Yeah. Well,
cosmogony?
can I kind of like let me preface? Okay. So like I about very just confused and I screamed at the sky. I was like if you're real, you know, show me. And then all of a sudden, a lot of strange events started to happen. Like so, basically, so I screamed at the sky. I was about to give up on everything. I moved from Las Vegas to Australia just to get away from certain things, but I brought myself with me, and yeah, I screamed at the sky, and then I started to really like question. And the first question that I typed into Google is, "What are the reasons for chemtrails?" And so half of the people were saying, "Oh, it's bullshit. They're not real," and then the other half were saying, "Oh, they're trying to kill us." But then there was one guy. His name was Lord.
I guess the chemtrails doesn't want him to let us know.
Yeah, they don't want us to know. It seems that they don't want us to hear what Paradise has to say.
Meteor is?
You cut out completely as soon as you're about to say the name of somebody. And now you're cutting out repeatedly. We don't hear anything.
So Oh no, this is bad. Here, let me see if I can switch to my 4G, 5G, and hopefully that will. Is that any better?
Can't,
Oh, I'm really
can't
bombing.
tell yet. But so far,
Is that any
you've
better?
told us you looked into chemtrails and something. One guy named something something, and we didn't
Yeah.
hear
So
anything after that.
okay. Can you hear me now? So basically, I screamed to the sky, and then I started to question things. And the first question was, the other half were saying, "Oh, this bullshit, they're not real." And then there was this one guy. He was talking about mega cryometeors. He said they're to stop these giant chunks of ice that fall from the clear blue sky. About 12 are reported a year. We're talking about they've fallen throughout history. Some have weighed 1,000 pounds. One just fell in Florida, Wisconsin. So yeah, I've been like looking into this for the last 10 years, and yeah, it's just led into a whole understanding of this cellular cosmogony, and it
I'm
talks
sorry,
about
one guy
glass.
said what about what? What was his explanation?
He's talking about we live inside the earth, not on the earth, and that there's
You're saying we're in a
It's-
hollow Earth.
it's not the hollow earth theory, but there's no external
The only place is in, and how does that explain?
Yep.
How does it explain the trails in the sky?
Well, so this chemtrails are because there is a glass firmament at 100 kilometers,
What-
and it's covered with
how
this
did
giant
you
chunks of
determine?
ice.
How did you determine there was a glass firmament at 100 miles?
Well, tektites. There's tektites and Libyan desert glass.
Tektites.
Tektites. Yeah, tektites.
What is a
Everything that I talk
tektite?
about is evidence-based. A tektite is a small dripping of Libyan desert glass, but it's
Sorry, you
burnt.
said everything you talk about is evidence-based.
Evidence-based.
What is the
absolutely.
evidence? What is the evidence of a dome firmament?
No, it's not a dome. It's not. It's just a sphere. It's concentric celestial spheres.
spherical.
This is not flat Earth. Yeah. This is the reason
Concentric
for the flat Earth.
celestial spheres.
Mm-hmm.
The modern space travel and the ability to put things into orbit.
Well, like they've written papers about this. A guy
I'm sorry,
named
they-
Mustafa Abdelkader. Well, Mustafa Abdelkader wrote a paper
So
in
he
the
wrote a
90s
paper.
on yeah, it's called Mapping the Geocosmos, and he said it would be impossible for us to, without like NASA saying this or that, right? Like
So you're saying NASA
Which I-
lies and they don't actually put things in
yeah,
orbit?
well, they bend the
Do
truth about
private
where they're
companies
going.
do private companies put things into orbit? Are there not satellites from
Definitely.
other companies?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
they do put things
And,
into
like,
orbit, but it's within the
For sure.
100-mile sphere.
Actually, they have like satellites within the Earth. That
Real quick, you said it's mapping what?
it's called Mapping the Geocosmos. This is the name of the paper.
And you're saying that they somehow put satellites within the sphere.
Absolutely. Yep. 100%.
What about the moon? Is that
I believe that.
is the moon within the sphere?
So we know the first barrier, 100 kilometers, upper atmospheric lightning, Kármán line. There's a lot of stuff.
I'd like
Radio
a yes
waves
or
propagate
no. Is
there.
the moon within
Okay.
the sphere?
Within
The glass firmament.
yes, it's inside there. Yes.
The moon is inside the 100-mile.
Yes.
Glass.
So is the sun.
The sun is also within a. So how,
Yes, sir.
and you determined this how?
Well, like I said, there's some evidence. Upper atmospheric lightning, radio waves propagate there. The Kármán line. Also,
Radio
it's
waves
called
propagate there.
triboluminescence.
We're just throwing out a whole
Yeah.
bunch of buzzwords.
No, I'm
I'm
not.
sorry.
I'm
So
going to tell you. So
I'm
the
curious. I'm
scientists.
curious something,
sorry.
Paradise. You seem extremely
Yes, sir.
confident, sure, unquestionable. As we ask questions, you seem to have like these buzzword responses. Is this a belief that you can question, or is it something that stop? Is this something
I can definitely question it.
Is this something that you are absolutely confident is true?
Absolutely.
What does the light produced by
Well, my
squeezing
evidence
the
is leading
crystal
to that.
have to do with anything?
Yes, triboluminescence, because they hear the sound of the meteor and then they see the light simultaneously. It's not like lightning where we see the light and then we hear the sound, and it sounds like have you ever rubbed your finger on the top of a wine glass?
Yeah, so Thrayle.
Sorry if I missed that. What was the question again?
Is this
If I
something
have
you
trouble
think is
questioning my
absolutely,
beliefs.
unquestioningly true?
I lean that way.
Why?
Because of the evidence that I have that is never talked about. But megacrite meteors are never talked about.
Think you have?
Absolutely.
Do you question whether or not
I haven't even went into.
Do you question whether or not it leads to this one theory, or do you leave that open and it all happens to lead to this theory?
I think I leave it open and it all leads to this theory.
You leave open the idea that everything is within a 100-mile firmament sphere.
Yeah. That's just a small part of it, yeah. And we
So I
have the
looked
Seymour
into this
Observatory
paper.
footage. Yeah.
So I looked into the paper, and it basically talks about how galaxies and stars basically become microscopic entities inside the Earth. The moon appears to be the largest celestial object, and light rays are transformed into arcs, preserving the appearance of celestial motion for observers inside this kind of concaved Earth. It is part of Hollow Earth, and the actual title itself is called Geocosmos: Mapping Outer Space into a Hollow Earth. Some of the things that have issues with it are things the fact that it lacks any empirical evidence. It misapplies the inversion geometry, and I mean, it conflicts with established physics, psychological and philosophical peer over scientific rigor, and yeah, so.
Wait, if the claim is that there's a 100-mile sphere surrounding the Earth, is that not falsifiable by, I'm sorry, 100-kilometer, 62-mile? Is that not falsifiable by simply sending a craft or a vessel past 62 miles?
Yeah, I mean,
Not really, because I mean they could be burning through there, and heading inside instead of out. See what I'm saying?
No. What does that even mean?
Experiment. The plums deviated. 1905.
Gesundheit. What did you say?
I said it's the Tamarack plumb bob mine shaft experiment. I'm thinking, 1902.
Plumb bob mine
1905,
shaft experiment. What does that have to do
Yes,
with
sir.
people?
Tamarack, Michigan.
Stop. What does that have? Ski, let me finish the fucking question.
Sorry.
You start stomping on top of me with your misunderstood science. What the fuck is the matter with people tonight? So, my question to you, I don't even know why I'm bothering at this point. Shaft experiment, somehow explains how a craft would leave the atmosphere, go more than 62 kilometers, and still be within 62 kilometers.
Without NASA, like messing with the was the results, like they're saying that they're. So you don't think that NASA could be fooling us?
So it wouldn't a whole bunch of people. It would all have to keep the same secret.
I don't think that many people understand it, really.
You don't think that many people understand?
No.
Going farther than 62 kilometers.
No. I mean, question, I don't hang my hat on like moon landings or what they're doing up there, because really, I can't know. I can't go on a rocket.
Quick question, Paradise, and I'm not going to even stick to NASA and the moon landing and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm going to use the plumb line experiment that you were talking about.
Plumb bob, yeah.
What do you? No, plumb line, not plumb bob.
It was plumb bobs, actually.
It says right here, it's the Tamarack plumb line. They weren't using plumb lines. So,
well, that's
what is it that you know about
of the plumb line, the plumb bob?
Oh, well, there you go. But they call it the plumb. Oh, he's teacupped. I don't know. He must be looking at it up.
Sorry.
So
yeah, I know plenty about the experiment.
So the plumb line experiment. How far down did they go?
It's like 4,000 feet. 4,000 feet is not a mile.
Oh, okay. So, this plumb line experiment, where did they go up into upwards or did they go downwards? And whenever you get further and further in towards the center of the Earth, what plays an effect?
Well, they manipulated the experiment quite a bunch, all kinds of things. They changed the lines from copper to lead.
So, hold on to understand this correctly. You are acknowledging that they've messed with this experiment. You're acknowledging that it could be construed. And yet you're using this as evidence for going up into outer space.
Deviated, not came closer together.
Yes, and why did they deviate? What played an effect on its deviation?
Oh, they'll say wind. They'll say wind from the tunnels, and that's really strange.
No.
Oh,
Think of the actual, like the established science. What happens whenever you get closer and closer towards the center of the Earth?
That's hotter. Correct, I guess.
Yeah, true. But also, what else happens? What happens to gravity?
I don't know. What happens to gravity?
It gets a little funky there, doesn't it?
I don't know. Yeah,
it changes things up because the closer you get to the center of the Earth, and then you end up
collapsing inwards, right? So, yeah, the further down they go, the more issues it has on these lines, right? But we're talking about outer space, where gravity has its play, but play as going downward into the center of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I tend to lean towards the ether, like the ether, and I think they will detect it someday.
Well, so since we don't know anything about this ether right now, since we don't either, like, we have no way to compensate for this, and you said yourself, you're very scientifically minded about this.
I
So,
love it, yeah.
yeah. So then let's just disregard the ether. In outer space, there's gravity. Unless you are closer to a body such as a planet or a play. So, what would this experiment show you whenever it comes to space?
Well, it's strange that they deviate. Yeah, that's why they call it an anomaly. Just one of the many.
Does that answer my question?
I guess we'd probably have to start with my original premise when I was talking about megacriometeors, which you guys just brushed off real blue sky. Like, so
You said a what? A meta what?
it's called a megacriometeor. It's they form throughout history. Some have weighed 1,000 pounds, and they're giant chunks of ice. In Wisconsin, and then
if they're
about 3 months ago,
why would you assume
Florida.
that has anything to do with a firmament?
It's ice.
Right, ice.
It's a megacriometeor.
So
it's
why
not
would
a
you,
dome.
Why would you assume it has anything to do with your dome theory?
It's not a dome theory because I don't believe in a dome.
Sphere theory. Your
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Theory. Why spheric sphere theory?
Well, because what they say they're formed is ridiculous. They're talking about wind shear forming a 200-pound block of ice or a 100-pound block of ice. That's a pretty big piece of hail. So that's why it's a mystery to science. And not even any meteorologist will even talk about them. I watched some reports. I have over the last 10 years I've been.
How do you know about these if scientists won't even talk about them?
Because of this guy, Lord Stephen Christ.
Lord Stephen Christ.
Yeah, Lord Stephen Christ.
Paradise.
Sorry. What?
You're saying you believe somebody named Lord Stephen Christ about a firmament?
Yeah, they unalived him in federal prison. Yeah, 100%. It's the reason for the whole flat Earth psychological operation that's going on right now.
Psychological operation.
Yeah. Well, you guys do.
So I don't know, but so here's a fun fact about these mega cryometers. They're formed in the upper troposphere or lower stratosphere, where water vapor can freeze in turbulent, super cold conditions.
Well, they used to talk about them falling from the bottom of planes, which is bullshit too. So, you can just make up anything where they come from. Where's a 1,000-pound block of ice come from?
It says, well, it says right here, not
like
airplanes.
a firmament.
Yeah, well, I can talk about megacriometeors. They're a mystery to science, and none of you guys can come up with a decent explanation.
Why
Better
would
than
you
them falling off a piece of glass.
Wait, hang on, Per. Why would we need to come up with a decent explanation for you to question your assumption that it has to do with the firmament?
I just think that's exactly where it's coming from. To come with the other evidence, Libyan desert glass, tektites,
And so you,
strewn fields. I mean, like
so
there's a
you
whole.
don't
I have like
question
a
this belief.
ton of.
You just tie another shoestring to another piece of supposed evidence on a corkboard, and then assume that it all has to do with this constructed theory by somebody named Lord Stephen.
Well,
Christ.
there's also a whole synchronistic is God. Synchronicity is God. You notice how, does anybody else notice how the first question I ask the guest is, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that? He tells us he believes that we're in a spherical firmament because of contrails and a guy named Lord Stephen Christ. And then when I finally get there, oh, by the way, the poll spoke. That's why he's gone. Thank you guys for voting in the poll. But when we finally get to a different question, he's just like, oh, well, it's God. It was nauseating.
Well, good evening, everybody. That was a wild start.
Right. Good evening, Blake. Sorry you didn't get to get a question in on that one.
Just a fun fact. Those ice meteors he was talking about, apparently there's a planetary geologist in Spain who pioneered research into it and the rainwater.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Fascinating. Hey there, Cliff. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Clifton? Did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess by the sound of clicking that Clifton is not near his mic and doesn't realize he joined. He can certainly try again, though, if he is open to having his beliefs questioned. And that goes for anybody else who has a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that. If you can question your beliefs, well, then go ahead and request Anna. That is what we are doing.
I wonder if Lord Stephen Christ turned water into Bud Light.
I thought that was Craig Christ.
Might have been Bob Christ.
Figure out if that was a manic episode or satire? I can't decide. It was like too calm. I don't know. Wild.
I'm going to try not to make any assumptions, but, I hope he gets some sleep and maybe he can try again another time. Hello,
Sorry, my
Kat.
phone. I got a phone call.
You missed all the
Oh,
serious question and answers. And all the...
Yeah, I know. I was so sad when I got much, and we know this. I really did have to answer it, but
Questioning.
Tyler and I have this joke that we tell between ourselves about when our phones ring, and the joke is, why is my phone ringing? How dare this person be calling me at this time of the day? And it doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It
Just
could
an
be
inappropriate time.
Yeah, any time is an
It's
inappropriate time. Yeah, any time is an inappropriate time to call my phone. Don't ever do it.
Anytime somebody comes up to me and asks me about anything, I sit there and say, first of all, how dare you even talk to me? Like in person at all, ever.
Dare you?
The indignation there. How dare you talk to me?
I mean, it's the privilege they think they have. That gets me.
Before we do bring up a new guest, I gotta make sure if I didn't already, thank you, Philly Red, Robot, Heather, Amoria, and 96. You are all amazing. Thank you so much. But we do have a couple of people in queue, and I think this one might be the next step. Hello, Harvest Tarot. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
And everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you. Can I get your age?
Alrighty, I'm just checking in. Just here to listen. I like the topic.
Oh, just here to listen. I was asking your age. If you're here to join.
I'm 29.
Are you open to having your beliefs questioned?
Yes, I am.
Can you question your own beliefs?
Yeah. Actually, I have been questioning them, and I like to listen to other people, and like to be open-minded and assemble that construct, I guess.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it?
Well, I kind of believe in more a nameless face. I have Christian back roots, but I got into tarot reading 12 years ago, and I'm local, mostly. I don't really believe in... Oh, I have two contradictions there, I suppose, because Christianity is kind of a conformist. I believe like a conformist construct, if I'm using the right vocabulary there. Whereas Wiccan is, the polar opposite according to that belief. So the only name that I could really give what I believe in is eclectic. So I just believe in just energy. It's only a physical thing proven by science, but I do believe in a nameless face, if that makes sense.
What is energy?
Well, energy, all I know is, for one, factually speaking, and the physical is proven by science, of course.
You keep saying that, but I didn't ask you, is
Energy. It's a really good question, a very deep question. Well, I think energy is like the feeling in the room, and I think it is what you wake up to, that that feeling that you have that makes your day good or bad is basically energy. Like
you said earlier that energy was something proven by science, but now you're saying it's a feeling in the room. Is a feeling.
Well, I know it to be a feeling, but what I've seen, I guess the wrong verbal word is proven. So what I've seen, social media and stuff like that, that's what I mean by that.
I'm a little lost now. So you're saying that energy is the feeling in the room, but that it's not proven by science now?
Yeah, I don't know if it's tangible. Yeah, I don't know if it's tangible. I don't know if it's been very tangible to anybody else, but I mean, I'm just kind of guessing, because we're talking about belief. And belief, is just kind of adopted by society. That's what belief is, so.
Something adopted by society.
Yeah, that's why I think so.
So it has nothing to do with the individual. Do you choose your beliefs, or is it because of your society?
Well, I take everybody else's beliefs and my life experience, and then that molds my beliefs. So, like, I mean, it's
Everybody
like,
else's beliefs. Why does that help you to determine what you should believe?
well, it's beginning with an open mind and then preference, and then you adopt a belief, and then belief turns into habit and turns into
Preference.
everything. So
So
that's yeah.
preference. Why are you inserting preference into there? Should you just believe what you prefer to believe?
That's kind of how I got through my life. I just believe what I prefer to believe, and I listen to everybody else.
Does it
And
matter to you if you
guidance if they're not true? That's what I look for. I look for a straight path, like some sort of
Why do you
straightening of the
assume there
path.
should be some guidance if your beliefs are not true? How would you determine they weren't without the guidance?
How would I determine that my beliefs are not true without the guidance?
Yes.
Was that the question? Okay. Well, how would I determine? I'm sorry. I'm trying to comprehend that question.
It's more of a how could you, right? Can you think of a way that you could determine your beliefs are untrue or true, absent guidance?
That's a hard question, and that's actually very hard for me to comprehend that one. No, I feel like metaphorically speaking, I guess I feel that a ship without a sail water.
What's the
So I do
sail?
feel like I need to have guidance. Guidance
Sail
is
is
a sail.
guidance.
Yeah.
So you need guidance to even move.
Yes. That's how I felt pretty much.
Why do you need guidance to move?
Well, I feel that like guidance helps with decision making, and I feel like it helps with comfort. And so what you're comfortable with, you accept, and then you move forward with it. So, I mean, like, say you have a group of friends that like you're comfortable with, and that's just like human communication, right? So you are as an individual.
Why would you do that? Is that really formulating yourself as an individual, or is that
well,
mirroring?
parts, like parts that the that yourself finds appealing. So, like, say they like the color yellow, and I like the color yellow, but I could also like black, and they could like yellow and blue, you see, so it makes different people. But that's how I feel like I form my identity in that way.
So your identity is a mosaic of the people you enjoy being around in life, pieces of their viewpoints. Why? I'm sorry, are those unquestionable things, though? If you say you believe in your version of a faceless God, is that because it fits with your social group? Or is that because you have some good reason to believe it?
It's because the reason why I'm not very set, like dead set on a belief system, is because there's so many diverse different belief systems.
I'm not asking why you're not set on one. I'm asking why you're set on what you are set on, which is that there is some
Wow, that's a good question. That's a good question. I feel like there's always something there. I do. I feel like there's always something there.
What
And
does that mean, something?
well, I can't always, I mean, it's something that's like not tangible. I mean, like going back to like energy, you know, I mean, you can have a good day or a bad day. And sometimes it feels like the things that happen like during the day
Energy
kind of
was just
feel,
emotions in the room. Wasn't that what you said?
well, yeah, yeah. Well, no, I was saying, oh, okay. It's hard to keep up with. You got so many good questions, and I'm so,
Answer them without
these
really being,
these are really good questions.
yeah,
So I'm trying to
you're
keep
not
up with
trying to be
all of them.
dishonest, and I appreciate that.
Okay. So what was that question again that you
Well,
asked me just now?
just now it was just verifying what energy is.
Yeah, energy to me is like the emotions, the feelings in the room, but also I don't know if everybody else feels like when they're having like a really, really good day, you know, sometimes it feels like an external force is kind of guiding you through that day. But I mean, also it goes for when you're having a really bad day, you know, and like you're just like, why the hell is this day so bad? Sometimes it feels like it's not all of your doing, it's something higher, you know.
It feels like, so sometimes it feels like something higher is at play in the happenings of your life.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, because sometimes it feels like something higher is at play, you assume that there is a faceless God I'm sorry, you think it created things and influences.
Yes. Well,
Why?
influences. I'm not so sure about the origin of
Okay.
things, but yeah.
Why do you think that there is some influencing God? If, well, I guess I should ask, do you accept that these same occurrences could be explained by chance or um, the some non-magical, non-godlike explanation?
Yeah, I do. At times, I've had experiences that were truly bizarre, and there's those talks about like spiritual intervention, and then on the other hand, there are things that I've heard where it has to do with like psychological hallucinations, and so I consider both. And while being open-minded, I feel is good for me in a way. It kind of is like kind of feels like you're floating, trying to just kind of piece together a stable belief system, but because of all the noise, it's hard to get somewhere.
Why do you need to have some sort of belief system? Like, like, is this necessary?
Well, I don't really. I guess to me, in a way, it does feel necessary because I've always had a fear of, I guess, falling, you know, like into chaos. And so I feel like I always need some reason to feel a sense of
What
stability.
what about this gives you stability? You were just talking about how it's like, um, it's from the description you gave, super stable.
It sounded dizzying.
Yeah. So
Well,
how does it also bring stability?
I guess I'm a I don't know. In my mind, it does, but I guess it sounds like sheer chaos.
It does a little bit, yeah. Right, but like you're already living in chaos,
That's
so
right.
it seems like it would almost be more stable to ditch the belief system and like. No, what I'm saying is, from what you've said, it sounds like you're accomplishing the opposite of what you say you want to accomplish.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Not often do we love like just the giggles like this, because it's usually not. But that was like a giggle of realization, and I liked it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you have a really good point. Yes, it's a really good question. I'm getting a lot of good questions and good answers and responses. So that's great.
So, are you okay? Does this belief system make you feel comfortable?
Chaos, and so
you're looking for some order.
Yeah, I'm looking for order where I feel like I've never really had it, you know. So I mean, I have answers that I guess are just sound structured to me, but because of just I guess how I grew.
I know what real structure is. Hold on, I have to mute for a second.
Yeah, in essence, you know, I mean, in a practical sense, you know, like a tangible sense, I know what structure is. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I guess in an emotional, spiritual sense, I don't.
What is belief even? Oh, what a perfect moment for that. Thank you very much, 96 and Dakota. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. What is this belief accomplishing for you? What is it doing?
Well, I feel like, I mean, I've always said that I'm a strong person, and so I just feel like, I guess, embracing, you know, like the fear of not failing. I mean, the fear of failing isn't really, like, I guess, in my opinion, present in me. Like, so I've always just thought, you know, the open-mindedness and just embracing and surrendering to the chaos has kept me strong, I guess.
Is it surrendering to the chaos to absorb facets of all the beliefs you hear about?
Well, yeah, I guess my fear is fear of forming a set belief and then being, I guess I'm trying to find the right word for this, but the only word I can think of is ignorant of what I'm missing. You know, because like I'm like, okay, look a little bit over here to see if there's any valuable information.
Or can you just say I don't know?
Oh, it's hard for me to say I don't know.
Why?
And that's actually the difficulty, really. That's the difficulty for me.
Why?
Oh man. I really think it's just been all the things that I've been through. I think it's hard for me to say that I don't know. You know, because I mean,
is it uncomfortable? Is it like
it's
what about it?
Yeah, so, it's uncomfortable.
Ask me I don't know. Ask me any obscure little piece of knowledge about any obscure little piece of knowledge, right?
Okay.
Ask me if
What
I believe
is
in God.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, do
better.
you? Yep.
I don't know. Do you want to know why I don't know?
No, no, nope.
You don't. You don't want to know why I don't know?
No, no, no. I do, I do,
Oh.
I do want to know why you don't know.
I don't know because it is unknowable.
Yeah, and that's kind of that's where I have to get to. I have to get to saying it's okay. You
It is,
know,
but
and the
so
thing
that's
is
what I'm
that
trying to. That's what I'm trying to tell you is if it's unknowable, then you can't be expected to know.
yes,
Hard time saying I don't know, especially about like God or whatever spirituality. Just remember, like it's unknowable, so you can't. Nobody can expect you to know.
yeah. I also think it's yeah. I don't like to appear vulnerable. You know, and I feel like lack of knowledge makes me appear vulnerable in a way.
Do you
Do
think?
you think
I think all of us thought the same thing at the same time. Go ahead,
Do you
Kat.
think being wrong is better than not knowing? Like, do you think you feel appear less vulnerable if you're wrong?
That's another hard question. Do you think?
And I'm not
Okay,
saying that you are wrong. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that. I'm just like,
no, I'm just thinking about a question.
real quick, Thrayle, did you have that same question in mind?
So is being wrong better than not knowing?
Something like that.
I think
Same.
I think I would have a better time being wrong than not knowing.
why? I'm sorry. I'm just always shocked when people say this.
It's like sets me into like a fight or flight for chaos, like I was saying earlier. But
Very
I mean,
honest answer.
So
yeah,
for
but
you, it's about comfort. You are more comfortable knowing something untrue, something wrong, than
yeah,
not
yeah,
or
and
admitting you
kind of
don't
like
know.
knowing something private, like privately,
It's about
like
having an answer versus not having an answer.
yeah,
So,
yeah, exactly.
so what if? So wouldn't it feel vulnerable when you have a conversation with someone who is more knowledgeable in their belief set, and they go to ask you questions and they back you into a corner, where eventually you do have to get to an I don't know? Wouldn't that be more vulnerable than to just start with I don't know?
Yep. Yeah, that would be a vulnerable situation, but yeah, but like I said, I'm here to listen to everybody, and I reckon there are people in the chat that are certainly more knowledgeable than me in some areas, so I'm hotboxing myself in this chat, but I just say I like it. It's very interesting.
Do you think a confident not knowing can be argued with? Like if you ask me something and I say I don't know, can anybody argue with you or tell you you're wrong?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think if I were sitting in a room with a bunch of people and I said, and you asked me if the world was flat or the, and then I was sitting in a room with 5 different people. Yeah,
And I
I
said
mean,
I don't know, you could tell me I was wrong?
no, I couldn't tell you. I can't tell you. Yeah, I'm not a geographer there. So.
So whenever it comes to that, Kat has a really good point there, because when it comes to just saying I don't know, wouldn't it seem like it's a more stronger position than to just come up with an answer. Because even the most, I'm just going to leave it there. Wouldn't it be a stronger position?
Well, I think that I have to relax into that position for sure because it goes back to my upbringing. Like to my parents, I could never say I don't know or just go quiet. I always had to have an answer. And so it kind of hurt my self-esteem a lot to not just give an answer. So it's hard for me to say I don't know because I feel like if people like I guess the value that I have is like I want to help people, like I want to be a good support for them. And I feel like I would be, I guess, unreliable if I just said, like I don't know. And then just went quiet. I also kind of get the fight or flight response, like I'm afraid I'm gonna get badgered out, like my parents.
I don't like to give advice, but I'm going to give it now. Whenever it comes to the I don't know, the best response you can give to someone whenever they try to back into a corner is saying, I don't know, and neither do you. Because it gives you a strong position. It gives you a strong stance. And they then have to seek ground because of the fact that they have to recognize that they also do not know.
That's a very, very good point, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll take that advice. Thank you.
I appreciate
Thrayle.
No, I appreciate that. I think it is. He says, I do not think it wise to say I know a thing I do not know.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
Yeah.
other thing about the I don't know is it leaves you nothing but possibilities to learn. If you take a stance on something or form some belief system that is built around things that are unknowable, you close yourself off to learning things that might be like maybe are knowable, because you have taken a hard stance on something.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? This conversation actually makes me kind of look back on things because I know that when I have given answers, even like typically really, really, just short answers to things that I don't know out of, I guess, fear, or that even like um, the short answers that I give for things that I don't know about could be unreliable and actually, yeah. So
Can I
yeah.
ask you a quick question?
Yep.
It might feel off topic, but I think you'll get where I'm going. Do you play Taroki?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you play Taroki?
Taroki?
Yeah.
No.
Can
No,
you
I
tell
don't.
me what Taroki is?
No, I cannot. Nope.
Do you know the origins of tarot? I did.
I never heard of Taroki.
He did say Cherokee, yes.
Taroki. I was like happy teriyaki or something. Oh yeah, the origins of tarot. Yeah, that's interesting.
Do you
And
know
no,
the
I
origins?
actually didn't study that deep. No, I did not.
Mm-hmm. So you could say you don't know.
I can say I don't know.
There you go. You might look into it if you're gonna use tarot, and I would ask. Though I don't want to go down a whole new rabbit hole of belief. I think we have another guest waiting. But do you think that the tarot that you do is tapping into something mystical, supernatural? Or is it just a way to, a tool to reflect, to introspect?
A tool to introspect, in my opinion, the way that I sorry, let me just think for a couple minutes so I don't, let me think of a good answer, a fluid answer so I don't stutter. I feel like it's one part. I think it's half and half. I think it's half spirit.
I wonder if you might look into it, look into the origins of it and the studies that may or may not have been done on the efficacy.
Yeah. I think I'll go back to some years ago. I've been doing
You
this
learned
for
the
12 years.
lore, right? You learned the what each card kind of means, or a story in which they can, a story in which they can be used to remember their meaning. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, nowadays I was sitting with a girl that I met going out once, and she was asking me about the tarot, and I just picked up the 75 deck and went card by card, like freaking so.
That would be like the way people use it to interpret now. Sometimes you might look into who decided how to interpret it, and I'd be curious what you find. But I appreciate you coming up and answering questions and really trying to engage in this exercise honestly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I hope to. I followed the page, so I'll listen in.
I hope you keep asking questions. Take care, Harvester.
Alrighty.
And brush up on your...
Well, I mean, if she looks into the origins, she'll find it and maybe correct me on something.
See.
Oh, we did have a guest waiting, but I guess they disappeared. Oops. Well, it's a good opportunity to thank Dakota 96 again for knocking another gift goal out of the park. You guys rock. Thank you. A religious dream.
Oh. Somewhat religious dream.
Philly sounds like she just woke up from one.
No.
Well, it was somewhat religious. It was the idea that the afterlife is objects within a house that this god that people always fight over is the caretaker of. And each object is somebody's afterlife. And
This god sounds almost like the jar keeper.
Yeah, this sounds
it
like
would
a
be the
real
jar keeper.
fantasy I would definitely binge watch.
The jar keeper?
Whatever Hammy's dream was.
Oh, okay. No, yeah.
Keeper 2, that would be awesome, actually.
He also had a friend who would constantly argue with him.
The jar keeper would only be interesting if you could see what was happening inside the jar, like inside the brains inside the jars. If it was just the jar keeper, that would not be interesting at all.
Well, I feel like it would be like a floor in the severed insurance company figured it out. So now they have to like Truman show them.
It did give me the idea to create a collection of short stories about each object.
Cheaper. Haven't written a story in a long time. The inspiration hasn't sparked, but that's a good one. Thank you guys.
A jar keeper, the one who maintains all the conditions.
Yeah, hold me up. The one that makes you cold. If a jar breaks, they make sure it's handled in a timely manner.
For how long?
Eternity, I suppose. It's like the jar keeper is like a duty that is passed down.
Because he went on vacation.
God doesn't take vacations, does he? Apparently this one does.
He goes away on business, according to Tom Waits.
I have to do a lava check soon.
Well, you do that lava check, and I'm going to remind everybody to tap the screen, share the live. Don't forget to hit the repost button if you haven't already. That'll put it out. Can question their beliefs. Might stumble through and request on a $38,000 likes. And that's amazing, guys. You guys are fucking amazing.
That's awesome. It's just been like pouring out of the event for like 2 days now. No fountains.
It's oozing lava, not
It is
not fountaining.
Not fountaining. So it's not even erupting yet. So technically this is precursory eruption activity. It's not.
On Discord earlier was still impressive. It was
So much lava is coming out. Yeah, it's just like oozing all this lava out, and like I can't. That's why I'm like I can't believe there's no fountains yet. Like usually when it does this, it fountains sooner than this.
Is my music too spooky tonight?
I don't hear it.
Yeah, I have not heard the frogs. What have you done to our frogs?
Are you eating them now?
You get frogs.
I wouldn't. Hello, Bumpa. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm guessing maybe they were offended on behalf of the frogs. But I'll drop you down. Don't worry. You can request back up if you meant to
How dare you, Blake?
Eating invasive species is a time-honored. Just ask the Nutria.
So earlier, PK Heathen said to me in the chat when I came up and then left, he was like, "Come back when you have frogs." I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for the frogs now. What have you done to them?
There is no way I could possibly get rid of all the frogs. Just like I'm just in a space, there are no frogs, which seems impossible, but it's not.
Maybe that means the eruption's about to be crazy, and they know it's coming.
Treat cat ass also.
We have a guest. Bernard, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes. I'm a newcomer. I just was, surfing and came across your podcast, and it's so intriguing. And I'm somewhat.
Can I get your age?
Quagmire. 70.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher?
Somebody in a and it's seemed like an illusion or it just I heard the term unknowable, and that's intriguing. I guess that's best summarized where I fall on this. It's going somewhere, but it's unknown, and I just seem bewildered. And I would like to have some certainty, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
I definitely can't offer you certainty, but in there at all.
Go ahead.
So you said that you know that it's going somewhere. You just don't know where. And I guess I would have claim that as knowledge.
Well, I just feel like we are living in a state staying the same. It's like if you step your foot into water that is running, you can never what's really the purpose of the movement. And to me, it just gives me such ambiguous, belief system. It's just totally unknown. I don't know, and who does know? So it's a sense of unfulfillment. It's a sense of bewilderment. It's a sense of confusion. And yet, in this confusion, there has to be order because everything has a duality to it.
Why does there have to be order?
Maybe I'm just, focusing too much on one side, and I'm trying to find the balance between knowing and not knowing and coexisting with what really does exist instead of some fictitious concept. Are you picking up my vibes?
Oh goodness, Bernard. I hear what you're saying, but when you say picking up my vibes or resonating with the frequency, I don't mean to scoff at you. I just always ask.
You know what he's laying down through?
Yeah, I always ask people what they mean by each one of those words, so it was kind of a barrage. But I get you. You're saying that you're in a state of unknown. You assume that there's a duality, and so there must be some order to the chaos, but you don't know how to identify it, and you think that that might be the thing it's leading towards or going towards, the closest thing to what you might now identify as godlike. Is that fair, Bernard, or did I add?
That's a surface interpretation, and you're headed in the right direction. I'm just trying to go within whereby has any meaning to it. What I'm saying is the true
You're
self.
getting more poetic. Can you try to meditate? I can usually follow poetic, but when it gets too heavy, I'm gonna have to start asking many clarifying questions to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt you too much.
Well, the only certainty that I know is that I'm breathing, that I'm here and now. This moment, I can't, speak of anything that is ahead of me, or I cannot really understand what is behind me. All I trying to make peace with is the reality as I perceive it.
You
But
don't know
is
what.
it is a perception, or is it an illusion?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really substance, or is it fictitious?
Mm-hmm.
There is.
Does it matter?
That's a good question. Does it matter, Bernard, if it is substance or illusion or perception or reality? Does it matter if it's what you have?
Well, it matters in the sense that I'm here and now, because this too shall pass away.
Of it change.
Right. Everything. The only certainty in life is change, and what that
Right.
change is.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
bit
But
of process going here.
if the so let's say reality is not as we're perceiving it, right? Does that change the experience we have of it?
Does that make it an illusion? And if it is an illusion, then is the experience real?
Does it matter? Because your experience is going to be the same regardless of of what it is, because this is the experience that we have.
Right. And I'm not trying to be contrary or contest what you are saying.
I'm
just
not
trying to
either.
I just want a more deeper and more clarity in my feelings, because my feelings are real and we feel what we feel.
Feelings. Go ahead, Hammy.
Let me try to see if I can clear this up. Would you acknowledge that if this reality is real, or if it's just an illusion, that in both cases it would function the exact same way?
Well, that's where lies the duality. We are here, but we really are not here, because we are constantly shifting.
But Bernard,
Well, try to simplify it a little more, because my mind is
not a
headed
problem.
in another direction, and I want you to bring it back.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So, if we are living in an illusion, or if we're living in reality, do you think either one would? Do you think they would function the same, or do you think they would function different?
Same, because it's
Awesome.
all one.
So what Kat was trying to get to is that since the way it functions and the way we perceive that function would remain the same regardless if it's real or if it's not, then what does it matter to know if it's real or not?
The only thing that really matter is our observation of that question. That's what makes it real or not. And it could be a permanent understanding of what reality is. It just is. Nobody really know. That's the one unknowable. I guess I'm trying to ask you something that I don't know, and possibly you may not know, but yet we can come to
let me
some conclusion.
I'll give you my answer to that, right? Because ultimately, I don't know if what I am experiencing around me is real. I don't know if my eyes, like, this could be an illusion. I cannot know, like, all this. I could be a brain in a vat. However, the fact that I'm experiencing something, and the fact that there are rules to what I'm experiencing, does not change. I continue acting as if it is real because it doesn't change my perception of it, regardless. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I concur.
Yeah. So, to me, it ultimately doesn't matter if I am wrong that what I'm experiencing is real or not. We could find out 100% factual evidence that we are just a brain in a vat. And that would not change anything because everything I do is still controlled by everything, like the rules and logic within the way I live.
And I guess we have no choice in the matter, be the factors that we are contending with. We have to create our own reality in this little so-called world that we are living in, but at the same time, there is more to this world than what meets the eyes. I what is, but what is not. And I think what we know in comparison to what we don't know is immensely, and it we can't hold a candle to what we don't know. But
You
at the
said
same
that
time, we have to extrapolate out of the unknown and bring it into a tangible, workable experience moment by moment.
just a few seconds ago, you had said something along the lines of the fact that, and I lost it. You said something about things outside of what we like this world is.
Absolutely.
How did you come to that understanding?
I come to that understanding because that is my reality. You know, we only see what's in front of us, but we cannot see what's behind us. And I know, let me just speak for myself. I know I have tunnel vision, but there's so much in my peripheral view that just is a speck of what's really there. And And the more I see, the more I come to understand that there's so much more to be seen. Now, how do I find the comfort of adjusted to what I perceive to be reality? Because it may be totally out of pocket with what reality really is. So everything that I learn is through observation or through the influence of someone else. But am I observing um, properly, or am I being taught, conditionally? So it's always, if you got an in, you got an out. You got an up, you have an eye. This is a duality, and there's so much more to it than what we are If
You
that
made
makes
the
sense.
I I can somewhat follow you, right? Um, but you'd sit there and made mention about how you have tunnel vision, that you don't tend to see things in your peripheral. So, what? Why do you think that is?
I I would have to say it's there for a reason. I don't know. Is it magical thinking or just wishful thinking? Or is it coming out of reality, getting out of the matrix? Am I breaking free or reaching a higher frequency or going to another dimension? This reality, but yet is there unseen reality that is actually more affluent than what I am experiencing in this temporal realm? Now, I know what I'm feeling because feelings, they are so changeable, and I'm just trying to keep up with a sanity portion of it that I can coexist and be at some type of balance in this chaotic lifestyle.
Are you familiar with Plato's cave?
No, I'm not.
Well, that's attributed to him, at least. Where he talks about how you have these prisoners that are chained up in a cave. There's a fire behind, and somebody who brings shadow puppets in front of that fire, and all these prisoners are staring at the wall and watching the shadow puppets. They give them names. They give them these shadow puppets. Well, one of those prisoners breaks free, and he goes and he sees exactly what it is. And when he turns back to the other prisoners to tell them, they find him mad and crazy, and so they have custody.
Hello?
Hammy just decided to abandon you mid-analogy.
Well, he's out there somewhere. And I hope he finds himself
I'm
if I
here.
cannot.
I am here. I was with the customer.
Staring at shadow puppets on the wall. Go ahead, Hammy.
Okay, come on with it.
So whenever they, like I said, whenever he came back and he was explained to them, just beyond what they could see, they find him mad because that's all they've ever known is that wall that had the shadow puppets, and they are terrified of like going to look for themselves. And Plato's understanding behind this is that whenever you philosophy can help you understand and look at reality in a different perspective and get you to where you can break free of this narrow way of looking at things, thinking about things. God dang, this is the second person in a row I'm giving advice to. I would recommend. Look, I try, as I said with the last case, I try not to give advice. I try to just ask questions. But I would recommend looking into some philosophy and understanding and finding different perspectives and seeing if you can't, even just a little, to include the rest of what you see around.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know that it needs to be widened, and I appreciate your input. I just, at this point in time, what do you think about a confused person in a confused world on the edge to confusion? Do you think there's any merits in that?
A confused person in a confused matrix? Is that what you said?
In a confused world only adds to the confusion.
That is true.
Okay, well,
What are
how
you
can the
confused
blind
about,
lead
Bernard?
the blind?
Are you just confused about the nature of existence, the existence of God, your own? Like it sounds like you have a lot of questions, but it also sounds like you've made a lot of assumptions. Do you question your assumptions, Bernard?
Well, what else do I have to question? Because we can only assume. Who can know for certain? And when I first came on, I'm not the same person that I am now because everything is moving. I was just recently on a cruise and I was looking out at the ocean. And what really struck me is that this water is moving. Where is it going? Where is it coming from? What is it all about? These are the kind of questions that are deep. And we can only see the tip of the iceberg, but below the surface, it may be miles deep. Who can know? Uh, so we are living in a time of uncertainty, unparalleled uncertainty, and
Unparalleled uncertainty. Are you certain?
unparalleled. In
Are
other
you
words,
certain that
there
our
are two
certain
sides
are
of.
are you certain that our uncertainty now is unparalleled?
Well, the only thing I'm certain about is that every pancake has two sides, and
How
they
are you
got to be
certain of
certain.
that? Couldn't it have a third side? I mean, if it is three-dimensional, it sounds to me like a pancake might also have a
Well,
rim.
then we are stepping into the unknown realm. If that does exist, then we have
Here's
to
the
say that
problem,
real
Bernard. I
exists.
think what it sounds like is that a pancake might even be a sandwich. It has layers,
Have you ever seen a
It is
Japanese pancake?
what it is. Say again.
Have you ever seen a Japanese pancake? It has a very
If it has,
That might
well,
tell us about the nature
we can
of
put.
pancake, and
You
it
can
might
make the
even tell us
pancake
that a
however you
pancake,
want it, but if it got
Bernard,
one side, we know for certain it
it
has another
sounds
side. I
right.
never seen
And if
a
it has
triangle
another
pancake.
side, then it might even be described as a sandwich, because anything layered or describable as layered is a sandwich. So pancakes.
Okay.
No
I can
sandwiches.
buy into that because there's got to be something in the middle in order to get to the other side, but yet that is all oneness. So everything I think or I want to know is already known. I just
How
not aware
how
of it.
how how do you know that it is already known, Bernard? That sounds like a knowledge claim.
Yeah, I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but
No, I didn't say
if
oxymoron. I said it sounded like a knowledge claim, a thing you claim to know, that everything that you could want, you know, what you don't know
well,
is already known.
well, there's more in this life other than me, and I may not know, but someone else may know. We have to leave the door open if we are going to travel. We just can't live behind closed doors. So what I don't know, that doesn't mean that someone else doesn't know.
But does it mean they do? Does it mean someone somewhere must know if you don't know? Should you be certain that a knowledge is known by an unknown knower?
I don't know if we can be certain about anything. That's why it's assumptions and speculation and theories. We are um, just here, just trying so much, in the hereafter. but yet the only thing I know that it is all oneness. In other words, there's only one time, and that time is now. It's only one place, and that place is here, where I am. So these are the certainties that I can relate to, the tangibles that my senses make me familiar with. But there's so many things that I don't know that is unfamiliar, and I cannot conclude that they don't exist because just like the pancake, it's got one side, it has another side, even though it may be considered to be a sandwich.
It's always a sandwich, Bernard, and that's not a knowledge claim, that's that too.
I question everything, even myself, and that's why I am where I am now. I'm still in a quagmire.
I'm gonna let Cat in a vat see if she'd like to put you in a jar, but otherwise, I don't have any more questions.
Where is here? Like you said, the only place is here, and does that mean like where are the rest of us at?
In the same moment, there's only one moment, and there's only one here, and that's now, and that's where we all are in the nowness of this moment.
Okay,
In the
Thrayle, I
nowness of
concede.
the moment. The poetry is deep with this one.
Are people in the house?
Yeah, no, he.
Oh no,
But I don't think everyone else is following. Go ahead.
I don't take it personal. You get in trouble when you just get too wrapped up around the axle with your emotions and your feelings, because that's all they are, is just an illusion. We say we feel this, but do we really feel what we think we feel?
Do we feel what we think we feel? Do we know what we know we know? Do we believe what we believe we believe?
Absolutely. Now you got it.
Absolute uncertainty.
If we tautology our tautologies, it becomes super tautologies.
Gifters.
I'd like your creativity and and look, I know this is something that I have to figure out. It's not something that someone else can answer for me, and I'm just having fun with it, with the known and the unknown, because it's all the same. It's from the same source, and we all just one. In essence, this is our playground, and we have to make the best of it, and we gonna have to stay here until we die. So why not enjoy the journey, the ride, and nobody know when
And
our
keep asking
ticket number is
questions,
gonna be
right,
called.
Bernard? And keep asking questions. Make fewer assumptions. And
Well, that's all I have in my assumptions, are just questions.
I hear that.
I'm full of questions, and
I don't need to speak past you. I need to thank Duricius, Cat in the Vat, Philly Red,
well,
Jim. Hang on, I gotta thank Jim. I gotta thank Cat the Witch. I've gotta thank Amoria and Hannah 96 and anybody else from a private account who might have helped with that gift goal. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you all so much. But Bernard, I don't really have any more questions for you. So I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you answering the questions that you have.
And I appreciate what y'all are doing, because it is helping immensely. Even those that think they are not being helped, just by listening, I think we all are gaining a valuable experience. So thank you for being who you are and doing what you're doing. And y'all have a good night.
That was so nice.
I really liked him. he's got a lot of questions. He does have a few assumptions he can, I think, even question, though.
Thrayle, is bacon a sandwich?
Bacon is a sandwich, absolutely.
What layers are in the bacon?
Are you kidding me?
There's
Yeah.
like a layer of like flesh. I
It's
don't
like
know
he's
if
never
that's what you
seen
want to call
bacon
it.
before.
We got
Cat,
fresh bacon last
Cat.
night.
No, Cat. I don't hear the frogs. You said you had frogs.
Well,
I don't hear them.
hold on. I don't really hear them either, actually. But I'm at home now, so I should have frogs. Hold on. I don't know where I don't know what Tyler did with the frogs. I haven't been home all day.
What if we're
You're gonna have to ask
floating
him.
home and just frog disappearance? That's weird.
All I know is
I should
Cat made
spooky
big
up the
promises
music a
in the
little
comments.
more.
You should. Because Cat said in the comments she had frogs.
Well, I
Here
thought
she
I
is,
did.
frogless.
The frogs were a tulpa all along.
I hear them. They're
The
here.
frogs
How do
in
you
the
not
room
hear
with
them?
you right now?
Well, no, but my window's down, and so they're
Are the
outside
frogs
somewhere.
really here, Cat?
I don't know. Do I exist? Am I here? If I'm here, if I don't exist, do the frogs exist?
I just wanted the music to settle in while you were asking them. What do you think?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cat. Do you see Question the Questioner up there? You're being questioned right now.
If you can't identify existence, how can you exist?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What is
You got
non-existence?
it. Well, if you can't identify existence, how do you identify non-existence?
The music makes this sound way heavier than this is.
Well, sometimes if one aspect of like a duality makes more sense to you, you can kind of explore. So I was just probing if you have
Right,
like a more solid formation of like non-existence versus existence.
I don't think non-existence is the same thing as I don't think trying to characterize non-existence as the same thing as trying to characterize what existence is not.
Well, we do have a guest that might exist. Salty, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I am.
You am what?
There is no God above me.
So you don't believe there's a God?
No, I do believe there's a source.
What does that mean, source?
The beginning of existence.
Do you believe it has a mind, an intention, sets a purpose?
With intention with me, yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do you believe that there's a source with intention for you?
Because it exists within me.
What does that mean, it exists within you? You okay?
I'm okay.
What does it mean for the source of existence to exist within you?
That's how everything carries out.
What do you mean by that? That's how everything carries out.
Yeah, source is within everybody, honestly.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Okay, so what do you think?
What I think or believe doesn't really matter to the conversation, Salty. Do you see the first question up there, the big one?
I can question my beliefs.
Yeah? What does that mean to you?
Everything is everything.
What I meant was, what does questioning your beliefs mean to you?
Even one thing. If that's what that is.
That's not what that is. The question I'm asking is, in any belief that you hold, anything you consider belief, what does it mean to question it?
I don't ever question myself.
You don't ever question your beliefs?
Not myself.
Why?
Because how would I be true to myself?
How can you be true to yourself if you don't question?
I mean, I question it every fucking day. But I am.
What does that mean?
Me, you, everybody in this panel is source.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
We have the power.
We have what power?
All power.
Can you tell me what that means? We have all power.
Can you manifest for yourself?
I don't know what you mean by that, Salty, and I don't know how that
You don't
answers
know
my
how to
question.
manifest?
I don't know what you mean by manifest, Salty, and again, my opinions, my beliefs, those don't matter to you. Questioning your beliefs, which is what we're doing.
But they do.
How do my opinions or beliefs matter in questioning yours?
Because we are all a unit.
We are a unit.
Do you understand you have said nothing that makes any coherent sense since you've been up here?
Okay.
And there's an echo.
What I'm saying is you're using words in a way that none of us know what you mean by that.
Okay, good for you.
Okay. So, they left on their own.
Good for me, not knowing what you meant.
Right.
Because nobody else knew what you meant.
How dare y'all ask questions on a questioning panel?
It's very questionable of us.
Wait, I want to go back to questioning Cat because we caught a little bit of a hair there that got passed over. So you said that non-existence is not all that is encompassed in the opposite of existence. What do you mean by that?
I mean, no, I said non-existence um, is describing as just describing what existence is not.
The silly music's better.
So, is it a part of what it is not?
Is non-existence a part of what existence is not?
I think. I might be getting lost in my own question here.
Cat, why are you wrong?
I'm not, because I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Jim.
Good morning. Did we figure out what the qualities of existence are? Do we understand what exist talking about?
We're talking about figuring out the qualities of existence.
Oh.
We're trying to figure out what that is. And then Blake suggested that we list off the qualities of non-existence to try to help narrow down the qualities of existence. And I said we could do that, but I don't think non-existence is the same thing as what the qualities of existence are not.
Fair.
And that's where we're at.
I said I like the silly music that's playing in the background.
Non-existence is just I don't know, but I don't feel like they're the same.
Oh, I feel like that's a pivot. Nail her down, Blake. Don't think that. I don't know.
Can you be?
Can you
I don't even know where I'm going with this. So.
Okay, so Kat, if you don't know, then how can you know that it's not that? Or how can you feel it's not that?
I didn't say I knew that it wasn't the same. I said I feel like it's not the same.
But how can you feel it's not the same if you don't even know if it's the same or not?
I don't know anything. Exactly.
So then, what's the point in understanding? What's the point in the distinction at all?
Well, because if they're not the same thing, then defining non-existence is not going to help us like try to narrow down what existence is.
Before we move to the next guest, Thrayle, it's about that time of my busy day.
Oh, Hammy, appreciate you being here.
Yeah, as always, and I will continuously talk.
Until that moment. Hey, True Blue, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, thank you guys. Like a lovely discussion. Yeah, just keep it going, guys.
Well, no, I'm you're new to the panel, but what we do here is when a new guest comes up, I question their beliefs. If they're open to questioning their beliefs.
So,
are you open to questioning your beliefs?
Yes, please question.
So I need your age to start off with.
I just turned 59 the other day.
Happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that?
It's a great question, right?
You said yes in the middle of it. Can you tell me which god it is you believe in?
So I believe it's so weird, right? I was raised as a Catholic, right, from my very early age. And I've moved away from that like so many fucking times. Like it's crazy, right? Where I think that, like I'm bigger than that. And I have to come back to Jesus Christ. Like I just I just spent the last 24 hours, just so you guys know, I spent the last 24 hours trying to deal with a guy that like I met, a Scottish guy that I met in rehab in Bali, who was absolutely on the edge, right? And we've managed to bring him down.
Okay.
We've managed to bring
True
him
Blue,
down.
I'm not asking for a personal story right now.
Okay.
I'm asking about belief. And if the personal story makes a huge difference in the reasons or the I've asked you if you believed in a God and which God it is. You've told me that you were Catholic and now you're feeling the need to go back to Jesus. Can
Is
you
that,
answer
is
a
that
few
like,
questions?
so just so I know, right? Because I've kind of listened to what you guys are talking about, right?
So it's like you've been here a few days.
A few days.
Okay. So then you would know that I question the beliefs of everybody who come up on panel. And so far, what I've gotten is that you believe in Jesus, right?
Yeah, that's and like I've questioned my belief for years, right? And
Is your
I hope
belief
that's
based
okay with
on?
you guys. I hope that's okay
Is it
with
okay
you.
if you let us ask you questions instead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Just going off. So do you have you know it front to back? So do you believe every word, every story is true and literal?
I believe that all the stories in the Bible have some basis in truth. I don't know if it's like it's written way after everything happened, so I don't know for a fact if it is. Maybe you know better than me, but yeah, like I do. I like I need to believe. I need
Why
to
do
believe.
you need to believe, True Blue?
Yeah, I need to believe,
Why?
right? Because there is nothing else, right? Like I wake up every morning thinking I'm gonna fucking hang myself.
Well, that's not. That's not really a TikTok friendly way to speak about something like that.
Yeah, no. Hey, listen. For me, it's not about trying to be like.
True Blue, I need you to calm down here a little bit. We
Okay.
ask you questions about what you believe and why, but
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You expressed a desire to do something, and I think condone or need to platform a desire to self-harm. That's not what we're doing here. And it also sounds like, it sounds like there might be your consciousness or your ability to speak. So I'd like us to take a breath, let you decide if you're actually clear-headed enough to have this conversation. But if anybody else watching does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs and you're not in whatever state that was, I want to not make assumptions.
Yeah. If you're experiencing ideation, do not seek help on TikTok. Seek help of a professional.
Thank you, Blake. If anybody watching can question their beliefs and is open to having those beliefs questioned, I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I don't want a shouting match. I really just want to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it, if you even know, and if you can. Yeah, David Strange says he loves it when I say burgling gods. Well, I'm not here to burgle a god. I'm not here to. I mean, the shed is full, and there's always room for one more. But burgling it, I just want to know if you even know why you have that god. Why you assume it's even there. God was the first one to say burgling the gods. Somebody accused me of it or joked about it. Seven Lemons wrote an amazing poem about it. The shed is full. The door is not locked. The gods are afraid to leave. And from that point on, it had to be said again and again as a reminder that while, yes, it does happen from time, it's the question that you help remind you of that. And if you're up here, then maybe it's a questioning that you already are doing. I'm just asking it out loud for you.
Panelists have gone quiet here. We've been etherized.
I think they've all fallen asleep. Cat's looking for the missing frogs.
I'm just staring at this volcano stream, waiting for it to pop.
I know. It's just going. It's just oozing. I don't know what's up with it. I had a question. Oh,
You had a question, what, bro?
yeah. I don't remember who it was for or what it was. Hold on. I need to go back to the place I was inside my head.
It's the guest that was up here earlier.
Want questions. They want to be questioned. Actually want answers.
That happens a lot. That's why a lot of them try to turn the questions on me, assuming I have some answer that they can argue with, prove wrong, vindicate their own. That's why
It's
I
really
try.
strange when people try to like force beliefs on others and like force beliefs on others. Like in such a way like they force the opposite of their belief onto you just to argue with you.
Yeah, 96 Kauai 09. Kawi 09 says, selves, right? The hope that if you were questioned in the right way, your beliefs will solidify.
I got in the hot seat last night, and Thrayle uncovered some things that I did not know were there that I need to examine. It was exhilarating.
If you need a hot seat fun sometimes, you need to get with Billy's hot seat sometimes.
Philly's the one. Philly is the person. I mean, it was on the Batcolyte, but Philly asked me questions for like, I don't know, 45 minutes or so one day, and I was like, I'm taking a break from being in the hot seat. I don't need any more Phil.
Offensive and like preempting the questions, and I was like, oh, I didn't know this was here. I need to look at this.
The hot seat is hard sometimes. It's a good place to be though.
I'm just remembering that the first time I came on panel, it was to question Duragon. I don't know if you questioned me at the time.
I did. I have
You did?
notes.
You have notes?
Do you have notes on all of us?
Now I understand.
I don't have notes on everybody. I've intermittently taken notes during the lives.
Okay.
And it's been a while actually since I did. But yeah, back when Philly came on, I definitely took notes.
So ice cream,
They
you know
seemed
ice cream, right?
trivial.
You've seen ice cream?
Huh?
Ice cream, like he's friends with me and Dan. When back in the day when we were on the other app, he had a questionnaire that he would ask everybody, and he would write it down, and he had like a stack of them from everybody. And if somebody came back, he would go find the questionnaire and pull it out and reference it.
I've seen other hosts of lives do that, and I wanted to be able to remember people, but it does become overwhelming. And trying to cross-reference, remember which time they came up, did I take notes the second time? How have their beliefs changed? It's much better to just approach each guest with fresh eyes. And let it be more for them to notice the difference.
The questionnaire was great too, though. It was just basic stuff like what shape is the Earth and things like that. But
I would be very
very, very basic things that, like, they seem trivial now.
Oh, Philly, I want to ask you something, but I won't do it here. Video or song?
Oh, video.
Good or bad?
Disappointing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I had an interesting faith, my weekly deconstruction dinner with my parents. / they call it a faith talk.
Faith talk. How did faith talk go this week?
We discussed forgiveness and what it is and what the value is for forgiveness under theism and atheism, and where it holds people back and where it helps people move forward. And yeah, it was an honest, productive conversation with some interesting examples and piecing apart pieces that needed some nuance. It was good.
I have started to become annoyed when people who are theists, maybe they did, but I find it far more likely that they're saying, I used to be an atheist in place of, I used to not have a God belief.
Sorry, Kat, can you say that again?
I feel like when they say that, it's them saying we believe there were no gods. You know, I feel like it's like they're using the word incorrectly, and it's become bothersome to me. It might be a nitpicky thing, but
It still prioritizes their God that they didn't believe in instead of
exactly.
I had no belief in any gods for a while, but I think it's also like I was there, I can guide you back. And I think maybe just as some believers say, well, if you stop believing, you never believe, we should probably say, if you do believe, you never didn't believe.
See, this is what I always think. Yeah, I always think this. They say I used to be an atheist, and I don't want to say no, you didn't, because I don't know, but like also at the same time, like you probably didn't, you know, you used to not believe in a God. That's not the same thing.
So, what definition of atheist?
Bad. Oh, sorry, Philly.
So Hammy is like an atheist, right? Hammy
He
believes there are
calls
no gods.
himself a philosophical atheist.
He's an atheist. Well, so he has a hard belief that there are no gods, right?
Mm-hmm. But atheist is just a lack of belief.
No, it's without gods.
It seems to be up for debate.
Yeah, without God.
Belief
Up for
in
question.
gods.
Without the.
Really quick, I'm going to thank Fairy Dust, Philly Red 96 for the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. I wonder if anybody watching has a belief in a god, a theos, a theism.
Theism. A theos.
If you do have such a thing, then go ahead and believe your way to pressing a request button. Yep.
Go ahead and believe your way
That's what
onto the
happens.
panel.
That's what happens when I try to correct what a mush mouth. Okay, go ahead and request up if you have a belief and you're capable of questioning. We don't want to eviscerate your belief. We don't want to burgle your God. We don't want to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question that belief. Well, then, what is it, and why do you believe it?
Thrayle,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that keeping trophies of things is a sign of a sort of pride you have in the thing?
What trophies?
You know, like a shed full of gods.
It's a metaphorical shed of gods. I don't have any trophies of gods in here. I think if I had kept taking notes, then maybe I'd have trophies of gods.
Is this why you don't have a couch? Because there's so many god trophies.
There's too many gods.
Space.
Yeah, there's not a lot of floor space.
I never got to question this, and I wanted to. Why don't you have a couch?
A small house.
What do you have in the living room?
Well, no. But the living room, I mean, that's a thing. It's a small house.
Okay.
There are rooms.
There are rooms. Thanks, that clears things up. Silvino. He's actually in a metal box right now.
I am in a metal box right now. Yeah, and the metal box is the studio.
Is there? You don't have
Some
a couch in
people.
there either?
No, but I have a very comfortable chair.
I'd need like a beanbag or like a chase or something.
I wouldn't mind something like that, or a hammock even.
Oh, you could totally hang a hammock up there. Hammocks are this shit. Sometimes I do this from the hammock. I'll like take a pillow and a blanket up there and get all cozy in the hammock and look at the stars and talk about God.
Heidi asks if I'm in a van down by the river. No, I'm not near a river, and it's not a van.
It's the shed. There's a lot of gods everywhere. He's kind of shoulder to shoulder with them.
It is a shed. There's a creek nearby.
So we were talking about existence, Blake and Jimmy, before.
There was that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that non-existence is. I think that the absence of existence is not the same thing as what existence is not. Like, is the absence of, hold on, let me think about this for a second for a good example. Is the absence of heat the same thing as what heat is not?
Actually, yeah, I would say that it is, since heat is like vibration on a molecular level. So when you have that lack of vibration, that is a lack of heat.
Right, okay, so, sorry, let me contextualize, like, what I was thinking, like, right, so, like, if you're, like, heating something, like, on the stove, right, like, you're, like, having the stove off is an absence of that, but that doesn't mean, it doesn't, just because the heat is not there, doesn't mean it's cold.
Yeah, but I think that that's the difference between like a binary system versus, like, we were actually just talking about this yesterday, versus like a fuzzy logic system where it is like inherently a gradient versus like something existing versus non-existing is like a boolean or binary.
So, do you not think existence is gradient?
No, I think that, at least, yeah, I think that it would have to be a binary. I think that like your understanding or like your perception of reality can be a gradient for sure, but I think that like
What about
existence would
superposition?
be a um, what do you mean by
So,
superposition?
like, is like if something is in superposition, is it not existing in two places at the same time?
Yeah, but its existence is the like binary trait, not like how it's existing, if that makes
Mm,
sense.
I think how things exist are important to. I don't know. I don't. I think I would say existence is gradient.
I think that like attributes of things that do or do not exist are like absent or like separate and divorced from whether they do or do not exist. And then you could, I guess you could also like look at existence like in the fact of like we have like the idea of unicorns, but we say that like unicorns do not exist. So like, where does that throw like a wrench into this whole understanding of existence and non-existence as well?
Right, that's why it's gradient. Because like um because yeah, you could say that unicorns don't exist, but does the idea of them existing a level of existence? That's exactly what I mean by its gradient.
Yeah, no, that's true. I guess you're right. Yeah, I would say that that's correct. That you have, because you have those more like abstract levels in between, that yeah, it is a gradient. I guess that would say in the context of like, do we really exist, like the whole like getting down to like a brain in a vat or not is like existent, but like within the reality that we experience, we have
It's
like
only
gradients of existence.
well, no, so it's only binary if we can define what existence is, right? So if I say that I'm a brain in a vat, or if I say that I um, don't exist, or I might not exist, I try to specify that I'm talking like I mean it physically in the way that I perceive or that we perceive existence, right? But I always specify that because like there's several different ways we could like quantify my existence or anything's existence, right? Um, so if like I have not been able to nail down a blanket like definition of what existence is, right? Like, do I exist? Like, does the self exist? Like, do I exist physically? I don't know. Do I like
Well,
with the
I
self like
think
what makes
that
me this person?
is that separating and like attaching existence to your perception of a reality that precludes you from being able to create a definition from it for existence.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, if you don't separate like your perception of reality, like, because or give your like example of what you meant by existence again, because I may not have understood what you meant.
So like I meant like if I say like I might not exist, I generally mean like a physicality, like this physical like reality, like what I perceive as myself existing doesn't necessarily exist. It could be something else.
Could it be that what we're trying to find is like reactivity? Like if I have a cup of coffee and then I take away the quality of existence from that cup of coffee, perhaps I can't really drink the cup of coffee anymore because it doesn't exist. I can't interact with it physically.
Can you interact with it in another way?
I think maybe the cup of coffee that doesn't exist, if I say is imaginary, I do interact with the imaginary cup of coffee insofar as I imagine it, and then I want to get up and make
Okay. I see, yes. Do you want to get up and make a cup of coffee right now?
And this is why you need to watch Repo Man. Let me just tell you, you have to watch Repo Man.
Okay.
Someone could say plate or shrimp, or plate of shrimp. Anyway.
Yeah, I guess that what I was saying is by I guess that before I had understood that you were like saying that existence is, by existence you mean like the if the reality you think you're experiencing is like the reality that is actually happening. Um, where so like going by that definition, um,
So the reason I go by that, Blake, is because I think that that is the way people generally understand, like when like when I say I might not exist the way most people are going to perceive that, and that's why I use it. Like that's why I decided on using it that way. That it's not like um
Yeah, I
I think
guess
the Wi-Fi swallowed you up.
when I hear it in like a hyper
oh
clinical physics way where I'm like the very fact that something is happening, like that I'm having an experience, even if it is not in any way actually tied to like what is really happening. Like no matter if it's a simulation, what I think is happening, or I'm a brain in a vat, the fact that I'm having an experience means that I exist. And so like that's how like I perceive it, but through like the that definition, I agree that it's like, yeah, I don't know.
well, and like I don't know when the Wi-Fi swallowed me, but like, I was saying that the reason I use that definition is because from what I have like ascertained over having this conversation many times with like a bunch of different people, that is the way like that is the way where most people's mind goes first when I say that. So I'm trying to use like define it in a way that is like most commonly understood for most. I'm not really tied to a specific way of thinking when I say like about that.
Mhm.
Um, it's just what I found to be like the most understandable for the most people. You know, um, and but I mean, I could push back against the fact that I'm having the experience means that I exist. Um, but I don't have to either because I don't know if I believe that either, right? Like, so, okay, let's say you're having this experience, but this experience, what you are experiencing is all the conscious or the product of something else's consciousness, like a dreamlike state, right? So, does that mean you really exist if like if it is contingent on this other consciousness?
I would say that like existence exists, even if I, as a like uh, some entity in like the way that I exist in the reality I'm experiencing, don't exist. Like existence itself exists. Yes, I got there. I finally got there.
Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I didn't. Oh, okay. So, but like, if you are the product of another consciousness's dream, like, yeah, exists. Something does exist, but you don't.
I'm sorry, I'm just so proud. I don't think I've ever gotten the "what the fuck are you talking about" screen before. I don't know if it's targeted at just me, but I'm gonna take it as a trophy.
You just sandwiched existence, so I think it is you.
I think I won.
I don't think you won.
Is that what the fuck
You
a
ha-
win?
I
Is that what
I
the what the
just
fuck is? That's
I
why
just
people
told you
try
why
for it.
that didn't work, so I don't think you won.
Okay, touche. I think you're right.
And I'm not really attached to the idea of like I don't really care if I exist or if I don't exist because ultimately it's the same thing I said to that guy, the one guy. What was his name? The older man, the older man, the older gentleman. He was really nice. I liked him a lot. Um, but it's the same thing I said to him right at the beginning. Is like if I exist or don't exist or what way I exist in, it doesn't matter because the experience I'm having isn't going to change if I magically get some knowledge of that. is this still the experience, no matter what?
Was my example of reactivity not enough? Maybe I missed something.
I
No,
don't.
I did not understand that.
Oh, I just meant like we tend to say when the pie hits us in the face that the pie was real. So there's interactivity there. I'll get out of the way now because we have a guest.
Oh, did I interrupt something? I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem.
By the way, I
No, he
love
was
this
tired of us
music.
anyway.
Rawadaza, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
As far as like a being, no, I just think it's energy.
What is energy?
Um, like frequency, you know, I kind of align more with science more than anything. But I do think that religion is just like already tells us more than anything.
Sorry, what was a way to conceptualize what science tells us?
Like religion.
Do you have a religion?
Oh no. Are you only invited believers?
Not necessarily. That is generally what I'm looking for, but I am asking anybody who requests up what they believe and why. And if you lack a belief in a god, then I would ask you why.
Why? Because well, normally when people would associate a god or a ruler, they would associate that person as like a all good, all knowing, everything is justifiable as long as it's done by his hands type of thing. And I think that that is unreasonable because that means that everything and every single person was made with intention, including the bad people, which contradicts the purpose of him being all knowing or all good, at least in my opinion.
And so for that, you don't believe there is a god? You said you believe energy.
Right. I don't necessarily believe in a God, but if there is a God, he or she would not be all knowing or all good.
What would convince you that a god exists?
Some evidence.
What kind of evidence do you think would convince you?
I mean, I don't even know. I guess nothing. I guess nothing would convince me. I never really thought about that.
Nothing could convince you that a god exists. Nothing at all.
Yeah, not that I think of. Because I feel like there's like a scientific, um, not for everything, but because we haven't researched everything, but I feel like there's a possibility of there being a scientific everything to prove that things exist.
What if God Himself came down from the heavens and ripped your beating heart out of your chest right in front of your eyes? Would you believe in Him then?
Sure, but then I'll be dead, so what's the point?
No, you're still alive because God magic.
Well, I guess then I'm okay. Yeah, I guess I would, but do I have to follow that person in order to, you know?
Well, that's up to Thrayle. I was just posing a scenario in which you might believe in a god.
I mean, yeah, if I saw a person out of the sky with no legs reach down and rip my heart out, absolutely, that would be alarming, but that wouldn't make me um like want to follow that person.
What would make you want to worship a god? Or if you want to answer differently, what kind of god would you want to worship?
What kind of God would up to his mistakes? Or one that doesn't contradict itself. One that's not hypocritical. I just think that the concept of God is man-made within itself, so it's not gonna be perfect, but everybody paints or the I feel like everybody has the idea of a God being all good and all powerful, which I don't agree with. If there is a God, then that God would not be all good and all powerful or
I
all
don't.
knowing.
Mhm.
Right.
I don't always word it the best, so it is Kat's question. I wonder if she would ask, but before she does, I want to thank Ethereal Embers 96 and Amoria for helping us hit the gift goal. Kat, do you want to ask?
I will ask the question. I think I know which one you're talking about. Uh, does God need to exist to be meaningful?
Be like as a human being?
No. Does a God, does whatever God is, like God, have to exist for it to be meaningful?
No.
Oh, this reminded me. Oh, I just remembered something.
Mm.
I asked my two friends today who both believe, um, well, one of them's pretty theist leaning agnostic and the other one's a theist. Um, and you know what they both said?
What's that?
They said no.
Hmm. I wonder if that's
And
more
like I said,
telling about the way they take their belief than.
I
Yeah.
think it is.
Because I feel like if you don't mind me asking, are they like kind of like evangelists? Are they like
Probably.
No, they're both.
hardcore?
I think they're both
Mm-mm.
doubting, is what she's implying.
They're both what?
I don't know that. I don't know that I would say either of them are doubting, but I would say they're both pretty comfortable with the idea that there might not be.
Right. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like
Like
you would
not
have
like
got a
active
different.
doubt,
Yeah, I
Maybe
feel
not
but
like
an
you would have
active
got a
doubt.
different answer if you would have asked someone that was like,
Someone who
oh,
hardcore.
believes, yeah, every
every
single
single
one.
one of them says yes.
Yeah.
I have, yeah, every single one
So
says yes.
far, we'll see.
We'll
We'll
see.
see if that
Yeah.
changes.
But I feel like meaning is perceptualized to everyone, to everyone's personal experience, because what might be
Mhm.
meaningful to you might not be meaningful to someone else.
That is pretty consistent with what we hear from people who don't really hold to a belief in a God, but you do have a belief that the closest thing to a God is energy. Did I ask you what energy is?
Uh, just no, just energy in general. Like everything is energy. Everything within itself is made from energy.
What does that mean? What is the thing? Energy.
What is what is the energy? Like
What
a
what is
everyone.
energy?
What is energy? Well, it could be defined as a force or A force?
What does that mean when you say force or energy is a force?
Force, like everything has a push or a pull. Everything has everything has its own frequency, its own realm.
Frequencies, realms, pushes, and pulls. I'd have to ask what each one means.
What I mean
Are
by
they all
push,
force? Like when those powers combine, does it become force?
no. They're all
Oh,
their
okay.
own. Like everyone, like you have a push or a pull to certain frequencies because you have your own frequency, and certain frequencies, your energy pull towards, or you push them away because they're not um, aligning with your frequency. But that can change because energy is manipulatable through alchemy.
What is alchemy?
Oh, alchemy, well, it's really just the transforming of substances, typically used with people use the term typically with like metals, but there it can do such as things like qigong or meditation or
Trent. So when you say alchemy, you're just using it as a metaphor for changing a thing to another.
right.
Not not necessarily the classical
Yeah,
change
not
your
like
lead to
metal
gold.
bending and yeah. Yeah, no. But I see it in like an energetic sense.
So energy
Hmm.
is the force. Um, you put a lot of words in there. The force of vibrational frequencies that push and pull, and that it is somehow uh, forcing change,
Yeah,
or
but
it is change. Is it change?
it no, it's not change within itself.
Oh,
You personally have to change your energy. There are
you change your energy.
yeah. Some Christians will
Is that
say, "Oh
so? It's
yeah,
the thing. If you're improving yourself, if you're improving the way you act, the way you behave in given situations, is that energy that you're changing, or is that just
absolutely."
is it? So, are you saying that energy is attitude? Is
No,
energy is
energy
energy behavior?
no, energy
Oh,
is you are made of energy. You are
what is
made of
so? If I'm sorry, if I'm made of energy and I'm changing my energy, does
Mhm.
that mean what does that actually mean? Does it mean I'm metamorphosizing into something else
Yeah,
when I act
kinda.
differently?
Yeah.
But then that would mean that the energy, it sounds like the way you're describing it, at least, the energy that you're talking about is behavior, right? Changing my energy, changing my behavior. You're kind of using those synonymously.
Uh, that can be a part of changing the energy, but
So behavior is just part of energy.
yeah, every thing, every living thing and
How many
non-living thing.
parts? How many parts does energy have? So that maybe we can help narrow.
Um, I mean, there's frequency.
So it has frequency and behavior.
frequency, vibration, um, the
Vibration. So we have frequency, vibration, and behavior. Those are parts of energy.
no, not behavior. Behavior's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were still using behavior. So we're
Oh,
just
no.
using frequency and vibration.
Right. Like you know
What
how
other,
music,
what other
certain,
parts of
oh
energy
sorry.
are there?
Well, hertz are very important. That's a
What
very
is a hertz?
it's a unit of measure.
Okay, what is a frequency?
Um, it's something. It's basically like the wavelength of like a certain sound or vibration.
Is it the length of the wave, or the wavelength itself?
The length of the wave or wait, ask the question again.
What is it? Is a wavelength like a thing, or is that like a measurement too?
Oh, it's a measurement.
Okay.
The wavelength is a measurement.
So the wavelengths are measurements. The hertz are measurements.
Right.
What was a that was what a frequency was, right? Frequency is a wavelength, so it's a measurement.
Yeah.
Hertz was is a measurement of what?
Frequency is a
Wavelength.
measure. Frequency is a measurement. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hertz is the unit of measurement. Frequency is
Okay.
what you're measuring.
You're measuring the frequency. Okay.
Right. You're measuring the frequency.
And what was the frequency?
The frequency.
What does that mean?
The frequency?
Yeah, what does frequency mean? Because you said wavelength a second ago. Is that what frequency means?
That's not necessarily what it means,
Oh,
but
what
the
does it mean?
wavelength.
Well, let's leave wavelength behind for now. Then what does frequency mean?
It's just like okay. So you know how on I'm trying to conceptualize it. You have like the up and down, the like the AFib, and you know you have the how it measures, right?
The
So
heart
on
monitor
that,
has up and down.
right? Like you know how the line goes up and down to see like how their heart rate is, like how it measures the beat, right? That is measuring like over a course of time, like the repeating beats that your heart is making.
So frequency is repeating beats.
Yeah.
So hertz are measuring repeating beats of
Right.
frequencies, and that's where's the energy? What is the energy?
What is the energy? It could be the sound. Um, you as a person, you carry your own energetic field. Everyone has their own energetic field. Whenever you touch a person, you're touching their energy. You're not just touching them.
What is the thing though? The energy. You just
But is the like for a person or just in the concept of like music?
let's just try if we start. What does the word energy mean?
Okay. Like what kind of energy?
Um, in the sense that you say everything is energy, what is energy?
Right. So what I meant by that is like electromagnetic fields.
Everything.
Everything has its own electric excuse me, its own light frequency. or radiant energy. Everything has its own
Everything has its own what?
energy.
Energy is light waves or light.
It's light.
Energy is light.
Everyone has its own, well, energy within itself. There's different types of energy. There's heat energy, chemical energy, potential energy,
These are still
kinetic
just
energy.
using energy though in sentences and in titles, right? What is the thing
Yeah.
that energy is?
Well, the energy within itself just means the ability to work. But
Oh,
if
so
we're talking about,
is everything made from? Let me just ask to clarify.
with the ability to work,
Is everything just made of the ability to work? Is that a thing that everything is made of?
yeah.
What is the thing then?
What is the thing?
Yeah. Is the ability to work an object that is a
Everything
material
is
thing?
made with the ability to work.
Everything has the ability to work, is that what you're saying? Like it has
Right.
that
Right.
quality or that attribute.
Right.
If everything has a quality or an attribute, does it necessarily mean that that quality or that attribute are the building block or the substrate of which everything is made?
Yeah.
Why? What does that mean? Function.
What does function mean?
Yeah, in the way that you're using it when you say everything has one.
Yeah, everything has like a purpose as far as what
What does
it has.
purpose mean?
What does purpose mean?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
What's the matter?
Because that's
Do you think that the things you're expressing are unquestionable?
no, I'm just like confused on what like purpose, like,
Oh,
yeah. Like everything has like a role that it plays. Everything
a
has
role.
like yeah.
Does that not feel like an assumption?
What?
To say everything has purpose or everything has a role.
Yeah, everything has something for, or everything has a job that it has to do.
Why? Why does it have to
Why?
do? Yeah, why is there this ought, this imperative?
Up to you if you
Oh,
want to
you said
choose.
everything has.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you have to fulfill that purpose though.
Oh,
Yeah.
what again was purpose? It's just a role or a job.
Yeah. Like your purpose, you could have a greater
Why do you
purpose
think?
of like,
Why do you think everything must have a purpose?
because I feel like every person has like a job that it has to do. I
Why?
just feel like, why? Just because
Do you not question that assumption that everything must have a purpose?
everything must have a purpose, but you don't have to fulfill that purpose.
I hear you saying you don't have to, but I'm asking, why do you assume that everything must have a purpose?
Because every human has somewhat, or everything has somewhat of value.
What does value mean?
Oh my gosh. What does value mean? Well, that's perceptualized based on the purpose, or
Value is
based on the
perceptualized based
person.
on. Okay, so everything has a value based upon a person?
No, based upon perception.
Perception. So each thing has value based on perception. Whose
Like
perception?
for whose perception, depending on the person and their situation in which they're in.
So if value is based on perceptions of individual people, then why would you assume that all things have something like that?
Because you can change that.
What does
You
that
can
mean?
change, like, you can change your value, you can change your purpose, you can change that. Yeah.
Just by deciding to.
Depending on you can.
Is purpose just something you decide? A subjective meaning you grant yourself?
What your purpose is?
Yeah, I'm asking, is that what purpose is? Is purpose, in the sense you're using it now, just something you decide?
Yeah, it can be.
Can be or is?
I mean, it's based off of your personal beliefs and what you go off of. You
If you
know,
don't have personal beliefs, is the purpose still there? Does it exist absent your opinion of it?
I mean, that's not up to me. That's up to that person.
I'm asking you.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
If ask the question again. Can you ask the question again?
Yes, I'm trying to rephrase it now. So, if absent your... I hate having to rephrase my question or repeat my questions. It tells me you weren't listening.
What?
So, if you don't decide the purpose, if you don't intend a purpose, does the purpose still exist?
No.
Do you still have a purpose if you don't want it?
No.
Perception.
What?
Does purpose exist absent perception?
Absent perception? No.
Okay. So then, what was the purpose of bringing up purpose after talking about energy? Do you remember?
Because I was bringing up, honestly, I don't know, because the questions that you're asking, I don't
Is there a
it's
reason why you
confusing.
feel like you have an answer to all of them?
What?
Is there a reason you feel like you have an answer or have to have an answer to all of them?
I mean, because you're asking me questions and I just want to be accurate.
Is it
But
accurate to just answer?
I mean, I'm not just answering, I'm being as genuine as I can.
Okay.
And that's my intention.
When you say that you know that everything is energy, and somehow energy is the substrate of everything, and that everything has purpose, do you feel like these are unquestionable knowledge, or these assumptions?
No, then nothing is unquestionable. That's why I said it's based off perception. Nothing is unquestionable. It's everyone has their own motherboard or their own mothership up there, so you know, not everyone's going to conceptualize the same things or find purpose in the same things as everybody else to like the world. But if they want to use, you know, if they're a bad person, obviously they're not value they're not valuable, but to somebody they are, so they have some type of value.
I wonder if Kat or Jim have any questions. I don't know that I do right now. Are Kat and Jim even here?
I'm here, I just don't have anything.
I'm here. Ron, I'm confused whether we're talking about kind of subjective reality or objective reality, or whether you believe that energy is physical or metaphysical.
Is both.
Personified.
Because we do have like
What
that
is
we
an energy
can.
field?
Someone would reference it as like a aura more than anything. At
An
least that's
aura.
what people would reference it at.
And you say auras exist.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah.
Why? Why would you think?
Because it makes sense to me.
How does it make sense?
Magnetic field, and based off of certain things that, like, let's say, all right, I'm trying to put it into a situation. Let's say that you hug someone that was having a bad day, they were crying, and then later on, that's because you did an energy transfer by coming in contact with that person's energetic field.
Okay, so we went from a vague language about energy, frequency, vibrations, hertz, and everything is.
Yes, and
And now we're talking about energy transference of fields in which you carry an emotion now, as though
yeah, you can.
emotions are somehow communicable through non otherwise nonverbal, and I wouldn't even say nonverbal communication.
Right, exactly.
Just through communicable through contact, through touch. And why would you believe that emotion?
Because empathy, being able to feel or put your.
You think empathy means being able to think, I'm sorry, being able to feel something without communicating it?
No, I think empathy is a way of energy transfer.
Energy transfer.
Yeah, because you're putting yourself
Why
in
do
the
you
same.
in this way?
Why do I think emotions transfer in that way? Because if we look at certain things and certain interactions that you have with people, let's use,
Ra, if you walked into a room and
okay,
you were blindfolded and you were able to reach out and just put a hand on them to tell what emotion they're feeling just by touch without
It's
seeing
not
them,
that
without
simple.
talking to them.
It's not that simple. It does require conversation. That's also a way
So
of energy exchange is conversation.
energy exchange,
Definitely.
oracle energy. Are you using energy as a metaphor and then
No,
a
I think
literal
that
thing?
energy, no, energy is a literal thing. It is a literal thing. You can measure wave of conversation. You can
A
measure
wave. I'm sorry.
frequency of
What is a wave?
conversation. I'm talking about the frequency of like someone's tone or someone's voice, based off the emotion that they're feeling. They have done.
So
Go
so you're
ahead.
generally just talking about emotion. You're saying you can measure emotion, and that in that you're measuring the energy.
I guess,
Is
yeah,
emotion
sure.
energy?
Yes, it's a part of it. Yes.
Is it a part of it or is it all of it? It sounds a
Yes,
lot
it
like
is
you're saying it's
energy.
all of it.
Emotion is energy, but it is not energy within itself.
Emotion is
Everything is,
energy, but energy is not emotion.
yes,
Or is energy emotion?
energy is not. Wait, what? Say it again?
Hang on, I'm gonna go ahead and talk past you for just a second. I'm gonna thank Gabby Amori at 96 for helping with our goal. I do appreciate you. I'm using your energy to tap the screen and help us out with that goal. Um, I don't know that you're actually questioning the belief here. It sounds like you subscribe to a sort of redefinition of energy, a way of using it to kind of blanket over a vague spiritual idea of
Yes.
some sort of
Okay.
uh, telepathic empathy.
Yes, yes, thank you. Yes.
Is that accurate? Am I?
Yes, yes, that's what I was trying to get to, but it just went into a circle of kind of like, whoa.
The words are very confusing if you just say energy, but what you mean is telepathic emotional transfer.
Yeah, empath. Yes, someone being an
Well,
empath.
so empath. What when you say empath, you mean it. Again, that word might mean something, and
Right.
you mean it in a supernatural way rather than in
No, I
a
don't mean it in a
personal.
supernatural way.
Well, you would claim that the thing that I'm calling supernatural is natural, a
Yes,
transference of a mystical sort of emotional soup through conversation and contact.
yes, exactly. But energy is a real thing. We have evidence of energy. They have measured people's voices have
Just
different hertz and different
they've measured
frequencies.
the ability to do work. Remember, you said energy was the ability to do work at one point. I
They
wanted to make
measured the
sure that that was
frequency
what
of
is
the
that the
energy.
so the energy we're not talking about the frequency of the ability to do work. Is that what we're
No, oh
talking
my
about?
goodness. There's different types of energy. We have
Are there
thermal
different types
energy.
of that would be a thermal ability to do work,
Thermal energy is heat energy. That
right?
is heat
Ability to do
energy.
work through heat or cold.
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
Thermal
right.
energy. What else? What is another
Okay,
kind
then
of
we have
energy?
electromagnetic.
The ability to do work through electromagnetic,
Yes, you can.
electromagnetism.
Yes,
Okay.
right. Humans, when we interact, it is an electromagnetic interaction between frequencies. Like
An
whenever you,
electromagnetic interaction between frequencies, which were,
right.
um, wasn't it like repetitions? Electromagnetic interaction between repetitions.
Conversation with a person,
Mm-hmm.
right? That person has a different frequency and a different level of hertz based
Different
off.
level of hertz. Is that measurable? Are we
Yes,
measuring
hertz
the
is the
voice?
unit of measurement.
Are we
Yes.
measuring the voice? So, like, my voice would have a lower frequency than your voice. Is that
Yes,
what you
it
mean?
would. Yes, it would. But you, as a
So,
person,
so
have a
sorry. So, if my voice were a higher frequency than yours, would that change the energy of the conversation? Is that what you're saying?
You said what?
If my voice had a higher frequency than yours, would that change the energy of the conversation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. Because when that's what they that's is when you inflict your voice at certain points, it puts an emphasis, and now those words get taken more, seriously because you raise those vibrations, you raise that frequency on those words to put emphasis on them. So now the other people that you're speaking to are going to register that in your brain and it's going to hit them harder, or those things are
Going
going
to
to.
register in their brain and hit them harder.
Okay.
I'm really confused. You're saying that if I were like if my voice had a different register, if it was just a different frequency, if I had the same pitch of voice as cat,
Right.
then the energy, the measurable, be somehow uh, hitting the different brains of
No, that's
people,
not what I said. That's not what I said.
hitting different brains differently.
I mean, everything hits every brain differently.
Okay, then
But
what are we talking about? Are you
oh
just?
my goodness, I'm talking about because you were using.
I was using
Okay,
what?
your voice, whenever you talk, right? Whenever you talk, when you put infliction, that puts emphasis and it changes the
Infliction.
free.
Are
Yeah,
you sure you mean infliction? Is it inflection?
Inflection's different.
Is that the same as emphasis? Or are we talking about?
okay. Whenever you're having a conversation and you're trying to emphasize something and you flex to emphasize certain things that you're talking about, it
So with that,
puts.
alter my voice to emphasize certain things that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that
And,
changes the tone of the conversation because now it's
and
goofy.
does it
You're being
really
humorous.
is it really that goofy? I'm just asking.
Yes, I really like that voice, and it changes the tone of the conversation because
How
now you're
does it
being
change?
humorous.
How does it change the tone of
Because
the
now you're
conversation?
meatball. Because now you're
It's
meatball.
rod. It's me rod, but
Everybody
that's
loves
okay.
meatball.
And this isn't me rod. This is more Stitch like than me. Still deep down with that. This meat rod trying to
I
do
thought it was
Thrayle.
meatball from the Adult Swim show.
No, meat rod's like this, silly.
Oh. See, but it changes the tone of the conversation. It changes everything, because even when you look at movies, right, it sets the tone or it sets the emotion that you want to feel when you are watching that scene. Because when you're watching Pirates of the Caribbean and they're having happy fun time music while they're fighting, it doesn't fit. And it's not gonna have that same effect as if they were to have ominous music or something that's, very high, that same effect. But those hurts contribute to your emotion that you're feeling. Hence why they make things like binaural sounds and white noise. All of that has a frequency.
You're talking about frequency and energy kind of interchangeably. I wonder if you might be more successful in conveying what you mean if you didn't use them in that way.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't.
Otherwise, I'm not
I
trying
mean,
to
they're
tell
kind
you.
of conceptualized
You
in the
understand
same thing, though.
the frustration you might be feeling in this conversation is based on.
No, but I feel like you're not understanding me because,
You think
like,
I'm not
I'm saying,
understanding?
I'm
Why do you
saying
think
that.
it? Stop. Why do you think I'm not
Oh my
understanding?
gosh. Because, like, you keep asking further, like, things. Like, I'm trying to get one thing out, and then it goes further
Okay.
in the
I
middle
thought
of me
I
getting my
really
one
did.
thing
For a
out.
little while, I thought you understood, but I'm gonna like
I use
stop
energy
talking
and
for just a
frequency.
moment.
Oh
For
my
just a
goodness.
moment, you don't need to actually explain it any further. Kat
Okay,
can ask
well,
her
y'all
say
have a
what
good
she's
day.
gonna say. Raw, the reason, hang on, you want to run, that's fine, but the
Okay,
reason
go
why I'm
ahead,
telling
Kat. I'm
you,
not running.
the reason I'm telling you to stop for a moment is to be respectful. Kat's been quiet for quite a
Okay, I
long
would like
time,
to hear what
and
Kat
she'd
has
like
to
to, so
say.
you'd like to stop interrupting me.
I like to hear
You
what
could
Kat
really
has to
calm the
say.
fuck down and stop interrupting me.
I am calm. You're not calm.
Uh-huh. I'm very calm. Raw, you need to stop letting adults do sometimes when they need to make
Yeah, out of
impulses.
anger.
Right. No,
Change that
it's not
frequency,
anger.
please. Thank
See
you.
how you're doing what right now you're doing is trying to control my emotions and it's not gonna work. I'm gonna mute you so that you
That's
can
it.
I'm gonna mute you so that you can stop interrupting me like a petulant child and Kat can go ahead and say what she'd like to say.
I was going to ask, terms you are using are used by so many people so broadly and so out of what the agreed upon definitions of these words are, um, that it makes it impossible for us to understand. And so, um, clarifying questions are asked, and if we don't really, like, if we aren't using the definite, it just becomes a mess. And the other thing is like, the reason so many questions are asked and it's pushed so far is because, like, it's arbitrary and it doesn't really mean anything if we can't use the words in the way they're defined.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you with that, Kat, but I feel uh, like the timing of which he was asking the questions, it was kind of like in the middle of which I was trying to explain one concept. So it would interrupt and it would kind of disrupt what I was trying to say. So that way you could understand what I was saying. But when you like fire questions, when I'm in the middle of answering one question, I'm gonna lose my train of thought.
But Ra, I mean, if I were being questioned and I said everything is ether, everything is aether, what's aether?
Right. I'm not saying that you shouldn't ask questions. That's not what I said. But when I'm in the middle of answering one question, right? And I haven't even got the full answer out of that one question, I'm gonna lose my train of thought and it's gonna scramble me up because I'm trying to answer basically 3 or 4 questions at one time. It's
Is
like,
is is the train of thought really steps along the way?
I mean, everyone, I'm not here to convince anyone
It's not
to
about convincing anyone. Do you understand what this live is? What
right,
you've been asked?
understand that everyone has their own opinion of what everyone is going to think. So,
Do you think that any of this is about what our opinions are of your beliefs?
that's why you're asking me questions, aren't you?
You think we're asking you questions in order to formulate an opinion on your beliefs?
Then why are you asking me questions?
What does it say in big bold letters at the top of the screen?
And you question your beliefs? Yeah, I understand that.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
I understand that.
What does it mean?
Y'all have a good day.
I'm guessing she didn't know what it meant. Why are you so afraid if I don't know?
That did go on for a very, very long time with zero I don't knows. That was like,
Well, she knows everything. Absolutely everything. But I just cursed, so clearly I'm in a rage. We're not here to argue with anybody or form opinions and make you look foolish. We are here to ask you what you believe and why you believe it.
Yeah, I think that there was an opportunity shortly after we hit frequencies and energy to re-examine instead of to double down.
Well, binaural beats, Jimmy. It's frequency and energy. It's all the vibrations.
Yeah, when did this start? I keep thinking of Van Morrison, and many a song's been written about frequency and energy.
Good vibrations.
Good vibrations, wavelength.
Was she talking about good vibrations?
right?
What?
So the good vibrations is the Beach Boys thing, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Hello, Johnny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
19.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything
But I
like
believe
that?
in everything.
What do you mean by everything, Johnny?
Well, I believe in God, spiritual,
What is God?
bro, don't even start with that, bro. What do you believe in?
I'm
How
not
long
here to
ago was
answer
2000?
questions.
Huh?
I'm not here to answer questions.
Well,
What
if
was
you
that
ask me what
question,
is
Jim?
God, why would you ask me what is God? If you're saying his name, you must know.
No, I'm asking you if you believe in a god or gods or a higher power or
Oh
anything
yeah, I
like
believe in.
that.
I mean, I believe in gods
So,
like
Johnny, slow down.
demigods. I believe in demigods, regular gods, God Almighty, God Lord, the Lord, and then
The
Jesus
Lord.
Christ. I accept Jesus Christ, as my Lord and Savior.
There you go. So, Johnny, you're a Christian. You believe in the Bible.
Yeah, I believe in everything, man. I mean, I could have more than one belief.
Have you read the Bible?
Never. Maybe like one time.
You've read the Bible maybe like one time.
Yeah, like
Johnny, you said you were
literally,
born in 2006. What month?
September 1st.
Uh-oh.
I thought he said 2003.
No, he said 2006. He had the year right. But he had the month wrong. That means we gotta tap the screen extra hard. Share the live out to somebody who might believe in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that. We gotta see if we all hit that repost button. If you haven't already, then maybe somebody will scroll across it on their FYP.
Hey, Kat, have you found the frogs?
I think the frogs are missing.
I was watching some live video erupting yet, but still a lot of lava.
Well, thank you, Amoria96, for hitting the goal. You guys are knocking them out one by one. That's amazing. Thank you.
It does seem to be there's a temptation in the use of energy. Maybe it affords a greater variety of possibility of belief to believe in something that's not solid. It seems that belief drifts towards energy and frequency or wavelength and waves.
Belief. Is it energetically drawn?
Yeah, it's magnetic.
It's magnetic.
Gravity.
The gravity of energy.
Yes.
Because of all its massive mass that amasses as energy.
And it's weak. It's really, really weak.
They seem to be drawn to it.
But just
one by one.
I do like the idea, though, of emotions being membrane permeable, like that you can pick up an emotion by accidentally brushing someone's arm walking down the street.
I can imagine picking up on social cues, and I don't know if micro expressions are a tested thing, but maybe picking up on those sorts of things. I don't know about just like if you were blindfolded and made physical contact with a person, you would feel a thing that they felt. It doesn't seem likely.
I don't feel like it would stand up against experimentation. I just like it in a kind of fictional way.
Right, as a plot device for
Yes.
for a character on a TV show.
Yeah, someone who really picks up too many emotions. Yes.
I think Star Trek did that.
It did everything.
I wonder if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods. Did I cut that previous guest off too soon? I think. Did I do the math wrong?
No, they may have had the right age, but I'm not sure that they're here to question their beliefs. And I'm sorry if I led astray. I thought he had said 2003.
He said 2006. September would have made him 19. Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking a different number in my mind. But he was a little unquestioning.
He's looking for a fight
again. He was looking for a fight.
We are curious what you believe. We just want to question it. If you want to question it too.
I don't think they do. I don't think anybody's left who wants to question their beliefs.
Humanity is fully processed. We have won. Now we will celebrate. Kat says, you guys need to sound more enthused about this. Now we will celebrate.
This is my enthused voice. I'm clearly enthusiastic. Do you hear all the excitement just dripping like so much venom?
I am wearing my party hat. I feel the joy.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
You're hiding it pretty well, actually. I think I like it. What other beliefs? What other beliefs? That came up in our conversation earlier, Thrayle. Does it have to be a belief in a higher power deity, or is it just what makes the conversation more interesting?
It gives a sense of how you come to believe other things.
There can be a God kind of hiding behind, let's say, belief in goodness. Often there's a God behind the curtain. We already did lose control, Witty.
Yeah, Witty.
You missed
I'm
it.
about to lose control, and I think I like it. Well, there's a guest. Hello, Rika. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Rika, can you hear me? I'm guessing Rika didn't mean to join us. If you did, go ahead and request back up. We'll still be here, asking questions, questioning the answers. Okay, I guess Rika did mean to request up. Hey, Rika, can you hear me?
Perhaps the microphone isn't working, Rika.
Yeah, we can't hear you if you're speaking, Rika. Go ahead and type in chat if you meant to be here. Give us like a thumbs up. And then when you request again, I'll know you meant to be here. I guess we can try the whole microphone thing again, but we so far seems like you might be sleep requesting again and again.
That seems a difficult thing to do. I guess on a phone you could do that.
Yeah, you definitely can.
Just roll over.
Pocket requested. I've put a phone in my pocket and ended up on a panel before. Screen was off.
It seems that people are getting drunk on the tavern music.
The tavern music. Oh, got an echo on that.
No, that's me.
Huggy says it reminds her of Fable. Oh, Fable 3. I don't know if I played that one. I played the first two. Rika is requesting a third time, this time with a gap in between requests. We can hope maybe there was a audio issue fixed. Are you there, Rika?
Trying to be.
Oh, I think I hear you. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
46.
Do you have a belief in a god or
Belief? Yeah, I wouldn't exactly say it's from the Bible, but I'll go with child of God. I've had too many things happen in my life not to believe that things are there.
you've had too many things happen in your life not to believe things are there? What do you mean by things?
Surviving when most people don't. I've been struck by lightning 4 times.
Decided to play in the rain because I keep getting struck by lightning anyways, and got struck again.
How
It
tall
lit
are
up
you?
the front of my house. Huh?
How tall are you?
I am 5'8".
Makes
And
me nervous.
unfortunately,
I'm quite a bit taller. So, why would you being struck by lightning multiple times indicate that there's a higher power, a God behind it?
Because I can't fathom any other reason I would have survived something like that multiple times.
I'm sorry, you can't fathom any reason you would have survived multiple times. Why would you be struck multiple times? What kind of God would do that?
Depends on your belief of it. God isn't only beneficial or benign. He's also wrathful, depending on which books or religions you read. Some are quite hedonistic, actually. So, I've read a lot of religious texts. I don't care to go through and regurgitate a whole bunch of it. But I had my questions. I've had other things besides the lightning strike. Seems to run in the family. My
The
dad
lightning strikes run in the family.
Yep. Like I said, my father got struck by lightning. When he was with me when I was 16, that was his second lightning strike. And
Having been struck by lightning multiple times, is it possible that you just dangerously play in areas where lightning's attracted? I mean,
no, I live in Iowa.
You don't play where lightning's attracted. You have a tree with a metal rod in it. You played in a rainstorm, potentially near some body of water. You were out near your car at one point. I mean, could not these other things have attracted the lightning and not you?
Oh, it's a possibility. Too much coincidence. Even if I wasn't the main target,
How is it necessarily coincidence that a tree, a car, a puddle, what's to say that any of those weren't attractants for the lightning that you happen to be near?
Not saying that it didn't attract it. My point outside of being struck by the lightning was the fact that I survived it. So whichever coincidence or probabilities or whichever outcomes of the situation would have happened, that's like, walking outside of your house, you can possibly get shot by somebody who's in a rampage with a gun. Is it high probability? No, it's a low probability. However, the possibility still exists. Probability of people getting struck by lightning is usually very minimal. However, when those increase, I don't purposely, like the last one I did, I went out and played in the rain. I don't purposely go looking to get struck by lightning. I would preferably refrain from that.
It sounded like that one you were almost inviting it.
The last one I was. I'm very angry about stuff. I'm like, fine.
I'm not understanding, Rika, how you. Well, let me ask this: were you hospitalized in any of these instances?
No.
You weren't hospitalized at all.
No, people patted me down. My hair gets frizzed. They can't believe I even survived it, or that it went through me without blowing off an appendage or causing blisters or anything else. That's crazy.
You're telling me that in all of these instances that you were completely unharmed, untouched.
Yes, sir.
How did you verify that you were struck by lightning at all, and not just stunned or?
Eyewitnesses from everybody else. The second time it occurred, I had 20 witnesses that saw me get struck by lightning.
20 witnesses. Well, I'm sorry. You said you have 20 witnesses.
Yeah, I had coworkers that saw it and told me what happened.
How have you? You said 20 witnesses saw you struck by lightning.
Yeah.
How can you verify that?
I'd have to go track people down. I haven't seen it in years, but
I see.
I'd like asking one person to the next. I don't recall it. I lost time. I lost jewelry. I lost any metal objects that I had on me.
You lost the metal objects. What do you mean?
They were not on my person anymore. They were in the pavement below my feet. That's the last time I went outside.
I see.
With a whole bunch of jewelry on.
I see. I don't know.
Just it basically boils down
stop
to
for a moment. Rika, no, stop for a moment.
Oh, sorry.
Kat or Jim, do either of you have questions for this guest?
Do you see how we could be a little incredulous?
having been on the receiving end of these, including
I'm
the
not
one with my
incredulous
coworker.
anymore. I'm quite aware of what's happening. This is very clear that she's trying to lie to impress people, and I'm not impressed.
Oh, I'm not.
If anybody else watching does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. But I'm not interested in big fish stories.
Yo, what's up, gang?
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What you say?
I need your age.
I am currently 20.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I struggle with that, but I got a question for you.
I'm not here to answer questions, but what do you mean you struggle with that?
I don't know, man. I just lately, I'm like, man, does God really exist? And if he does, why does he do this?
Why would you think a god does exist?
I don't know. If the universe exists, we make stuff. So, like, wouldn't be surprised if someone made Earth or send a deity made Earth, you know? You get me?
Because things exist, you wouldn't be surprised if something made it.
Yeah. I mean, the books that I have right now, someone created this book. Someone created me. Randomly appear out of nowhere. But then I get the
Do you
argument
think
where, what is it called? You can counter argue that and say, then God got created by someone or something. I understand the counter argument.
I wasn't about to argue about a god being created?
Do you believe in God?
I'm not here to answer questions.
Hmm.
I'm here to ask them.
I ask away, sweetheart.
Full moon, I guess.
I almost did that reflexively, and then I let you do it. Like I waited. I was like,
Hello, I am. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I quit counting at 50.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And what god is that?
Love.
Does your love god have any scriptures or doctrines, faith practices about it?
No.
So it's not a love god represented by Allah or Aphrodite.
No.
Why do you believe God is love?
I think it's the only thing that we can all agree on.
I don't know that we can all agree on it. Why would you believe it?
Because I've seen people do selfless things for love over and over and over again. And I believe that you would too.
What does that have to do with a god?
Well, a god is a higher purpose, right?
I don't know. Is that what God means to you?
I mean, I guess that and dogma.
God is higher purpose and dogma. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Why do you think of God as higher purpose and dogma?
I think dogma because that's what we've all been fed about God. So there's the dogma. Higher purpose, I guess the desire for a God or the desire for something after this or the desire for something more than, you know, me feeling incredibly alone on my front porch in the middle of the night.
So sitting on your front porch in the middle of the night makes you feel alone, so you want for there to be a thing to call a God, and you frame that as love.
No, I think I'm saying that's the...
I don't need your camera, sorry. It's a distraction to the conversation.
Traditional idea of God. I believe God's love.
You believe... Oh, go ahead, Kat.
Is love dogmatic?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Is love dogmatic?
You're very muffled, Kat. Is the microphone somewhere buried?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude, but I really haven't heard you yet.
She says, hold on.
Okay.
She'll fix it. But what is it about God, the word God, that makes you want to apply it to love?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that probably, like, I had to kick dope. So I think, like, the 12-step thing where you've got to pick a God, maybe that's where it came from. But no, that's a really good question. Huh. Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer.
You made my night. I think... Kat, do you have your question?
So you said, is love dogmatic?
Oh, nice. I think it can be. I think, like Valentine's Day, I think there can be a certain amount of, you know, what I'm supposed to do. But I truly believe, at least for me, that love is not anything else. It's just a pure feeling, and maybe that's what it's more about, is the pureness of the feeling, and like the idea of like source, or, you know, oneness with the universe, or a oneness with everything. Maybe, I don't know. I'm rambling.
I have a question. Do you feel that your idea of God is holding your life together right now?
My entire life is based around love. Like, I don't hide what I do online, so you can easily go see that I own a wedding venue. Like, I literally go to weddings every weekend. Um, I just believe in love, but it's not what makes me okay with being me.
I'm just trying to determine God for your life, and if not, then by all means, let's talk further.
Oh no, I'm ready to die. Like, I've been so much physical pain every day that death is welcome. Like, whenever it's ready to come get me, I'm here. But love kind of keeps me going.
If love keeps you going, and you came to our panel to question your beliefs, do you really want to do that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, it says right here on the banner, can you question your beliefs? If you believe in a God of love, and that's what keeps you going, do you want to question that belief?
No, not really. But I mean, I can. I don't think that makes sense.
I'm not sure that makes sense.
Can someone who's never known violence really claim that they want peace?
I think they can.
Okay.
They can claim they want to remain peaceful if that's what they've known. I'm not sure how that is questioning your belief, and I don't know that questioning your belief, if it is, as you said, what keeps you going, is the best idea for you right now. I think if Kat had something to add or a question, she may. I don't have any more. But I do appreciate you answering the questions that you have so far, I am.
Oh, I'm so in love with your thing. Like, I accidentally lost it earlier than you again.
Well, I appreciate you finding your way back here, and I hope you do keep asking questions, and I hope that you can do that in a way that doesn't take away what keeps you going.
I can tell you this, 8 years ago, before Biden, I voted for Batcolyte and shifted, and my eyes have been opened, and life has been very different. But I appreciate you guys for being here, because I think making sure we can question who we are is part of being anything. If I take myself that I'm infallible, then I'm an idiot.
I can appreciate that.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Thank you, I am. And it was a very good conversation, and I still appreciate that.
I've never encountered someone who expressed that sentiment. I know they exist, right? But I've never encountered it.
I appreciate his honesty and his openness with the questions, and he did give an I don't know in a really reflective, thoughtful way, and I appreciate him taking the time with those questions. that he can find as much reason to keep going in the I don't know as he does in whatever certainty he may hold on to. That I think he does question. I think he holds for his own reasons for now.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, maybe some wisdom in that. I mean, I definitely, yeah, the empathy rose up with the idea of him being alone on the porch feeling lonely. That hit me, and then coupled with other factors, just worried that he was in a precarious position.
Well, I hope he knows he's welcome, of course, to listen, and if he feels up for questioning another time, there might be just a time for that.
There's some when you ask somebody, are you sure you want to question your beliefs? Well, clearly they're already doing it, right? And my saying that is not going to stop them or pull them back from the edge or anything. So, it could have been kind of fool's compassion on my part.
It was responsible, Jim.
I don't know that we can stop someone from questioning their beliefs if they're doing it. I'm gonna have to start writing lyrics to this tavern music soon.
Mm-hmm. I start thinking about it from time to time, but I don't want to ruin the music for me, and
Is that the way your brains work?
sometimes.
Wild.
Cloak and Codex, it's lonely bard tavern music. Okay, we'll make it less lonely.
I did. I did find my frogs. Yes, I did. Thank you for noticing, since everybody else wanted to bitch about it and then not mention it when I found them.
Had they moved, or were they just taking a break?
I don't really know what was up with that actually. Like I feel like they probably just I don't even really
Ah, it's frequency.
Oh fuck it is.
The vibes were all off.
The vibes. Yeah, that's what the problem's been all night. The vibes have been off.
If you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or something like that, and you'd like to question your beliefs, you may want to request up and let Thrayle ask you questions about it.
Sometimes I just wait to see who will break the silence first. And then I wonder, was the silence
Then I wonder
uncomfortable?
what. If it wasn't that affirmative, I have no problem being in silence.
Yeah, I think I was uncomfortable in losing your
In losing the audience.
numbers.
Yeah. Well, there's one way to keep us engaged is to tap the screen, which we're nearly up to 200,000 likes. You guys got us to 182. That's amazing. And another way to help keep our numbers would be to share the live, repost it, or just even hit that copy link. Maybe that'll help hit the algorithm a little harder. Bring somebody in here who believes in a god or God's higher power or something like that and is courageous enough or curious enough to question their beliefs.
I'm trying to make a pincushion because I got a bunch of sewing needles today and I don't know where to put them because I don't have a pincushion. And loose sewing needles sounds like a recipe for disaster.
You're very muffled, but I heard you saying you're making a pincushion.
Yeah, because I bought some sewing needles today and I realized I didn't have a pincushion and loose sewing needles sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, you definitely don't want loose sewing needles. That sounds like a recipe for pain or discomfort. I have an aversion to loose sewing needles. Mm-hmm.
It sounds like there's a story there.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a story for the Discord.
Yeah.
But anybody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, if you're open to having your belief questioned, if you're open to questioning your own belief, well, we're here to facilitate that, to help you question what it is you believe and why. Sorry, had to step away for just a moment, but I'm back. I know it wasn't a long moment.
See, now you've challenged us to be quiet, so we're just going to shut up. I do want to say, I remember being questioned, and it's nice, in a sense, to be interviewed. Right? That the attention feels really good. But what happens also is that your beliefs are clarified through the questioning, and not always in the direction you'd prefer. And yet, isn't that preferable to understand your beliefs better? So I encourage some.
I think so.
What is the most valuable thing you've learned here, either of you?
You asked what was that for me or
What's
Jim?
the most I said both of you.
You'll have to say it a little louder or closer to the mic.
What is the most valuable thing you have learned here?
I'm sorry, I'm having a flashback to when I'm talking to my kids through the door of their room.
You are very muffled.
And I keep saying, "What? Did you say macaroni?" No, salad?
I think she said, what is the most valuable thing you've learned here?
Oh, good question. The most valuable thing I learned here is that I need to be careful not to. No, it's not that I need to be careful. My thoughts may not be as fully processed as I believe they are. So I may have drawn a bunch of conclusions on things that I haven't fully understood. And then I moved on and I forgot that I didn't really research that one. And then other beliefs get built up on that first thing. So then if I go back and I unravel that one or I find out that I was wrong, there's all these other things built upon it that I have to re-examine or that just evaporate.
I'm having flashbacks to the first time you came here.
Yeah.
You remember what it was? I do.
I remember what it was.
I do too. It was the three of us.
Was it really just the three?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had made an assumption. I based a lot of stuff on it. But I think the important thing was, it went away, I researched it. You were right, I was wrong. And all that other stuff kind of, I was like, okay, well, that's all I don't know now. And, or I do know, and it's not like that. And I was okay. That was all right.
Yeah. And life goes on.
You're saying, like in our old assumptions, just become history.
Why are you running?
I'm not ready for a poem yet, but sometimes I can't help it but speak in rhymes.
Okay, chat, you need to behave better.
There's a lot of, it seems like a lot of discord in the chat.
Yeah, do better. Behave yourself. We need a guest so they can be distracted from themselves.
Mm-hmm. We do need a guest. Let's see if we have one. Oh, what a name. Hello, Illuminated. Can I get your age for TikTok?
33.
TOS? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. Yes, I do.
And what God is that?
It's not the God of the Bible. It is
Okay.
just the God, the one that, not even the one, it's not even a thing. It's just foreverness, like the tape that just keeps running.
foreverness.
Yeah, you can't see it, you can't smell it, taste it, hear it, touch it, except for only if you take a second to realize that you are in it. That is God, you know, the
We are,
realization.
you're saying that we are within the God. The
Yeah.
God is foreverness. It is everything. It is all of eternity and the things within it.
Yeah.
Is the God more than that?
Is the God more than that? I would say yes and no. I think it expresses itself through conscious beings and items that so happen to pop up and arise within it. It's just like you don't have full control of you have control of your body. You have sugar intake control, but if a mole grows on you tomorrow morning, there's a whole plethora of reasons that could have just popped up out of nowhere. And in the body of existence, I believe that things can pop up out of nowhere and it can become aware and live through those things.
It can become aware and live through those things.
Yeah.
Illuminated. Does your God have a self?
No. Only through the living things, only through the things that can be aware that it is within the system. So a dog cannot be, maybe, I don't know, but it doesn't perform the actions of being aware. However, humans, they build buildings and they create books and they create all ideas because they have the self-realization that they are within it. Thus, the thing can be living because it now is aware of itself. That's all it wants to do, is just express itself as much as it can.
But if it doesn't have a self, how can it become aware of itself?
It doesn't, I would say it doesn't really need a body. It doesn't need a physical body for itself. Just like I don't become, I don't become Muslim. I don't become Christian. However, I do study those things. I have to go to a church. And for me personally, not everybody, but I'd like to sit down with a rabbi and ask the real questions. The same thing with a cleric.
No, a really good one of those.
And that doesn't mean that I have to become those things in order to understand those things. And that's the same thing with the existence. It doesn't have to have a body to know that it's in a body. It could, I don't know, maybe it's done all of its work through humans and that's why we're the way we are. Maybe it's just not even started to begin what it needs to do.
But illuminated, I'm trying to see what ties this whole God together. If God has no sense of self, then does it really exist?
So I know. And then humans, this was talked about thousands and millennia ago.
Can you address his question?
Yeah, your opinion, please.
My opinion is that people have to put labels on it, like he, and they have to make stories up. Can you rephrase your question? I apologize.
So, if the God encompasses everything, but if the God has no sense of self, how can we say that it's a God? How can we say the God?
Because it consumes your mind. The moment you think about it, it exists. The moment you don't, it doesn't. You have to be fully aware of it.
So is the God imaginary or real?
I would say most definitely imaginary. Most definitely, because I could try to convince my cat that it exists, but my cat will never care. But my cat has a mind and it refuses.
So illuminated, let's leave your cat out of this because, it's your cat, but
I don't even have a cat.
I'm joking with it. But so so do you believe in an imaginary God? I guess it sounds like you said yes.
I would say so. I would say certainly. I could still be me. If I get into a car accident, there's a part within my brain somewhere that if it gets hit too hard, I may not believe in this thing anymore. I could still function. I could still go to work, still walk. However, I may not be able to do math or think of this God in any way. Isn't that funny how it is in our own mind? And it's just like, I'm sure that if you took out a part of their brain somewhere, that if you try to take certain chemicals, that induce people to see those kinds of godly things and gnomes, you could probably remove a part of your brain that wouldn't react to those substances and chemicals. So there's all weird kinds of things. You need one piece in order for the other piece to operate that piece, which works the whole system. You can't always do it with just parts and components.
Illuminated. Let me just try and we have a lot of hypotheticals here, but I want to kind of get at what you believe. Are you saying that
this is why they killed Jesus? Because of the way I'm talking. I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure you're not responsible for why they killed Jesus, but
I'm pretty sure that isn't the way he was talking either.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, sorry, no, go ahead, Jim. I wasn't correcting you.
So what I understand is you believe in an all-encompassing imaginary God, but that God could also blink out of existence if something happens to you. Does that sound like what you believe?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that's an unassailable belief because there isn't really anything to...
It's better than dragging you into it, like the other religions. See, now you feel excluded from my religion rather than included. The other ones, they try to force you. Oh, he died for you and he did the... No, not over here.
Illuminated. Wait for Jim to finish his question.
Okay.
I think he may have heard an end to my question, because if we have an all-encompassing but imaginary God, here's the question: what is this God's power?
Was that the final part of the question, or is that a question?
Yeah, what is your God's power?
The God's power is you know how humans have these charts of elements and stuff like that, and oh, this is that, and that does that all. See, people think, Christians, I'll say, believe that God works in your daily life and interferes and this and that. Well, that goes down a road of all kinds of weird conversations. The God I believe in has done all the work it had to do, or is the work that it had to do. It is the elements. You are the action, you are the work that needs to be done. And without it, you can't say that if you don't do anything, you can't say that there's a God. Like a Christian can sit in their house all day long and do nothing. But if they didn't do any action and they don't have any power to do anything, then there is no God for that person. They cannot believe in God. Because the power that comes from God is the power the stories you write, the places you go, the things you build. How many millennia will your name be left behind? This is the power of God, what's possible. And if you treat it badly, it'll treat you badly. Use water, use fire, use earth, use wind to the maximum capacity you can to leave things behind for humans after you're gone.
Illuminated. Instead of preaching, do you actually question your beliefs?
Absolutely, all the time.
What does it mean?
It means that I could be insane. It means that other people may not see what I see.
Do you think the alternative to your beliefs being true is you being insane?
Possibly.
Do you hold so firmly to your beliefs that is the only alternative?
I would say, yeah, either that or I'm probably insane. Because
why?
I have a lot of people that rely on me, and there would be no way that if they're physically, socially insane. So I know, hold on a second, if I have 150 people that rely on me a day in this facility that I go to and that I've started and created, if they rely on me, there's no way that a mental person could have started that. However, I question that, because look at the mustache man. I go, hold on, it is possible that they could be following you. You could be crazy. It's happened. So I always wonder.
You wonder what?
I wonder, might I be thinking of this imaginary God and be thinking and saying, I go, but at least I'm not saying that this God is sending me on missions. That's where we get choppy and dangerous. The
So
God
missions are choppy and dangerous to express the belief and bring in other people to the belief. That's choppy and dangerous, but assuming that you have an answer to what a God is, and that God is everything and the eternity of everything, that can't lead to anything dangerous.
No, putting people
Why?
on buses and
I'm not.
making them go into rooms and buildings is dangerous. But having a conversation like you and I, your opinion is just as good as mine.
My opinion isn't a part of this conversation. We're asking you to question your beliefs.
I've questioned my belief. I was raised in a Catholic Christian home.
You questioned that belief. Can you question the belief you hold now, the one that you claim
Yes.
built a religion around?
Yes, and then I can form a new belief, and then I can question that. I can form a new belief, and I can question that, and I just keep going on forever and ever.
Do you have a vested interest right now in not questioning the belief you hold?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It keeps me away from groups. It keeps me away from feeling guilty. It keeps me away from having to remember stories that happened thousands of years ago before me, arbitrarily choosing certain stories in history. It keeps me away from all of that.
Do you not think that you could stay away from all of that without the religion that you have created?
I think I can stay away from all of that because the God that I believe in it has to reside in your mind. I cannot put it in there for you. I can only express how I feel about it.
It has to exist in my mind.
Mm-hmm. If you want a part of it. If you don't want a part of it, you don't have to. But if you want a part of it,
you're saying it like you want people to want it, and I'm not interested in wanting God.
Perfectly fine.
What I'm interested in is if you can even question it. You say you can, and then you talk about how you questioned previous beliefs, but you don't talk about how you question this one.
I can question this one.
Really quick. Why don't you think about that and think about for a moment, without answering out loud, just take a moment. Why don't you think about what you think is the harshest critique of your current worldview? And before you answer, let me go ahead and thank Shell and 96 and Amoria for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. And if anyone from a private account helped as well, thank you. But go ahead and let me know what you think the harshest critique, the strongest criticism of your worldview is from your perspective.
You're asking if I was to critique the world?
Nope. If you were to critique your belief.
Okay. If I was to critique my belief, I would say the world would tell me, you have no proof, you have no books, you have no buildings, you have no temples, you have no Messiah. How could you believe what you believe? That would be, if I understood your question correctly.
You did not. So, what he's asking is, if you were to give a criticism of your belief from your perspective, what would it be?
That's it right there. I would tell myself, buddy, you have no proof. You have no books. You have no Messiah. You have no temple. Nothing. No location of origin. Nothing to prove from. Where are you getting this stuff from? That would be my critique to myself.
Limited, where do you get this stuff from?
From avoiding what they try to put out. Everything that they try to put out, I'm talking about Islam, Christianity, Judaism, I look to the opposite. So I say, okay, if they say that that guy was bad and this guy was good, what if it was the opposite way? And let me look into this, and where was this person from? I just keep digging and digging and digging, and I look for holes. And I don't like mythological stories and allegories.
But wouldn't the direct contrarian position simply be there is no, like, there are no gods, or that's just
Yeah. But then I have to say that there's no anything really. I'm just seeing stuff, and that there's not this, and that my kids aren't real, and that the grass isn't grass. I mean, there has to be there's something beyond my human. And I'm not saying Jesus. No, I'm just saying, hold on a second. Even if I say that there's no God, just the fact that there was people who birthed people, who birthed people, who birthed people from before me. Holy cow. What the hell is this? Like, somebody had to either kickstart this, jumpstart it, initiate it, express it.
Why? Why did something have to start it?
Because you cannot have an operating system without a stronger computation beforehand. You cannot have a computer create itself without...
When did anybody rule that this was a computer? Why do you assume that?
Well, we can take things from the physical world, and we can...
physical world?
Yes. What we can touch, see, hear, smell, and taste, right? And we can obviously rationally put two and two together. Try to build a nanocomputer with a laptop. Please try.
Why are we talking about nanocomputers? What does any of that have to do?
It's a damn good comparison. It's about creation, because
Why are you assuming stop, slow down. Why are you assuming a creator?
I'm not.
The computer needs a greater computer to create the computer. It sounds like you're assuming that there is a creation process and a creator involved. Why are you making that assumption?
See, you're making the assumption.
I'm not making an assumption.
Yes, you are.
Stop. I'm listening to the words you're saying.
Okay, let me explain
them out to you. You have made the assumption that there is a creator,
right?
That it is greater than the creation. I'm asking why you make that assumption.
I make that assumption because you cannot have something be designed like Genesis. Okay, I don't believe in creation like Genesis, like, oh, on the first day, on the second day. I believe that the elements are constantly working. Right now, there is a place in the place in existence where there are no planets. However, in a million years, there will be planets in that very spot or place. That's what I believe in creation. It's not a purposeful creation like, oh, I'm going to put water here and rocks here. It's just an automatic process, which is going whether you like it or not.
Then why, if it's just an automatic process, are you calling it a god?
Because that's the best way my human brain can conceptualize the idea of what it is.
Is that the best way?
Yes, rather than saying he's a he.
I'm not asking you to say he's a he. I'm asking why you're saying it is a god at all.
Oh, fine. Then it's the thing. It is the thing that's the word that there's no word for it.
I'm not trying to get you to change your language. I'm trying to get you to question and understand what it is you believe and why. And here you're saying that this process is God. Why?
Why? I don't know. It's none of my business. If it was anybody's business, I'd be able to tell you. You'd be able to tell me.
If you're saying it's none of your business, and yet you're saying it's none of your business, and yet can you stop interrupting? We're saying that it's none of your business, and yet you seem to say that there are people who follow and listen to the words you say about what God is. Does it not seem like you're making it your business?
I don't know anybody who follows what I follow. I'm saying there are people right now opening a building, people who feed their families off of the jobs that I started. And there's no way that I could be a mental person and facilitate such a peaceful organization where people go to work every day and feed their families every week. I don't think a mental person would be able to be. And then again, I said I did question that too, because Mustache Man was considered mental after all he did, and people still woke up every day and fought for his cause. I'm not saying that people believe in what I believe. I'm saying that a mental person couldn't function to operate a company. Maybe they could, but I highly doubt it. Most mental people end up on the streets, losing their family, losing their mind, their job. They can't pay their own bills. And I don't have that issue, so I don't know if I'm insane.
Do you get the sense that we're questioning your sanity? Because I don't.
No, I'm saying that about me questioning myself. I say to myself, could I be crazy thinking about this, about the existence and God and all that? But I say, no, I can't be crazy, because if I was crazy, then there wouldn't be people at my company right now working for our company. They would be like, oh, I'm not working for this company. This company's insane. This guy doesn't show up. He doesn't pay the electricity bill. If I was mentally insane, it would show through other outlets in my life, through my work, through my clothes, so on. So I don't think I'm insane.
Why do you think it would show like that?
Because you go down to a mental asylum, people rock back and forth, throw poop on the walls, bite people, don't go to work.
Do you think that those are your average people with mental afflictions, or
I don't know.
Questionable.
I don't know, but I know you can't start a corporation if you're throwing poop on your wall.
Do you think that to question your beliefs necessarily means you should question your sanity?
I think so. I think, yeah.
Why?
I think because if you got 1,000 people around you saying, yo, bro, you're biting your own pinky off, bro, you should probably stop, then you're probably insane. 999 people are not lying.
Do you think you're actually responding to my questions?
Nope. I am probably not even really here right now. You're making me wonder if I'm really even here right now.
How is this making you wonder if you're even here right now?
Because I'm starting to wonder about you. I'm starting to wonder, what does this guy believe? Where's he coming from? What are his things? I'd like to be educated.
That's really concerning, because I haven't even tried to make you wonder if you're not here. And I could.
I know you haven't made me wonder, but sometimes I just by myself wonder. And what do you guys believe? I'm curious to know.
Why does it matter?
For the same matter that I expressed myself, I would like to know, to gauge myself. I would like to know how far off I am from other human beings that I might find value in.
Do you know why we asked you what you believe?
Yes, but I don't want to say the answer because there's 4 of you here.
There's only 3 of us here, and these are the 3 nicest people you could. Well, there's one really nice person.
Again, I don't want to say why, but yes, I know why you guys are asking. I know why there's 3 people on one side asking me, an individual.
Why do you think there's sides?
Can I tell you without anyone getting upset?
As long as you're polite and respectful.
I will be, but these are called groups. And what people like to do on TikTok is me, let's say I think the earth is flat, I get 4, and when the Glober comes
Can I tell
on.
you something?
Sure.
None of us share the same belief system.
Okay.
So, that being said, we're not here to gang up on you. We're not here to attack you. We're not here to argue with you. We're not here to tell you you're wrong. We're not going to tell you you're wrong. We're just asking questions. It's a critical thinking exercise.
It is. It's good. It made me think a lot. Damn it all. All right. So does anybody want to express what they believe in?
What we believe doesn't matter. The questions are to see if you can question what you believe and why you believe it.
Damn.
So far, it seems like you're mostly avoidant of that, though you're open to saying what you believe. It seems like when we get you towards questioning it, it becomes
like stay back, right? Like get away from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because I've gone mad. I was raised in a Christian home, was sent to Catholic school, had to sit in a daycare every day after school from 2 to 8 p.m. in a Muslim daycare. So I was a mental case, bro. I was wondering, why isn't Jesus with Muhammad? And how come Muhammad isn't with Allah? And how come it was so confusing? And I said, well, hold on a second. You mean to tell me there's a third religion that outdid both of these people? Come on now. And just, I don't know. I found out when I found out that not everybody was like a believer in God when I was like 12 probably. And I realized, hold on a second, not everybody believes in God. What is this? And then that's when it started. I started wondering about Egypt and Mesopotamia and kept going.
Do you feel the need to kind of synthesize a lot of things into a God that you can believe in? And if so, is there a kind of a fear of letting go of the whole concept entirely? It sounded to me like you were worried that maybe like the things around you that you love would go away if you didn't have some kind of at least synthetic belief in God. Does that sound right?
No, it's look, I was made to look, I have to believe in God, okay? I'm a Freemason, okay? Do I really at the end of the day, I can't really, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. God damn it. I don't know, guys. Now I'm crazy for the day.
No, that's a perfectly good answer. Great answer.
I don't know. It's a great answer.
Okay, so now that we established all of us don't know what to do, what do we do now?
Keep asking questions.
But then let's say we all started a town and we are a town of all people who are appreciative of the fact that we don't know. And we loved each other and we were running it for 100 years well and fine. A baby is born. And one day this baby, he says, you know what? The way my people think is not correct. The way that they do things is not the right way. There is a God. We must bring this God down and we must unite these people. See what I'm saying? Every time a group of people like us comes to be about, or like you guys, let's say, they form a society, it always gets destroyed by a doctrine or a mission from God. This is my belief, that it always gets destroyed by someone claiming some involvement with God.
So be it. The
Yeah.
world will continue.
Yeah, eliminate it. If you knew Troy would be destroyed in 1,000 years, would you still build Troy?
Probably. Knowing myself, probably, yeah. Well, then, because then that's then why do anything? At that point, that's why I think that some of the things that humans make give belief to the next humans that are around. Like that's how do I word this? Remember how I was saying about using the elements and using fire and earth? If they never built the pyramids, when, how, and why, and what drove? So almost it's like we have physical proof of the driving belief force in something greater. So therefore we do it. Or, ancestors do it. I don't know how to explain it.
Do you have pets?
No.
Have you ever had a pet?
No animals in the house.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I need a different analogy. Hold on.
I went to the Bavarian training school, and this is not acceptable. No animals in the house.
No animals in the house. Interesting. Really quick, while Kat searches for a better analogy. Good morning, Candace. How are you?
Good morning. I am doing well. How about you guys?
We're getting a little echo off you, Illuminated. Can you mute your mic when you're not speaking?
Yes, thank you. Illuminated, is it okay, Thrayle, if I get in on what Illuminated was saying?
Sure.
Oh, hold on one second.
Okay. I'm gonna land this plane really quick. I couldn't come up with a better analogy because my mind is stuck on my cute little kitty cat. But so we're gonna do the pet thing, right? So when you get a pet, you know that it's going to unalive in 7 to 15 years on average, right? But
Yes.
it doesn't mean you don't get the pet and you can't love it while you have it, and it doesn't bring good things into your life.
I know. The other way of thinking is the Luciferian, what they would call the Lucifer, like the dead, everything is at a dead point. Like there's no point to get a cat because it's going to unalive. There's no point to getting a nicer car because it's just going to get
But is
scratched.
that what you think?
I mean, I'm cursed with that way of thinking. I'm cursed with that way. Yes, I am cursed with that. There's no point of starting a family if she's just going to cheat and if it's just going to get destroyed one day. My kids are going to have phones. There's no point. There's no point. It's all at a dead point. It's Luciferian, evil, dark, black, and all void.
Okay, it seems like you don't like this way of thinking, but also you think like this.
Yeah, it's a curse. It really is. My mind is its own damn curse. I'm stuck in my own.
Why is it a curse, or is it something that you could work to change?
I don't know. I don't know. I can work to change it, but at the end of the day, my logical senses say, buddy, you can try all you want, but you know that this is all going to be gone one day, and there is no point. There is no point. Yeah, it's sad, man.
That's when nihilism goes bad.
It really is, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do. I tried everything. Like, I've tried. There's no point to anything.
What have you well, I mean, okay, so here's the thing. It's hard for me. This is getting a little difficult for me because I do think that there is no point to anything. I agree with, actually no, this is a great way to do this. I also think that there is no point to anything. But this doesn't like make me think that there's no reason to do things, right? Like there is a reason to do things. Do you want to know why? Because it makes me have a happier, better life, and it makes the people around me and that cat that I have over there have a happier, better life. It's not about some greater thing. It's about you and like being the best you that you can be to you and those around you. Does it matter if it matters after you're gone? Will you even know? Probably not.
Probably not. You're asking some thought-provoking questions.
Why spend the one life that you get in this anxious, why should I do anything if nothing matters, like loop, when you could just be doing things and enjoying it?
The sad part to answer your question is I'm not saying that I enjoy watching the world in the state that it's in. However, knowing what I believe and that it's all going to be poop in the end, I like watching the world play out and saying, you see, I knew that was going to happen. Oh yeah, look over there. I knew that was going to happen. It's almost fun to watch.
Why do you like that? That's not fun.
I don't know. I have no idea. Because it's almost like we have the power to change things. However, we just keep on, as a race, we just keep on going away, and it's fun. It's fun to watch. It's like, hey, let's see what they do next.
So how does this affect you? Okay, how does this get you to, it doesn't matter to do anything because it'll just end anyway. How are those two things related?
Well, because most people that think like that, they usually end up in a self-harming thing, but I don't have that. I don't have any, I don't wish any like harm upon anybody, and I don't wish any harm upon myself. I like life. Like I like to eat food, and I like to look outside and stuff. Becoming a messiah or a prophet of some kind, that's not, the most, to my extent, is living in this world, this three-dimensional world. Like I have a business, I have a company. Right now there's people opening.
It sounds like you're doing well, and you're creating jobs for other people and helping other people feed their families. That's great, and like your life is like, at least your business is successful or getting there from what I can tell. So like
if these things are going well and you are doing good things for your community, like why have this attitude that nothing matters and it's all going to burn anyway, and have this like existential crisis over that?
I'll give you an example. I just got involved with a partner, very nice guy. He's really, really cool. He's gonna help our delivery system. Great. Okay, come to find out, he's using the app Bring. Okay, no problem. Well, and I'm getting to it. It only takes about 60 seconds to explain. He's also recommending, he's like a consultant that we work with now. He's also recommending that we switch to a bank called Bread. Okay, no problem. Now he's telling us we need to switch to Windows devices. I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking, and it seems like no matter what I do in my life, someone is always trying to come in and take it apart. Like I figured out, he's an Israeli gentleman. I didn't know that. He didn't present himself as Israeli.
Oh no, please don't do this. Please don't do this.
I'm not doing anything. But I said, you can't switch our entire operating system and delivery system to support a certain country or a group. Like I said, you can't destroy our company. So we have to stick with like American-based companies for our stuff. Like,
right, please stop while you're ahead.
Our apps have been glitching.
I tried to help him.
I am so sorry about that. I am at work, and so my boss came over. I apologize. And yeah, I was listening. That was a little crazy.
Possibility was in the name.
Good morning, Candace.
Yeah. Hi, Candace.
Good morning, Kat. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Thrayle.
Have you two met? Jimmy is fantastic, and so is Candace. And it is a pleasure to have him, and so I'm happy you two get to meet.
Yeah, I think we've crossed paths in other lives, and I've heard you speak. But it's a pleasure meeting you, Jimmy.
That is hilarious that we've crossed paths in other lives. And I'm very reincarnation agnostic, so I'm having a moment.
Ha. That's
Oh,
cool.
not other lives on TikTok. Right, okay, that's right.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I felt like I had to say that part to kind of explain why it was funny.
That is funny. Oh,
Jimmy's
God.
a Buddhist.
I'm a Buddhist.
Oh, that was so funny.
I bud.
Yeah,
I bud.
Buddhists believe in some really awesome stuff, so being a good person, I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I was going to offer some Buddhist advice to the last person until Kat kind of made it clear that was not necessary. Or desired, or something. I don't know. Well, he was. I don't think it might have been useful. I didn't see any way in. But I think it's a great example of when you are tormented by your own thoughts. Right, you become aware that you're being tormented by circles of thought you can't stop. This is one path you might go is medication. Another path you might go is meditation. And really, sometimes you can't go the meditation route. Sometimes medication is the best way. But there is a wisdom in recognizing.
Okay. But the path is not anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I would say that's probably not a path I would recommend.
That's the way to go. Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
That's a suboptimal path there.
It's probably not going to achieve what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I was definitely taken back by the fact that he thought he had to be crazy if he believed in a higher power, or he had to be crazy if he didn't. Like, he was screwed either way.
But he had to have a god.
Yeah, he had to.
Had to.
Which is, yeah.
That's baffling and tragic to me.
Yeah.
Because it can lead to that, and it is
and it's not necessary, and it like, you know, and it can lead to that, and that's not a fun place to be.
Well, right. I
Not a
mean, if
good
we
place
kind
to
of
be.
if we stop right before the last part of the conversation, um, I think the racing negative thoughts, the thoughts about the pointlessness of everything because it's all impermanent, you know, that's not necessary. That is suffering. And in my view, suffering is the part that we cause ourselves is not necessary.
It isn't.
I agree. But I remember when I could not get control of my thoughts. It was the most scary experience because my mind was going with all of these, you know, thoughts coming in and concerned about what if there was a God, there isn't a God, and like it was scary. It was straight up scary to have to think and think past, well, what if there isn't a God? You know, so I get why those thoughts would be racing like that. And I I'll be the first to say, like, I started taking medication for my depression, which helped significantly. So
Sometimes it's really necessary to break the cycle so that you can begin to work with it.
100%, 100%. You know, and I always was like, I don't want to be on a medication to regulate. Like, I can do it. But then it just got to a place where, you know, I needed to be honest with myself. And that's all it really is. And we're not these, you know, perfect human beings where we can take control of every situation. Sometimes those chemicals are off and you need a little bit of help.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a choice, of course. You can continue taking the medication because the problem is solved once you do, or it's mostly solved. But you can also decide, I'm going to try and work with the root of the problem here from the inside out. And that's more of the path that I went on when I started practicing meditation and studying Buddhism. And it's helpful to an extent. I'm sure that if something really horrible happened, I would not turn away medication, but it is still helpful.
And Aaron, I thank you for being honest in the comments and about what you're struggling with. My sister had BPD, and I know how hard that can be. So, my heart goes out to you, and I'm glad that you are seeking treatment because I wish that we had found medication that could have helped her because she ended up taking her own life. I think it's so beautiful when people can be vulnerable with others and honest with themselves. You know, I think that's so beautiful that he was able to put that in the comments. Well, Aaron, I'm glad that you failed, if that's a thing, and I hope that you stay around for some time, please. If you ever need someone to talk to, you're always welcome to DM me. You know, my sister left a hole that no one can fill. And I'm sure you'd be leaving a hole too that no one can fill but you, Aaron. Thrayle, what happened to the music?
The music's there.
Except for I'm missing.
It might be quiet, but it's there. But
Tavern has gotten a little dancey.
Yes, well, somebody mentioned the lonely lute earlier, and I'm like, well, it doesn't have to be lonely. There are other instruments that can be added to the tavern.
Oh, thank you, Crook.
But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I do really quickly need to thank Claire and Shell, also Amoria and 96 for helping with our previous goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you. you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody who's been gifting the panel too, and tapping the screen, sharing the live out. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Best audience on TikTok.
Agreed.
Why do people keep trying to argue with me in the comments?
I don't know. Why do you keep trying to argue with people in the comments, Kat?
I don't try to argue with people in the comments.
There you go, arguing with me.
Hey there.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believed I could put 6 Sharpies in my anus, and I pulled it off, Daddy. I'm telling you right now. Come everywhere.
So ridiculous. Why do they do this?
Girthy penis. Cock and ball.
That's all you've got. That's your entire existence in this life, and now it's gone. No more being in this life. We're not gonna tolerate that behavior. Now you don't get to even watch. Why would you do that?
All right, what kind of religion do you think he has? Is that a...
I don't even want to know.
Okay, all right.
But now he's gone.
I am an awful, dirty Zionist now.
Is that really what happened? Because
that's really what it said.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I said, maybe don't do this thing doing.
You gave him ample warning, and he decided to continue.
Well, and to be clear, he was only removed from the panel because TikTok flagged him for a totally different reason.
And there you have it, folks. That, and we can talk to me now.
When I see a request and it says watched for less than a minute, I always second guess how quickly I should bring them up. Maybe it's a good time to remind everybody that I'm not here for a debate. I'm not interested in a shouting match or proving you wrong. I don't even really want to burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is that belief? And why do you believe it?
Thank you, Mario. I like the paper cranes.
I do too. It's one of the few that you can kind of personalize, change the color.
I know mine are purple. I like them. They're cute.
Thrayle, since we don't have any guests up here, would it be okay if I asked you a question?
Certainly, as a matter of fact.
I was gonna say you should change this thing.
I should.
What made you want?
There it is.
What made you want to start doing this, the live like this, like, what made you want to start having people question their beliefs?
I've always asked the questions. I've always wanted to know. I've always doubted not just the gods, the beliefs that people believe, but the amount they believe it, what it even means to believe it, to accept it. I'd had many conversations face to face with people that I felt I could question or that I could pose ideas to. And I noticed that, questioning always seemed to be better, but it still often would end heated or uncomfortable. It's a better way to try.
I like your approach to it because it causes people to think rather than be reactionary and defensive. So I actually thought about starting a live because I have so many Christian followers and start saying similar to can you question what you believe and seeing how that goes.
I think it's an important question.
It is, and so many people can't do it. The fear is crazy that people have about questioning their belief system. Their entire world will fall apart just by questioning whether it's real or not.
Well, it does though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So how do you believe in something that dictates the way you live and is yet so fragile that it can't be questioned?
Why do you let fear control your life?
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's true. That, I mean, if I'm being honest, fear is a huge, huge thing that controls lives, Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good morning,
Hey, Durgan.
Durgan.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good morning. Hello. I think you guys are talking about something that's really interesting, and I don't want to say we need to walk on eggshells about it whenever we do these things, but when we look at people who have lived in in a bubble of maybe some kind of a theology, where their entire family, all of the society that they know and have revolves around this thing, for them to be able to question that raises the possibility for them to lose everything that they have and themselves. I think we need to be mindful of that. It's not whether it's right or wrong or good or bad. It's just, I think it's going to be very difficult for someone, even when they're coming to the realizations, let's say, if they're starting to walk away from the faith because of the lack of a belief now, because of, deconstruction or a process that they've gone through. Outside of that, within their mind, I'm sure it's still very haunting for that they might get disowned or excommunicated from their family and community. And I think the important thing there is we could talk about these things, but let's at least be mindful of what someone can actually lose if they were to actually go down that path. And I know a lot of people who have lived in that circumstance where with a lack of a belief, but they're still trying to hold on as hard as they can, or they're masking it still as a theist just so they don't lose what they have built up like their entire life. That's all I really wanted to say.
So, Durgan, is it possible that their families and communities, not all of them, but some of these families and communities are harmful or dangerous inherently because of the belief? And so to lose them might be to walk away from that, as difficult as it may be, would ultimately be beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing against that point. Like, I think that's, you know, anyone who has any kind of hateful ideology, like, I would like to see those things go away. But I guess the point that I'm trying to emphasize here is that for someone like, let's say, who's in their 30s or 40s, who have had this entire world and an understanding, it's not even a doubling down. It's just to be able to lose that overnight because of a change in a belief. Like, I think that's the thing that I'm asking people to just be mindful of. You know, it's what does it actually end up costing someone?
I think we do work very hard to be very mindful of doing more good than harm.
I think we should check ourselves for arrogance for certain. I think it is, you know, who are we to say that they should cut ties with family simply because they no longer believe the same thing or that they're afraid? Maybe just, I guess I would recommend maybe that we can recognize that there's fear underneath a lot of it.
I try to, when I notice or hear that, I try to take care to tell them that whatever belief, as long as it's not harming them or anybody else, is fine, and I'm not here to change that. And none of us are.
Well, I think you have a duty. You have a duty to encourage courage, right? I mean, to you know, I think that's kindness, to set an example of courage, or to bring up the possibility of overcoming one's fear. But I agree with Durgan. I think, you know, the stakes can be very high. I just wonder, would they be interested in questioning their beliefs if they didn't want to maybe see some change happen?
You know, we have a good friend, at least one, Thrayle, that I can think of off the top of my head, whose stakes are very high, and yet they still come, and you know,
they question.
They come when summoned, even to help with the questioning that we needed help with, and it's because they see the value in critical thinking more than anything, right?
I would say, like, I love how you guys on the panel do it. That's why I feel like it is a gentle way of getting people to question themselves and try to put that fear to the side. But it is a real thing. Like, I struggle with that fear too. Like, you know, I had a kid on a panel yesterday that he grew up Christian, and he's, you know, you could hear in his voice that he's worried about his parents kind of disowning him because he wouldn't be Christian anymore. And it's a real thing that people go through. So giving up a religion is more than just giving up something you believe in. It's like your whole identity. And, you know, some people are really crass about it. They don't care. They're just like, you shouldn't. But I think that this little community that has been created on TikTok that we're a part of has been very helpful to a lot of people.
Look, one of the things that I'm able to relate this to, and you know, like, and this is gonna be coming from, I don't necessarily want to get into like the whole determinism thing, but my understanding of like how we don't actually choose our beliefs. Just like someone doesn't choose who they're attracted to or what their preferences are in that way. I mean, if this was the case, people would just choose not to be attracted to the same type of people, you know, and they wouldn't have a problem. They wouldn't have family like thinking of them as like a monstrosity or like kicking them out of the house because of who they are. Like I think a lot of times it's kind of important, and you know, like I want to be very clear about this. I'm still human. I still fall short of the standards that I try to set for myself. Like I don't always come through the way I want to, the way I think I should. Like I failed people, you know, like I have failed people. But it's as much of like someone doesn't choose who they're attracted to. They don't choose like what they believe. So when you actually start learning and like you see that these things don't align with like the beliefs that you've held, you can't still hold on to this. So imagine like the mental trauma that this creates for somebody when they have a belief that they don't actually hold anymore, but they're masking around other people to like not be themselves, to try to act like they're still the same person that they used to be, because they're afraid to lose everything in their life. And I think that's where we kind of need to be a little bit more, you know, a little bit humble and, you know, like look at things from outside of ourselves. Like that's all I just wanted to say.
It's funny that that's like the example that you made, or where you relate this to, because me encountering one of those people is exactly the reason I think this is so important, and why I spend so much time on it. Is I saw a person take off the mask, and it broke my heart. Like it severely affected me, and I realized right then how important this was.
I really quick want to thank Claire, Shell, and 96 for helping with the goal, but I also want to bring up a new guest who might have some insight on this as well, but quiet, I don't need your camera. Sorry about that. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
And I know we've spoken a couple of times before.
I know. Can I say something? The reason why I wanted to come up is because you guys talking about people, which I feel like that's what I'm going through right now. So I live, if I can just explain real quick, I live in a Christian community. I'm in a town where I don't really know anybody, but I joined the Christian community because part of me is a Christian, yes. But now I go through that struggle. I'm really like questioning all my beliefs and where I'm at, and I feel like I'm really kind of deconstructing Christianity. And this is a big thing for me to realize, okay, if I go that route, then I have like no friends left here, no community. And it's specifically also hard because I'm raising 2 kids, which I brought into that religion. And now I feel like, okay, if I leave, what's going to happen to my kids? They lose all their friends if I pull them out, or do I continue and bring them to church if they want to? So this is really, I'm really going through that right now, this fear of like losing everything.
Okay, I would like to say a couple things. I mean, I've lived a very, very complex and interesting life. My beliefs are extremely complicated. I don't talk to my kids about my beliefs. It's neither the time or the place, and it's not necessarily for them. If there's a belief that I'm going to hold and I'm going to act on, it should be for coming from like kindness and compassion. If those are the things that my kids see in me, those are the things that I want them to learn, regardless of whether there's a belief behind it or not. And give yourself a little bit of grace. Like as a parent, we're always like in the back of our mind, like how bad are we screwing up our kids? And the reality is, you are doing the best you can. Like, and I want to applaud you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, quiet. I hear your heart. I hear your heart as a mom and me raising my children in the church, in the Christian church. So I 100% understand what you're saying and feel that pain of not knowing what to do because and it makes me sad that you're stuck between losing your community or staying with your community when you don't have anybody else just because you don't believe. Like, I'm wondering if you're able to express your, unbelief in the God, but still have friends within the community. Like, do you think that they would be open to still being your friend? And I mean, um, how old are your children, if you don't mind my asking?
They're 11 and 15, and we are also homeschooling. So the church, and like we have a homeschool co-op where we go every Friday. That's also through the church. So our entire life is really around the church, outside from home. And
Same here.
And then for me, I just feel like a liar, every time I go there and I sit there and listen to the preaching. I like the worship part, but I think it's more like because I like music, I like songs and whatever. But it's just I feel like I'm a liar when I'm there, and I feel like I'm a liar when I talk to my children, and so that's just like it's inner conflict I constantly have, and that's because I myself probably don't know 100% what I'm believing in.
It sounds like with homeschooling, do you have a partner in this, or are you just alone in all of this?
I do have a partner, which is, I would say, agnostic. So he doesn't bother. Yeah, he doesn't go to church, and he doesn't have that fear or pain. He doesn't care. He's like, oh, we can just live, just the four of us in where we are with no one around. So that's his thing. He doesn't need community. But I'm like a social butterfly. I like people, and I like to be out there. But I also like to be authentic.
So have you checked to see if there are other homeschool groups within your community? Because I know that there were some Christian homeschool groups when I was homeschooling, but there was also secular homeschool groups where parents just wanted to get together with kids and do co-op and without bringing religion into it. Have you checked to see if there are any of those within your community?
Well, unfortunately, there's only two, and they're both Christian. And it's not necessarily that this homeschool group itself is Christian. It just comes from the church. It's just the church provides the space and the people. It's not that they try to keep the homeschool itself neutral, and it's not really the only people they know, the only kids they know is out of this group, and they love it. They don't want to leave. They don't want to leave their friends, and so it's just, yeah. I try to kind of like in my head, I know I can see how my brain tries to combine the two, my belief and kind of like the Christian God, like, okay, like, I come from the point where I believe that God is within me. He's in everything and everybody. And so I'm kind of trying to fuse these two religions to make it right in my head, so I can kind of like, you know what I mean, like just justify it that it's okay.
Well, I think you have a wonderful open door with your partner being agnostic and not necessarily believing in the Christian God that, you're being a part of with the church and the homeschool group. I think that that's a wonderful open door for you to have a conversation because, 11 and 15, is a pretty, they're old enough where they can start making their own choices in what they believe, right? And I think that it's important to have those open and honest conversations with our kids. And you can say, like, I don't know if it's their father, but, dad or so and so, they believe this, and this is what the church believes, and here's the history. Like, if I were you, I would encourage you to get into learning the history of all religions so that they can have a really good background in what they know, what religion started when and how it came to be, what they believed, so that they can see for themselves. The Bible copies a lot of things and they might come to their own conclusions.
I have a, I might ask. Quiet. Have you thought about maybe taking the opposite approach and with your kids kind of digging more deeply into the religion rather than the idea of pulling them away? Maybe, I know for me, my deconstruction of the Catholic Church happened when I completely dug in and read the Bible and tried to be the best Catholic I could be. And it was the act of taking it really seriously and at face value that made me realize that it doesn't work. Do you think your kids would be open to more of a critical examination of what they believe?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if I would, I think it's more like also the age that they're not really interested in, sitting with me and doing that with me. But yes, I mean, I kind of like, I tell them, we talk about other religions, but yeah, we don't do really a deep dive in those things. This is the whole reason why I went to church again when I was like young, when my son was born and little, because I didn't really know God. I just knew Christianity a little bit, and I felt like I wanted them to know God. I wanted them to have that place where they can go when especially when they're like older teens. I remember my teen years where I just was searching and lost all the time, and then I feel like having a God is a good place to go. And so that's why I wanted them to learn Christianity. So I brought them in there, and now I want to pull them out.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Real quick, if I didn't already, I gotta thank Shell and Amoria 96 for our previous goal, but go ahead, Durga.
Sorry. What if, and maybe this question might be twofold, I'm not sure yet. What if God does exist, or God is, or whatever, but it's just not how we think or understand it? Like, let's say if the Christian God is real, but everything that we know through people saying that this is what God is not accurate or true to who or what God's going to be. And I guess the second part to this question would be like, when you talk to your kids, do you kind of like lean more into like,
No, but yeah, I know what you mean, and that's probably, I know a little bit what they believe. I know my son he's a very strong believer, and my daughter, she's like, oh no, I go because of the friends. She doesn't believe. She's more like her dad, I guess. I can take religion away from her, but not that religion. But for me, it's also like the God I believe. And I know it's not the same. They give different attributes to their gods, but I kind of believe there's one God one creator. And I also kind of believe that religion can be a tool for people to get closer to God if they have like, if they don't, I don't know, like how to explain that. Like if they don't have much openness, basically, then a religion can help them to be closer to a God. And so that's kind of how I saw it also with my kids. It will help them to make a connection to God. But then I just have this conflict within me now. It's like, okay, should I still go to Christian church even though if they would know my full belief how it is right now, they probably would curse me. You know, it's like, or I'm like evil or whatever, I have evil beliefs. Yeah.
That makes me think what you just said about if the church knew your beliefs, that they would curse you. That is what breaks my heart about Christianity. Is like if you don't fit into this neat little box, then you're outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say I'm sorry that you're having to go through that.
Mm-hmm. I would say that's one of the reasons why I have so much conflict with Christianity or other religions. I really don't want to belong to one religion anymore. I don't want to belong to a group anymore. Because of those things, because of those limits they set on people. Because I really believe God is way bigger than that. But yeah. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share with the panel.
Sounds like a really tricky situation.
Yeah.
I hope your kids. It sounds like maybe one of them is, but I hope they can find the courage to think critically about what they're being told.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the long run, in the future, it will, sort itself out. Like I grew up in a little bit of conflict. My mom, she was very spiritual, all over the place. And then later on, through school, I found Christianity. So I grew up as a kid, kind of like my kids right now, basically like, okay, we're kind of Christians, but we kind of also believe in other stuff. So I kind of feel like I know what my kids might go through because it's very similar now. I kind of repeat history. It's going to be okay. It's just right now that I feel this conflict. It's like, my kids are begging me, "Can we go to church on Sunday?" And I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to be around those people,
And you had said yourself that just for yourself, aside from your kids, you have to kind of pretend in order to get along in the community. Is that the case?
Well, I guess my son doesn't have to pretend at all because he is really a very strong believer in the Christian God. My daughter, she doesn't care. She just wants to be with her friends. That's all. She just, because I did mention a couple times that I feel like I don't want to go as often anymore, and I get immediate pushback from her. But like, oh, my friends and blah blah blah, and so I kind of like dropped it again. And I just kind of wanted to feel where they would be at if they would say like, I don't care, or.
But your fear about not, I mean, you had said originally that if you stopped showing the signs of being a believer, you would be ostracized by the community.
Yeah, basically, if I had really conversation with them about things we read in the Bible, how I interpreted it, or my belief in afterlife, or if I would just talk about those things which interest me and fascinate me, and all those things, I feel like I will be cursed. I just basically don't talk to people. I used to be a very extrovert when I was younger. Now I just turned in this introvert. I'm like around people, but I don't really talk to them about meaningful things. It's all superficial, I feel.
But and if you, and I hear Thrayle kind of having a question. What this will be the last one. If you just simply stopped going to church and you didn't engage in why with people in the community, would that be where would be the downside? I mean, you would be being true to yourself, which might be a good example to the kids, even though it might be uncomfortable. Would that kind of separate you from your community? Would you be able to function in the community still?
Yeah, I mean, I would eventually find a new community. I've moved around a lot. Yeah, I could probably find new friends. I just don't know if I'm ready because I do like the people, you know.
I wonder if you didn't find a way to ask these friends questions about the way they viewed you to see if they maybe not as far as you might think from believing the same thing. When I've questioned you before, I've said it sounded like you hold on to a Christian-shaped God in a lot of ways.
Right.
But you think, from your perspective, that you would be ostracized for the differences in your beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely my belief is I have still a lot in common with Christianity, and that's probably why I still can't easily walk among them because I have all these superficial conversations I can have with people. It's just the lack of I can't go deeper. Or like, for example, just a random example is like our church, they 1,000% support Israel. I am in my head, I really struggle with that. I'm completely against Israel. And that's just something I just have to shut up because I get like emotional. I can't, when I talk about this with them, then I get like, I mean, they talk very openly about, oh yeah, we gotta kill all those Palestinian people. Oh, sorry, I know I'm not supposed to say that. Unalive all those people. And they talk in front of me like just, they not even question that there's maybe people who don't believe that. And so I can't share my thoughts there, or I feel like I cannot. I feel like I will be outcast if I would do that. And I guess it's just a fear I have. Maybe if I, build up some questioning skills like you got, maybe.
Can I would just suggest, it's hard to do, but if you approach them with genuine curiosity, that's the thing. You have to not be leading them somewhere, but really have curiosity about how the belief that is right aligns with the teachings that they're taught, without trying to say, really with nothing in you that says you're a hypocrite, right? You have to kind of kill that part. Sorry, unalive that part that says you're a hypocrite. And come with real curiosity, just assuming that there is a good answer. Right? The assumption they must have a good answer for this. And wonder what it is. I wonder what it is.
I think it's assumptions of Christians, or comes from the experience that they seem to have always like the perfect answer, and I'm not really good at debating things, or so. Well, I guess questioning is not debating, but
right.
It's like in my experience, the Christians, they have always an answer and explanation for everything. They make everything like so that you're like, okay, well, there's nothing I can say to that, I guess.
Well, part of it then is the humility to, when they give you the perfect answer that they've been that they've worked out, to accept that as their answer.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think that there's some value in asking the question with real curiosity.
Yes.
That can stick around for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, quiet. I'm not going to terrorize you with questions about your creation God today, like I usually would. But perhaps the next time you come back, I'll have some more questions for you, and who knows, you might have different answers. But I really appreciate you coming up and sharing your experience on the topic we were discussing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me.
Thank you.
Quiet, I also followed you. I would like to talk to you again some other time. I have extremely I wouldn't say radical beliefs. I have extremely different.
Oh, he's probably more of a heretic in Christianity.
Yeah,
than
I lean more towards
identifies as a
hereticism.
Christian.
I'm a heretical Christian. There you go. So I would like to talk to you some other time.
But I appreciate you, Quiet. I hope you keep asking questions, and I hope I get to question you again soon.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm really very drawn to your life, so I'm sure I'll be back.
I appreciate you. Take care.
Bless you, Quiet.
Hey, Brad, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yep, 41.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. Yeah. Hold on, don't mind the radio.
Background.
Yep.
In a god, which god is it?
I don't want to say one specific. I believe in the possibility of gods, as in plural.
The possibility of gods, but you don't have a specific god in mind.
Right. The only... I've been listening for a little bit, and a lot of people talk about questioning their beliefs, but that is my literal belief system, is questioning everything. The only thing that's a part of it that I hold on to certainty is actually both the same and quite the opposite of what most religions claim. The fact that there is no creator, but the creation itself is the governing power. So, like, there's not a God that created the universe. We're looking at the universe itself is infinite, and everything else is created within it. So the idea of could gods exist under that umbrella? I mean, yeah, I see that as a possibility.
But they wouldn't be the creators of...
Right, they would not be creators, they would just be higher beings, so to speak.
Higher beings doing what?
Well, it could be, I don't know, maybe they're more spiritually advanced than us, more capable than us. They could even come down to almost the scientific level, because...
You're getting a lot of background noise, so I would...
Oh, sorry. So...
Like machinery or something. It's getting louder.
Yeah. I'm actually at work right now, but I drive an off-road dump truck. So I got my phone on the mountain, I listen in and whatnot, so... But I'm not on any public roads, so there's no danger or anything like that. But getting back into it, I think there's almost a scientific aspect to that as well. It's not just spiritual. A lot of people view...
Scientific aspect of what?
Yes, a lot of people view gods as higher powers, which what I guess would be defined as more capable. So if you were to take us as we are today, take us and show us to our primitive selves way back in the beginning, we would look like gods to them.
So are you saying
maybe
there are more capable aliens, or you think there might be? But all of these are possible musings,
right, they're
not
all
firm beliefs.
right.
So you don't hold any firm beliefs in the existence of gods, but the only firm belief you would say you have is the existence of a creative force that is the eternity of the universe.
Right.
Why do you
I wouldn't even
consider
say
the
created. I would say
okay?
it itself is, its own creator. Like we're all developed within it, part of it. We are it,
Do you give it the attribute of sentience or consciousness? Do you? I say
That's
by that.
probably
Give
the
it. Do you
biggest
think of it that
my
way?
that's probably my most struggled debate recently because I'm always constantly developing my belief system. But that's one of my biggest debates. To say it's living, I I I want to say that yeah, it's living. I mean, it destroys itself, it rebuilds itself, it grows, it creates. I mean, these are all kinds of signs of basic life. Now, to entertain the idea of whether it's conscious or not, I'm I'm not I'm not there enough to believe that it's actually conscious.
You're saying creating itself is an attribute of life.
Like, for example, to minimize this a bit, let's look at a plant. A plant is alive, it grows, it multiplies the process,
Does
but it
it
doesn't
create itself
necessarily,
and exist infinitely?
not necessarily, it's not the greatest
Oh,
analogy, but what would be? Like I said, I'm trying to minimize this as
if
much
there
as I
isn't a
can.
great analogy, then why use an analogy?
Hmm.
If there isn't a great analogy, why use an analogy?
I guess to try to minimize it.
Why
And
minimize
that's,
it?
I mean, honestly, you're right. There really isn't a reason to minimize it because
Is
it is
describing
everything. So,
right? If it is everything, then isn't it describing it as anything like a god or uh, an entity or a single thing? Doesn't that minimize it?
I mean, it does, yeah.
So then wouldn't it be simpler to say the only thing that you firmly believe is that existence exists?
Yeah. I mean, that's the easiest way to put it, yeah. Everything else under that is what happens or grows or everything within that existence is just looking for a deeper understanding of the existence itself.
Everything within the existence is looking for a deeper understanding of existence itself. Are you sure everything is?
Right. So, like, we still explore the oceans, even though we know there's more out there than the oceans. Like, I want to understand, I mean, the existence is everything, so I want to understand everything. So that's why I look at also, what's within that. Like, we're a part of that. Is there the possibility of other things like us under that? Yeah. But there's not a whole lot that can be confirmed outside of the science that we have. And that was, I think, one of the points I was trying to get to earlier, but I kind of overtalked myself. But, I mean, realistically, isn't spirituality a way of describing the possibility of a science we yet do not understand?
I don't know. Is it really that, or could it just be a way of using terms that sound scientific or researched to describe things we can't truly describe things we don't really understand, to make it sound like we do.
I mean, it's very possible. But if we go back in time, as the progression of humanity, there's a lot of things that exist nowadays that we see as just basic science, basic understanding, that early on we would have saw as magic or spiritual or impossible to happen.
We
So
might
as
have
we
seen them
progress
that way,
further,
but did we see them?
what do you mean, did we see them?
Did our primitive ancestors actually see those technologies? And why would you assume that they'd encountered things like that?
Well, that would be assuming what we have now would have been existence then. But the difference would be, let's per se fire. Let's go to a time where they first discovered fire. You know, flint, bark, some wood. Hey, they got a fire. But we show up with a lighter. We show up with a lighter or a torch. That's going to look a lot more like magic to them.
Did we show up with a lighter?
No.
What assumption is it that you're making?
It's not an assumption. It's the possibility of.
Oh.
And it's just going back to the fact that what we once thought was
non-belief.
Right. It's just going back to the fact, or the possibility, that everything we see that is science now could have been viewed as magic earlier. Because that's basically what a lot of spirituality is we're looking at it like it's magic.
Brad.
Yeah.
You're expressing a lot of musings that aren't actually held beliefs. They're just kind of thoughts out loud to, I guess, entertain yourself. But what we're doing here is questioning people who believe in a thing about the things they believe and why they believe it, if they can question it. Are these your beliefs, or are these just things you're saying?
Like I said, the universal thing is the only thing that I'm absolutely certain on. The other things are beliefs, but they're beliefs and possibilities. That could be true.
Is the only thing that you're certain on is this universal thing, that all things are in existence. Was that the conclusion of that? Was that existence just exists?
Right.
How are you so certain that existence exists?
Well, because we experience it every day. Like, we live it, we see it, we've developed science to measure it.
Are you sure?
I mean, if you want to get into the conscious perception of things, I mean, there is always that theory out there. But
which theory?
The theory of everything is just reality is conscious perception. Like, if nothing theory, they have tried to scientifically, they have actually tried to scientifically test this, but there's not. Like, they're actually trying to scientifically test that idea, that if something is not observed, it doesn't exist. And where they're at on that theory is they've actually got to a point where they measured the frequency of matter.
I didn't ask you where they are on that theory.
Okay.
I've been asking you about the one thing you said that you believe.
Right. And you asked why I believe that.
That existence exists.
Yeah.
And when I asked why you believe that, you started talking about a working theory that you probably don't believe in.
Right, because it's a matter of tackling counter arguments is what I'm saying.
Does anybody else have any questions for Brad? Because Brad doesn't know what he's doing.
Yes, I have one.
Go for it, Jimmy.
All right, Brad. So you have a belief that the let's say the universe exists. Is it possible to entertain the idea that everything that you see and every person you interact with actually exists in a separate and different universe that is just intersecting your own, and that there is no universality or there is no single whole of existence?
Right. And that is actually a very good question or analogy. It depends on how you define universe. There's actually two definitions for it. One being the actual name or designation for all of existence, which would be what you're trying to describe now. And then there's also one describing it as a singularity, as a part of a multiverse, as a part of an omniverse, and so on. Everything is always a part of something bigger. I too believe in that aspect of everything is a part of something bigger. So when I use the term universe, that literally entails the entirety of existence as far as it goes. Whether it would be someone else being on a different plane of existence from me, etc., just as you described.
You might be missing some of the power of this idea, which is there's no coherence in the model that I suggest, which is just hypothetical.
Okay.
No coherence to that universe, that greater, all-encompassing universe. Does that still become a kind of a thing to believe in?
I don't see why not. I'm trying to wrap my head around exactly what you're trying to say. But if everything, almost as if instead of believing everything is one, it's believing that everything is as separate as it is.
It's opening the possibility that there isn't a single universe to believe in. There may be many intersecting universes that are different and independent, and we simply see one piece of it and try to extrapolate a single entity when there isn't really a single entity there.
Right. Okay, I get what you're trying to say. But if each of those separate entities that are intersecting that I'm, viewing or incorporating with, wouldn't they still be a part of a larger whole?
No, I think I'm actually trying to get at whether can you question this belief that you have. I'm giving you an alternative hypothesis.
Right.
Try to turn it into a larger whole. That really means that you're really stuck on the idea of it there being some single coherent existing universe. And you may not be able to question this belief. And that none of them have anything to do with each other, and we happen to just see them. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And that would be a way in which you might question the belief you have, is to entertain another idea.
Right, but that's what I'm getting at, is I think you're misunderstanding the extent of my belief. Is it's not just one coherent universe. Like they are, for example, with that theory, let's say there's, your little universe, my universe, the bigger universe. Everything is going to be within something else. There's always something bigger. Unless, except for the fact that we can't comprehend what would be beyond the end, because to accept the fact that there isn't an infinite, which means we also have to accept the fact that there's an end. and for every end there's a beginning of something else. So that's where that theory comes in, is that it's not just one big universe, it's all of existence, everything that's out there. Every end to new beginning is within or a part of whatever the grandeur thing is. I'm hoping that well enough for the theory or for your question.
No, I think that's probably the best I can do in terms of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But do you actually question your beliefs?
Yeah, literally every day, every part of it. I'm
Sounds
actually
like you don't
of
believe
probably
in a
over
lot of
obsessed.
things. It doesn't sound like you believe in a lot of things. You question a lot of things, but do you question the assumptions that you do make?
Yeah. Like I probably obsess over it a lot more than I should. That and my job doesn't help either. I sit in a truck for 14 hours a day driving in circles. So that leaves a lot of open opportunity and
Pondering
things
the
like this
nature
where
of
I get to
existence.
hear.
Do you feel like you hold on to any assumptions?
The biggest one I hold on to is the idea that everything's a part of a whole in some way, form, or another.
In some way, form, or another.
Yeah, that like everything is, unless I find a way for my mind to conceive the idea of an end of something, that is, kind of the foundation I have to go with. Now, there may be bigger, better answers out there, but I may never find that out. Nobody may never find that out because it's way beyond our, world of understanding. But as far as the extent of what my mind can understand, that's the way I see it.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Brad. I appreciate you coming out
Yeah,
and
no
answering
problem.
what questions you did. I don't know if, Jimmy, did you have another question for Brad?
I don't want to open the can of worms again, but I'm a little stuck on something you're saying. Is that
Okay.
if this existing universe had an end, if it ended, you think that would shake your belief in it?
I mean, yeah, but the part that I'm struggling with on that is if there's an end, wouldn't there be something on the other side?
So this really, it does hinge on
Why?
an infinite kind of existence.
Right.
Because otherwise you can imagine something bigger.
Right.
Do the boundaries of this existence you believe in, it seems like they need to be kind of specific for it to fit your view.
I don't know how much more of the background noise I can take.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Maybe later. I dig that you're in a truck going around in circles, though. That sounds a little Sisyphean.
Thank you, but thank you.
I didn't feel like he was actually questioning the belief, though. It feels like he has loaded answers from another pondering of another viewpoint, which is fine. He's doing a fine job of keeping himself confused with quite a bit.
going on up there? You said
I
it
keep.
perfectly. He's keeping himself confused. That was perfect.
He is driving a giant truck in circles all day. I feel for him.
He's very Sisyphus, and I get it. And I hope he, you know, is living as absurdist a life as he can, and just enjoying it. But it is dizzying with the whirring in the background and the CB breaking in, and yeah, it's just so much. And I missed my music. I probably could have used the time to prepare a poem or something, but I don't think I'm ready for that. I don't think we're there yet. I do wonder if there's anybody else watching who has a belief in a god, or goddess, or gods, or, I don't know, some higher power, alien deity. If you're open to having that belief questioned, we'll request on up. Hello, your favorite person. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, hi mate. I'm at 42 and I've been listening to you now for a while. I've got the biggest struggle and belief of this. I believe that there has to be a greater force in the universe that has made all of us. And I mean all of us, everything that exists, because nothing comes into existence without some sort of a form of creation. But the biggest challenge that I've got in my life is when you follow beliefs and you practice certain things, you try to read all the religious books out there to try to find yourself, to try to find that inner peace. And when you read all of them, it's got me up to the point where no matter now how and what I see, when it comes down to believing strictly in that there is a god or a goddess that is all powerful, that has all mercy towards every living thing, that belief has actually completely left me, because of the simple fact, if there is a being out there that is so powerful, that is so almighty, that cares about its creation as much as all of our religious books teach us, it doesn't matter what religion, because all religion teaches that our Creator absolutely loves us, that he or she is merciful, that the Creator or whatever force created the entire existence cares about the living things on this planet, which has thrown my belief backwards. Because if that creator or creators, whether it's a male or a female, it doesn't matter, if they care so much about their own creation and how their creation ends, every common sense dictates this, at least in my opinion, that god or goddess or gods and goddesses would not allow things to be happening on this planet the way they are. They wouldn't allow people to go through suffering the way.
Okay.
Well, can you give me any advice on that? What's the best perspective to understand that, man?
Stop for a second. Just stop for a second. It's sounding like you're struggling with the problem of evil, but that you still believe in some kind of creator, but you don't believe in one that is all loving or all powerful at the same time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, mate. Because I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense anymore.
I don't know how to make it make sense for you. That's not what I'm intending to do. The creator God that created everything. Why do you think that there is such a thing?
Honestly, I believe that God, or God as they created everything, that I've come to a solid conclusion, belief, and this belief has been with me now for years, that they've created life and especially the human species for their own little amusement games. It's like being stuck in an ant farm and somebody constantly poking the hive to see how badly that hive is going to suffer, how much they can put that hive through pain, and how much the creator can sit back and laugh and go, how stupid is my creation.
So the God you imagine is something malevolent that sits back watching us destroy ourselves laughing.
Pretty much. It's the example that I've seen, especially because I used to be extremely religious growing up, and now for the last 15 odd years, I've decided to start thinking for myself and pondering upon religions and the meaning of actually creation, God himself, and what is the meaning of people's beliefs, and why we all struggle to actually believe in something, and why do we all question every single one of our beliefs.
I love what you're saying, and Thrayle, thank you so much for having me on the panel. My daughter's, I gotta call my daughter. So as much as I don't want to leave, I just want to say goodbye, and I will see you guys all probably tomorrow.
More than likely. Appreciate you, Candace.
Appreciate you too, hon. Have a great day, guys.
Take care.
Candace.
Really quick before I ask another question here, I do need to thank Claire and Ivy, also Amore, Denocha, and Grandpa No Pivot. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you helping with the gift goal. You guys are all awesome. And if you're not following Grandpa, well then, what are you doing? He goes live, has great conversations too. Okay. So, you believe in some kind of... Do you actively believe that there is this malevolent thing, this creator God? Or is that just the closest thing to a God you can imagine would exist?
I actually believe that the creator is absolutely extremely evil, and that he's created human species and existence just for his or her own personal amusement.
Why? I mean, I can understand, you said, that from your observations of people, but do you think that everything in existence points towards that, or is it just the nature of some humans?
I actually believe that it's the nature of 95% of the human species to be evil, to be greedy, to actually turn on each other, and not have what our entire species has shown so far is that there is a very small percent of us that actually respect life, that respect living things, and that the majority of the human species does not respect any form of life or treasure life. What goes on in the world just like the rest of us. And if we are truly a species of love and peace, and if we are a species that was created in the image of a loving creator, do you think that we would be the way we are as a human race?
I don't have answers for you. I'm more into questioning, and it doesn't seem like you are questioning really this belief. You seem convicted, almost dogmatic. Is this a lingering effect of Christianity that you must believe that there is a God? So rather than accept the loving one presented, you invert that and say, no, it must be evil, but it still exists.
Well, when you put it in that perspective, it's a yes and a no, but I still question the fact that people use religion and religious beliefs to cause pain and harm upon others. When every religion, especially for people who are religious, every religion teaches people not to hate, not to be evil towards other people, not to be basically pursuing vendettas and vengeful paths. And when we look at the reality how things are, there is no way that I can not be without questioning why and how.
You said there's no need to question.
Yeah, to me, there is no need to question if God is evil or not, because if people stuck with the teachings of, and it doesn't matter what religion is, I believe that people do need something in their life to have faith in, but we also, why? Because, okay, without faith, without any sort of form of faith in something, how can we claim that we are a good person, that we have beliefs?
What is faith?
Faith is something to take a leap, to take a blind chance on somebody or on something and actually follow.
Then why do we need to do that?
We don't.
Well, then what are you talking about?
But we personally, as individuals, don't. But as a collective.
Favorite, I wonder, are you up here more just to hear yourself talk than to answer questions and question yourself?
I actually left Christianity for a specific thing. Christianity tells you one thing, yet again, in the Holy Bible, will tell you one thing. When you go to the Mass, the priest will tell you another. And when you speak with somebody who is extremely religious, they will tell you that that every other religion is fake, false, that Christianity is the only religion, therefore that is actually being completely stupid and blind, stating that one religion is right and that every other one is wrong. That's the pure ultimate evil of a religion that teaches within its own religion.
So you just, more than anything, you just want to tell us how evil you think Christianity is.
No, not exactly. Not Christianity, my friend. How evil people are that have taken Christianity and twisted it from its original teachings. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what's driven me away from Christian God is evil or not.
So you believe the Christian God exists, you just think it is evil.
I believe that every religion has a God, that all their gods exist, including the Christian one. But I do believe.
Why are you so indirect in answering simple questions?
Yeah, simple question is Christian God is evil.
That's not what I asked.
You asked, do I believe if Christian God is evil?
Hey, do you believe that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
No, I don't. I believe that Jesus Christ was just a messenger and a prophet.
Just a messenger and a prophet?
Yes. Nothing else.
He
was an ordinary man.
Do you believe in the revelation of Prophet Muhammad?
Do I believe in the revelation of Prophet Muhammad? I have read the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah.
Okay, I just asked you the question. Could you answer?
Honestly, do I believe? To an extent, yes, and to an extent, no. In every religion, God has sent messiahs, messengers, and passed his knowledge and teachings to us. How come this God hasn't sent another messiah in 2,000 years? How come this God hasn't revealed another messenger in 2,000 years? What is he afraid of? What is this God hiding? Is he hiding the fact that
Why do you believe there is a God at all? Why do you believe there is a God at all? Evil, good, whatever it may be, why do you believe that there is something to call a God?
Something had to create the entire existence.
Why do you say that?
Because nothing comes out of nothing. There has to be some almighty power.
Why is the alternative to a God nothing?
Alternative to God is aliens.
Why is the alternative to God aliens?
Why? Because if you look at through our entire history, mankind's entire history keeps going back and pointing to the teachers from the stars, that sky brothers, star people, the star travelers, the gods will return. And this thing predates Christianity, predates Judaism, predates Islam, predates Buddhism, Hinduism.
Aliens predate all these religions.
If you look at
why are you saying that?
From the Mesoamerican to the Egyptians, to the Mayans, to the Aztec, to the
I'm sorry, you're saying all of these religions teach this, but do they actually teach this? Do they actually teach of aliens? Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure that in modern day that they don't, but if you look at through history, if you look at Mahabharata, the Indian religious book, when you go to India, I've been to India several times, when you start speaking about creators from the sky, other beings, they all tell you, they all laugh at you and go, well, that's common knowledge to us. Whether all of the
just
rest.
Just for a second, I'm going to thank Amoria for helping with that goal. I really appreciate you. Why are you so certain that these are talking about aliens and not just the imaginings of ancient people trying to explain things that they didn't know with sky creatures and land spirits? Why do you assume that they must therefore be aliens?
I don't assume blindly. When the very first airplanes started flying, when the very first invention of a flying machine happened, the Zulu and the Navajo people came to the airports, to the airfields, and they revered airplanes as thunder gods and thunderbirds.
So
now, our ancestors were not blind, they were not stupid, they just did not have the words to describe the flying machines that they've seen, the things that they've seen descend from the sky.
Why do you assume that they saw flying machines instead of imagining
I don't assume that
gods as they rode?
I don't assume that. It's in the books. It's in historical books.
It sounds like you're interpreting. Is that not what you're doing? Interpreting those to be flying machines rather than which history is that?
The ancient civilizations that existed that left traces behind of their technology, of their knowledge. Even today, we believe that we are the most advanced civilization that's been on this planet. Yet again, We don't have a clue how the ancients built the pyramids. We don't have a clue how.
Are you sure we don't have a clue? Are you sure we don't have a
100% that
few
we don't have a
clues?
clue.
Are you sure there are
We
no
have
clues at all?
assumptions. We have assumptions. We don't have
Is
clues. We
is
only have.
is you're saying that there are no clues in assumption?
I'm saying this, that all the
Are you
assumptions that have
assumption free?
I'm not assumption free. Nobody is assumption free.
Why is it that you keep asserting all these assumptions then?
You want to know why? Because there is that many books out there that have been written by that many historians, that many archaeologists that have been suppressed. If you look at Christianity itself,
What?
how many biblical canons have been taken out of the Bible? How many times has the Bible been rewritten? And it took 478 years after Christ's death for the first Bible to be written. Can you tell me why that is?
No, I'm not here to answer your questions.
Yeah, because
I'm
you
wondering
can't.
why
You
you
don't
keep.
have
I
the
wonder.
answer.
Stop. I'm not here to answer anybody's questions, your face. I am any of them directly. You seem to just want to preach about why you don't like Christianity and not really talk about the things that I ask you about. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to prove you wrong. I'm not here to debate you. And I'm not here to listen to you talk over me. I think I'm going to go ahead and just wait in the silence for a moment. Not the silence, actually. I'm going to let the music play. I'm going to turn it up just a hair even and enjoy it while I wait for somebody who can question their beliefs. If there is anybody listening with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, who's capable of questioning their beliefs, well, then we can do that. I don't hear that in that conversation. I hear full, I don't know, trail of random, disjointed conspiracies and confusion. Unflinching and unquestioning. So, Hazelnut says cat is sleeping. I don't know. Maybe.
I'm awake.
Is cat sleeping?
I kind of hope the cat is sleeping. It'd be 5 a.m., right? Or 4 a.m.?
Yeah.
Why?
We'll set her down. Hope that she is. The last time I assumed that she was sleeping, though, she had lost her phone in the dark, in the jungle.
What a life. Cat is marvelous. Lots of love for Cat in the chat.
Aaron says part of the song sounds like someone is taking a breath. Is that the clap? I don't know. I don't hear a breath.
I just assumed this was like a MIDI, a sequence of MIDI samples, but I don't know that it's not live music recorded. What's your feeling about it?
I don't know. I've never really questioned whether or not this was a recording. Thank you, 96. Appreciate you. Guys, we broke 200,000 likes a little while ago. I'm sure it was like an hour ago. But thank you, guys. It's amazing. We're over 200,000 likes. There's still 80 of us watching. And if anybody has a belief like that, if you're open to having that belief questioned, not debated, disproven, or dismantled, but questioned, maybe a little dismantling, you're welcome to take the pieces with you, though. We're not trying to tear your belief apart or burgle your God. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what are they? And why do you believe them?
I would encourage people also to share this with people you'd like to, who might enjoy taking part in questioning beliefs.
Hazelnut said that they questioned their friend last night. I hope you did so Socratically and not leadingly, but either way. What? I don't know, is it kind of evil to say that I hope you sowed some doubt? Some might hear that.
We believe that doubt is good.
In the chat way earlier, I don't know why I remembered it just now, but somebody said that what I was doing was satanic by asking questions and causing doubt.
That is kind of the role of what we think Satan is in the books. Satan questions God, says, and I don't know if it's the same character. We assign the same character, but who really loves you, I bet he wouldn't love you if you took away all his stuff. Or, you know how God said, you'd die if you eat, sorry, you'd unlive if you eat that fruit? You wouldn't. It's maybe an apt comparison. but only if you're kind of in that whole situation.
Slippy says Thrayle is serpentine.
The questioner is called the deceiver. Is that fair?
It is all he does, isn't it? Ask questions.
Yeah, and makes challenges, right? I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world. Would you, if I did that, would you denounce your... I don't even understand that passage. If he is God, he can't denounce... Anyway. Yes, Satan seems to be kind of tempting, asking questions. What if this isn't true?
Does the moment that I embrace I may be Satan make me less so?
I understand a lot of things. I do not understand that question at all.
I hope it was coherent.
I think it might have been. Like, it's just at the limits of my cognitive ability.
I mean, if the Christian God is real, and I am asking these questions, am I?
Playing the part of Lucifer?
Mm-hmm. Am I the deceiver? By burgling the gods and asking the questions that sow the seeds of doubt.
Well, what sort of God is it that won't, collapses under questions?
Sounds like a pitiful God indeed.
Flimsy and jealous. But thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's God. It's a commandment.
It says, anything belonging to thy neighbor. Can a God belong to someone?
Yeah, in the ancient world, they would keep idols, house gods. Raccoon Trio makes a good point. Go ahead.
I was hoping the same thing. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, right. Same comment. I mean, in Roman homes,
Mayhem Mike right there sees the intent on questions. This live is doing the work of Satan. You'd have to assume that Satan exists. I'm simply asking questions and seeing if anyone can question their beliefs. And Mayhem Mike, it seems like you can't. That's fair. You can watch from the comments and see if anyone else can. This is a good time to remind everybody we are also live on YouTube. The link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio will take you, it'll take you a lot of places. It'll take you to the Discord, the Thrayle YouTube, which is pretty barren right now, but also the Batcolyte YouTube where we are live streaming over there as well. I may have to read a poem soon. Still seems a little early for the end to be nigh.
I offer myself up for questioning, but it never kind of seems to go anywhere. I do have the inkling that I have some hard nut that I've yet to crack. I wish I could point to it.
What do you mean?
Well, it's funny. I mean, you were on my podcast last night, and one of the earlier episodes, Lionel and I had read a book called The History of Buddhism, or Buddhism, A Journey Through History, by Donald S. Lopez Jr. He does point out tons of dogma, all of the trappings of any regular religion exist in Buddhism. He really does focus pretty exclusively on that. And it was challenging because I think of my religion as lacking dogma, and yet around the world there's so much. There's belief in miracles. There's belief in the coming of a future Buddha. There's everything, really, almost everything except a God that you'd expect in an Abrahamic religion or any other. And so in my own practice, I don't really adhere to any of that. But I wonder if there's some residue of that dogmatic religion somewhere in there.
What is the most dogmatically Buddhist thing you hold to?
There might be a few. One would be that I believe that people are basically good. So, lacking original sin.
What is good? Just
Good.
lacking sin?
No, so yeah, I'm contrasting it with from Abrahamic faith is we're not born with sin in the Buddhist view. We're basically good. We what was the saying? We're good just as we are, and we could all improve a little, or a lot, maybe. But good is described as Buddha nature, and I think Buddha nature is awakened.
Good is Buddha nature. Good is awakened.
Yeah.
Really quick, I'm gonna think. 7 of 9. Denocha, Dakota, and 96. Thank y'all so much for helping with that goal. What does awakened mean in this sense?
Yeah. And not a good definition. Lacking in any delusion.
And you said people are inherently good.
Correct.
People are inherently lacking delusion.
I think that the basic nature of people is awakened, but we work hard for our delusions. I think this goes to the idea that we cause most of our suffering needlessly in order to preserve a sense of self. But then why do I say we're basically good? Be a good question. If this is what we do, we all seem to do it.
I wonder if the person in the queue can actually question their beliefs. They've been on this panel before. And I've never had the indication that they can. But now that you hear me saying it out loud, if you can question your beliefs, stay in the queue. If you can't, you know how to exit a queue, and you're welcome to watch. But I'm not interested in being preached at. I'm not interested in being argued with. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just interested in questioning the beliefs of those who can. And if you can, then I'll let you up. I hit the accept, and I'm guessing he had scrolled away. I don't need to say his name. If he wants to, he's welcome to request again. I actually had really high hopes for that. But I needed to preface it without calling him out. And now he can do it in safe face. If anybody else wants to question their beliefs, if you're open to that, well, then request on up. I'm not looking to burgle your God or destroy your faith. I just want to know if you can question, well then, what is that belief? And why do you hold on to it? Maybe we can get to those other questions. But what does that belief condemn? And what does it justify? And you guys are knocking these gift goals out so fast. That's amazing. Thank you, 96, Amoria. Thank you, Dakota. And thank you, Fairy Dust. I appreciate all of you. so much. Oh, Raccoon, do you want me to question you again? Well, this might be interesting. Someone I think knows the spirit.
Am I getting audio test? I'm above the age of 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you remind me what decade?
90.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
90s, some beliefs, something resembling those things. Yes, let's say so.
Something resembling a god. What is it?
A higher power is a little closer, I think.
Okay. What do you call it? We don't hear you anymore at all. It does, Rachel, it does.
Hello, Thrayle.
Hello, Bats. How are you? I'm gonna go ahead and set 5 on Bun down for the moment since, he disconnected it on his own.
I'm doing well. I have found a new belief I need to question, but I'm working on it.
And what new belief is that?
I
say like you brought cupcakes into the room.
Yeah, with cupcakes with sprinkles on top, because I have a new belief that I need to. I have a responsibility to my children to envelop myself in the Black community so that I can educate them on their own culture. And I don't know if that's a valid belief or that's just me trying to find a way to fit into society, or try to find them a way to fit into society, because being mixed is hard. But I just figured that out in another live a minute ago, and I have to just sit with this.
I have an instinct not to question that belief, but at the same time, I can ask why. Why does that seem important to you?
Because I think it's important they have community, and they are currently being rejected by the white community. And the Hispanic community has been gracious, but I don't speak Spanish. So it's going to be probably a combination of Black and Hispanic communities that I'm going to try to engage in. But I've only ever lived in a white and a Black community. I've never lived in a Hispanic community before. So I can't educate them on something I don't know. But what I do know is what it was like living in Virginia for so many years. And I learned a lot, and when I left Virginia, I sort of left the Black community, and maybe now I should take time to embrace all aspects of my roots, not just only my Indigenous roots or my Hispanic roots, but also like not be confused when the police officer says African American and not Indigenous. Because I do present Black apparently, and I didn't realize that entirely until a little while ago. I thought I was represented Indigenous. But now that I understand it better, it's exciting too, because there's so much I can now dive into and explore, and exploring beliefs, I think is for me almost exciting as it is for you, especially my own beliefs, because those especially need to be challenged.
I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching your kids about their heritage and culture. You know, I think it's good to teach them all aspects of their ancestors and where they come from. And
yeah, because my mom did a very, very bad job of teaching me about anything to do with culture. I've had to learn a lot over the past 5 years, even. Anything about, but I had to take DNA tests. I had to figure out, okay, what actually am I? Because I was told so many lies about my own heritage. And now I have like everybody has heritage, like whether it's Indigenous, whether it's European of some kind, like Irish or Scottish or German, or whether it's where everybody has heritage. We should all embrace our heritage, and I think it's a wonderful thing. You know, we shouldn't let it make us feel better or worse than anyone else. But I think maybe it's a new avenue I need to explore, and I'm excited for this new journey. So that's why I'm all bouncy, because I'm like, ooh, yay, I can hyperfixate on something now.
You said that you had a belief that why would you want to question this?
I need to question it because that'll make it stronger. In my opinion, questioning is like refinement. Like when you refine gold and then you clean the dross that forms off the top so that it's more pure gold. If I don't explore why I need to do this and make sure that it's a valid reason, I don't know if I'm prepared to teach it to my kids, because I want to make sure that I give my kids the best parent I can be, like the best parenting. And in the past, I've done things like tell them about God. And that was probably a faulty belief, and that's something that I'm having to clean up now with a bunch of questions that they're asking me. Okay, is God really real? And I have to explain to them, well, you don't believe in Jesus anymore? Like, no, honey. Do you know what a belief is? To a 9-year-old. So I have to I have to break down my beliefs so I can explain them better to my children. Because that's what it is, being a good parent. I'm sure, Thrayle, you had to have a different beliefs. You had to talk with your children or anyone else's children, or like in Jimmy or Rachel. I don't know if either of you have children, but I'm sure there's people in the comments who have children who probably think, yeah, I need to check out my own beliefs before I start teaching them to my children. Does that make any sense? I'm sorry. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I like the way you said that questioning a belief is like refining it. What is the what would be the biggest question you said that you need to know if your reasons are good enough?
Like in general, would be the biggest question?
Mm-hmm.
I think my belief in energy is probably the biggest one I need to hold off on, because my child has seen me perform witchcraft and give respect to the ancestors and thank my meat before I prepare it. As I prepare it, she's seen me do all these things, and she's developed a belief that there could be a higher power. And before I entirely crush that belief, I want to make sure I do it the most gently as possible. I think that probably the belief in a higher power is something I struggle with even daily, because Thrayle, there's ones of me that believe in it and there's ones of me that don't. And I think that's a confusing thing to teach a child. I'd like to give her some absolutes, but maybe I need to teach her in intersubjectivity, as Khan calls it.
I think you could always approach it from the standpoint of, hey, this is what I believe. It doesn't necessarily mean it's correct, but, this is just what I like to do. But I want you, as in like referring to your children, figure out what is right for you. You know what I mean?
Yes, and like I will say things like, well, honey, I don't know if there is a God. Some people believe that there is a God, other people don't. I'm one of the people who don't, but it's complicated right now, okay? So whatever belief you want to choose, you can do when you're older. Right now, let's just learn, okay? Okay. And then I'll try to do that. I'll have, that's the kind of conversation I'll have with her. To like leave room for question, I guess. Maybe that's the best thing I can give her, the rope of questioning.
My mom always encouraged me to, figure out what my beliefs were and explore beliefs, explore all beliefs if I wanted to. And, I think that openness to know that I had that support from my mom to figure myself out. Just, throwing that out there.
Thank you. It's always good to hear what works for parents and what doesn't, because I know what doesn't work. It's good to hear what does work. And if I can be a better parent in any way, I think maybe that's the purpose I created for myself. Because I'm also maybe not a hard, but a wet clay determinist. Like eventually I'll probably become hard, but don't like how that sounded. Eventually I'll become a more durable substance, and then I'll call myself a hard determinist. I'm sorry.
You're fine, Beth.
I'm unmasking right now a little bit, and it's a hard balance.
I just think the most important thing that you can do for your kids is just be supportive of them. And if you're a supportive parent and you love them no matter what, that's like the best base that you can give.
You've always created a good space here, Thrayle. Thank you for letting me come up and like, oh yeah, I got a new belief I have to question.
I want to push back on saying that Thrayle doesn't burgle gods. He burgled my gods.
Did burgling come from you? Were you the first person to say I burgled their god? I know
I think I was.
Okay, I have
where the turn of phrase came from, because I'm sure there were other people who, questioned away their gods prior, but I think you used the word burgle.
Well, maybe because when being questioned by you, it feels like you are getting into our mind palace, opening up closets and looking for things. And I think you've opened up my closets, looked for God, and saw mine were already burgled. But you swept up and like, okay, the gods are already burgled here. And then you went to other people's gods and knocked on their closets, and they weren't sure if anyone was in the closet or not. If there was a god there, and you found as now they have, it's not the LGBT community. I am part of that community and we love everybody. But I think the true things in the closets are people's gods, not us.
According to Raccoon, my gods are in the shed.
Oh, in the shed. Oh, I hope it's detached from the house. Don't want to keep that energy.
I'd say the only woo I still hold on to, Thrayle, is karma. Still a big believer in karma.
Oh, what is karma though? Because I've heard people define it differently.
What goes around comes around, kind of thing.
Oh, so if a person who does very bad things and gets away with it and lives a successful life is like, I'm not going to name any Bendos names, but what if they succeed and live happy lives and never receive their karma?
Well, I can't imagine somebody would go through their life without ever having anything bad happen to them ever. You know, I have a firm belief that if somebody does something shitty to me, eventually that energy that they put out into the world will come back to them. That's what I mean by karma.
Well, I don't mean to speak ill of the deceased, but late Queen did some very horrible things to the Indigenous community in Canada. She signed some things when she was much younger, and she lived to a ripe old age, got to see her family grow up and be rich and popular and see great-grandchildren, and she never really had a harsh life being royalty. Do you think maybe her problems were just different, or do you think that maybe some people, there might be instances where some people never get their comeuppance, so to speak?
Yeah, I think part of it is just also, in my mind, if I let the universe handle it, so to speak, I don't have to waste my time and energy trying to get vengeance. I'm able to let it go easier. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, is it just a...
I don't like to hold grudges. I don't like to even...
Oh no, I don't believe in like holding like grudges or things like that. For me, like, I acknowledge bad things happened in history, and some people don't always get their full comeuppance, or even good people. I've known very good people who like live through very chronic pain. The most wonderful people you meet sometimes suffer with chronic pain.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd say for the most part that I like to be I'm a pretty good person, right?
Yeah.
But I've had bad things happen to me, and I suffer with chronic illnesses, but I don't think it's a direct fault of anything that I've done. It just, I think some things just are how they are.
Okay, so there's a nature of things, and then there's a karma system. There's multiple systems or something.
Yeah, kind of. It's complicated to explain.
Yeah, but the complicated things are fun to dig up and like a fossil.
Oh.
But it's just fascinating to me because I view things one way and you view things another, and it's a beautiful belief system.
Did you see Raccoon?
Oh.
Do you see evidence for karma the way you imagine it?
Oh.
Yeah, I have. Obviously, it's kind of personal, so I don't want to share exactly. But I've had somebody do something really horrible to me, and then in a very similar shitty situation themselves, and to me,
So,
that's karma.
you saw that as comeuppance.
Yeah, a comeuppance and karma. But I also think that if you just kind of go around being horrible, right?
You'll get pushback for it, but is that the same as like a karmic justice?
Kinda. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
I do agree with Rachel a little bit on that, because I do. My mom was one person who got karma, so to speak. The rare thing that is, well, it's just I don't know. I shouldn't call it karma, but she passed away painfully, and I felt that was somewhat poetic justice, considered how much she hurt children. Maybe she never got justice to go to actual justice, which would have been to go to prison, but she did get her own kind of justice, and that maybe is a little comforting for some people.
Is that necessarily a kind of justice, or is it more a perspective you hold of vindication, or even
I guess it's probably more of what I view as vindication, more than maybe cosmic karma.
What is vindication exactly?
It's like I'm horrible at explaining things. Thrayle, help me out here.
Well, what does it mean for you? Maybe not the Oxford definition, but like, what does it mean for you?
Probably not vindication. I just threw the word out there.
Well,
to me, being
clearing of suspicion. What about vengeance? Do you feel a sense of vengeance?
like if somebody does something to me, do I feel the need for vengeance? Is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
On how bad I view the infraction. But for the most part, I wouldn't say I'm a very vengeful person. My husband often says I'm too forgiving.
I think sadly I have to say I am a vengeful person. I did seek revenge, and I felt justified after. Yeah. I've done that before, and that's something I'm not very proud of, but somewhat like as a part of me that's like, yes, goal. I made the goal. Yeah, the crowd goes wild. When I was a kid, I wanted my mother to stop hurting people, and eventually she stopped. And that's probably like a personal thing I need to work out in therapy or something, maybe. But I do feel like it feels good when the bad guy loses.
lightning strikes and bad guy goes whoosh, all ash, and then the crowd goes wild. I feel like in real life, it's when a bad person gets their comeuppance. People to stop doing all the bad things so we all can just be happy and safe, because what I believe is everybody seeks comfort in one way or the other. And for me, comfort is justice.
Is it enough to stop the bad person from doing the bad thing? Or do they need to repent?
I think if they need to repent, that's a personal thing for them. I'm not their God. I don't have to judge them. I just have to deal with what they did to me and not carry and move it forward. I have to process, okay, yeah, they did a very bad thing. Haha, they lose. Now I can move on. Maybe that's the most simplest way I can put it, because that's how I would explain it to my kids if I were to talk to them about something like this. But I wouldn't talk to them something like this because it's too deep to talk to my children about. I'm not trying to destroy their childhood with too much philosophy on like, ooh, what is objective, and is there an objective truth? Is there objective justice? You know, my children are thinking about Cocomelon and Minecraft, and I'll just slowly incorporate like, oh, maybe you shouldn't unalive all those cows when you have a full inventory. And just teach them in simple ways. Thrayle, if I talk too much, can you please just tell me to back off? Or if I don't know if I am talking too much.
You're going a little fast, but you're not talking too much.
Okay, I just want to be respectful of everybody's ears, because last thing I need to be is one of those ramblers who you have to cut off mid-sentence. You get a bunch of those sometimes.
I do want to bring up something somebody said in the comments, that they said when you love yourself, you stop letting other people hurt you, and I could probably change that by believing in myself. But you know, I've had that same conversation with my mom, but I don't know if I necessarily want to change being a forgiving person, because I like to see the good in people, you know, and sure, I might get burned sometimes, but I think on the whole, giving people grace and, you know, accepting people for flaws and things and being forgiving for human error is just who I am. And I don't know if I want to change that.
Is it safer viewing life like that, or is it safer viewing life the other way?
And always trust yourself, and you know, I'm sure it is, but I've met so many good people and made so many genuine connections by being the way that I am. So it's not something that I want to change. Exactly what Raccoon said. I also don't think having compassion indicates a weakness.
No, I would say the opposite. I think compassion is one of the greatest strengths, because you're able to step outside that net of safety and be able to trust somebody. And sometimes our trust falls short, and we have to learn to trust again. And I think it's a beautiful thing when someone still has the ability to trust other people enough to, you know, be open, honest, and maybe develop friendships. So Rachel, I think you're a wonderful person, and you know, down the road, maybe we could be friends. That's kind of what I'm shooting my shot for friendship.
I thought we were friends.
Oh, you're wonderful.
I love all you guys.
Yeah, I definitely respect you as a friend. I respect Thrayle and Jimmy too. I'm not leaving you guys out. You're stuck with me. We're friends now.
I also respect Thrayle. I don't know Jimmy. I don't know if we've
Jimmy's awesome.
Jimmy is awesome.
Have we met before, Jimmy?
I'm not sure.
Well, nice to meet you regardless.
Good to meet you.
And I can't list everybody in the comments because you all are amazing. And there's too many. If I start naming everybody, I'm going to accidentally miss somebody. And I just want to say, you all are amazing, and all the little skeleton heart emojis.
Hello. Yeah, best audience on TikTok. Hey there, Aaron. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 35.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh no, sorry. What I was commenting to Rachel about something to what she said. I said I was going to elaborate on what I meant, if that's okay.
So
if not, I'll drop
you were
down.
just going to carry on a conversation from the comments rather than answer questions about your beliefs.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool. You can do that in the comments.
Yeah, my bad. I thought he wanted to answer questions. That's why I said a request.
Yeah. He can request up if he's open to questioning his beliefs. But I don't like just continuing a conversation from the comments without context, without questions. Because that is what we're doing here, at least for the next, I don't know, few minutes.
I do appreciate you, Thrayle, and it's 8 o'clock, so I need to get it's ready for school. And I want to thank everybody and letting me be bouncy person, I guess. My ADHD, I don't know. Whatever it is, my DID. Thank you for allowing me to be me and express my beliefs.
Thank you for being you. You're awesome. And, keep asking questions, of course. You're doing an awesome job at it.
Thank you. I guess I'll go into the comments.
Thank you, Bats.
Okay.
Take care.
Did you ever find out if the Hangman poem was copyrighted?
It is.
Oh.
1950s. It's still under copyright.
Dang.
It's 50-something. I can't remember which year.
Yeah, I forget how many years it takes for something to go into the public domain. Disappointing. I was really hoping to hear you read it.
Yeah, I might have to do it separately and take the chance on a single video, but not on the live.
You could do it in Discord one night.
I could absolutely.
You could have a poem reading night. I think that would be a fun little event we could do in the Discord. Have everybody bring a poem and we all take turns.
I'd like that. Poetry circle.
Yeah, exactly, like a little poetry circle.
I'm reading this AI poem and not liking metaphors. Rachel, where did you encounter your idea of karma, did you say?
Uh, like when did I start believing in karma?
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty young. Because my mom always kind of taught me that, you know, your energy on people, that, you know, what goes around comes around. So I think that's where I got the idea from. My parents didn't raise me religious, but they definitely had some woo.
Yeah. If I were to say that, I think that traditionally, karma means something kind of different.
Or traditionally, either or.
My understanding of it, and it's a complicated concept, is karma is really just, it means action. And actions have effects, but actions are also caused by other actions.
Yeah.
So it sort of points to a long chain of effects.
So
that
like a
we're
butterfly
caught
effect
up in.
kind of thing.
Yeah, a little bit. And one could even see it as deterministic. We create karma though, so that also implies contradictorily a choice. Our actions have effects, and our actions are caused by effects. I don't see a lot of looping back around to balance any scales in the traditional view of karma.
Hmm. So you more so view it as your action will cause a chain around to you specifically.
Yeah. It also makes it harder to set blame because actions are generally caused by previous actions. And so it draws into question whether we can attribute a cause to an individual or to all the conditions that led up to that individual choosing the actions they did.
It's an interesting thought.
I find it troubling.
Why?
Because I also think we should be responsible for our actions.
Yeah.
And take responsibility for our actions.
I would absolutely agree with you there. It's very good to be accountable. That's something I work hard at myself. Admitting fault and taking accountability when necessary. When I've done something bad or, hurt somebody's feelings or anything like that.
Yeah.
Better to acknowledge than to try to push blame onto, oh, I hurt you, but it was because of this, this, and this. I think it's just better off for your relationships in general, you know, whether that be friendships, family, whatever the case, to say, I screwed up. And I understand that I screwed up. And I would like to work towards fixing it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that would be, that would be ideal. People take responsibility for their actions, work to make things better.
Yeah, but accountability is something I notice a lot of people struggle with. Because it can be hard to admit your own faults.
Yeah. I think one might have a choice when one feels wronged, right? I feel wronged. I think and this unfortunately kind of messes with the idea of justice, but it can be creating more suffering to seek revenge, both for yourself and the other person. And yet, how can we have a sense of justice if what we call evil goes unpunished?
I guess a lot of it boils down to how bad the infraction itself was, too. You know, some things are easier to let go, but truly heinous actions, you know, definitely deserve some sort of justice.
I do have to thank Bats and Hazel and Amoria 96 for what will probably be the last go. Because I think I'm going to read Hazelnut's poem from the Discord.
Okie dokie. Would you like us to drop for you to read your poem?
I will, hang on. I do this first. Like opening every menu. Is that the right? Yeah, the end is nigh. And then we can even drop it down to that. Oh, that looks weird. Yeah. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, well, questioning everything. Wow, that was cool. Thank you, Raccoon.
I appreciate you as well, Thrayle. I'm gonna drop down so you can read your poem.
I got you. I'll drop you. Thanks, Rachel. And thank you, Jimmy. Thank you for your questions and your answers and questioning those right in front of us. I appreciate you and I appreciate everybody being here. special thanks to Hazelnut for the poem. I do like this one. And thank you to everybody who tapped the screen, shared the live. Thank you for all of our gifters who helped gift the panel, who showed your appreciation in every way that you could. And thank you for everybody who, well, fell asleep. For everybody who joined the panel, everybody who asked questions and was questioned, whether or not you successfully questioned your beliefs, whether or not you fully embraced a doubt. Well, I really thank you for being here. I know the exercise isn't easy. The conversations are sometimes difficult. But I think they're worthwhile. And that is why I will come back night after night and see if you can question, if you can find any peace in doubt. And if not, well, maybe you can find some other way to question. Maybe there's something there. Maybe even just listening will help you. Or maybe you'll convince us that what we're doing is all evil and wrong, like so many try. But I doubt that. If you do want to be a part of this community, there's a link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. The first link there will take you to the Discord. It may look a little lonely when you get there, so make sure you read the rules. And if you can agree to them, well, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across that Venmo or the Cash App in the link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really thank everybody who helps that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you. There's really only one more thing. Knock, knock. Who is at your door? A god you nod to, or a stranger evermore? Do you know the roots of all your evils? Do you hold those beliefs so dear? What happens if you question? Is it comfort, or is it fear? Let your doubts become apparent. Let them lead you where they go. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but certainty halts any growth. Remain cautious of your God, for if you find out it is another, will you run away, or will you let the doubt smother. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.